are also interconnected, making the improvement of food security and nutrition even more challenging. For example, populations in Africa's drylands, notably the Sahel and the Horn of Africa, are increasingly exposed to natural hazards and climate-related disasters, food chain crises, and conflicts, which frequently overlap and come together as protracted crises. As I speak, Ethiopia, parts of Ethiopia, parts of Kenya, parts of Uganda, parts of Djibouti, and parts of Somalia have had 4 bad rainfall seasons, meaning that they have been in drought for 4 consecutive seasons. And estimates are that we are going to have a bad 5th season of drought. The situation is compounded now by the socio-economic impact of COVID-19, which affects the already vulnerable livelihoods and production systems, impacting more intensely the livelihoods of vulnerable groups, including small farmers, pastoralists, fisherfolk, migrants, urban poor, informal workers, internally displaced persons, and communities, and women and youth. It is therefore imperative to support vulnerable communities with multifaceted and new solutions to build their resilience to threats and crises in the agricultural sector to address the food and nutrition security challenges, including the impact of COVID-19, and to attain the aspirations of the African Union Malabo Declaration, the African Union Agenda 2063, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. That is why it is important to work towards resilient agricultural livelihoods in Africa. People with resilient livelihoods are better able to prevent and reduce the impact of disasters in their lives. They can better withstand shocks, recover, and adapt when disasters cannot be prevented. FAO and its partners use a holistic approach at local, national, and regional levels to reduce the effects of disasters on food security and nutrition. Our approach to climate resilience building for the agriculture and food systems is based on context-specific interventions aimed at preventing, anticipating, coping, adapting, and transforming to the effects of climate variability and extremes for livelihoods, food, and nutrition security. These need to be gender sensitive, inclusive of a wide range of private and public actors, and with a strong focus on the most vulnerable and disadvantaged, such as the youth and the disabled people. Member states of Africa region and partners need to continue the mobilization for a coordinated effort for flexible funding and anticipatory action to reduce the impact of drought emergencies and man-made disasters. Investments in area action save many dollars that could otherwise be spent on post-disaster rehabilitation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, FAO studies show that for every dollar invested in FAO's anticipatory actions, affected households saw returns of up to 9 times as much in avoided losses and added benefits. Indeed, FAO aims to dedicate at least 20% of overall emergency financing to anticipatory action by 2025. More investments in risk.
Order means stop a bit. Honorable Azadin, can you go outside with your phone? Surely you cannot be speaking on the phone in the chamber. Continue.
Thank you, Chair. FAO and partners work with communities at the local level to reduce and prevent resource-based conflicts through innovative conflict-sensitive approaches, including improved and equitable access to natural resources, community cohesion, and resilience promoting livelihood support, reintegration, host and IDP relations, internally displaced peoples relations, cross-border programming, and rural employment. Political will and supporting communities at grassroots level are critical in targeting the marginalized, including women and youth. In this regard, parliamentarians stand to play a critical role by leveraging their lawmaking, budget allocation, oversight, and representational mandates for proper, focused, and transformed food systems that can deliver healthy and safe food for all. Parliamentarians, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, are extremely important in every democracy. Addressing the multifaceted food security and nutrition challenges faced by people in Africa and beyond would require the concerted effort of all relevant stakeholders. It is with this understanding that FAO sought to expand its partnership with parliamentary alliances in all regions of the world in its most recent strategic framework. FAO and the Pan-African Parliament have worked in partnership in a number of initiatives, especially since the signing of a memorandum of understanding between FAO and the Pan-African Parliament in 2016. Within the year 2022 alone, FAO has collaborated with the Pan-African Parliament on a number of initiatives, including with presentations and active participation in the Pan-African Parliament workshops on the AU theme of the year on 25th of August, in the 11th Conference of Speakers and the 4th meeting of the Association of Secretaries General of African Parliaments on the 31st of August, in the capacity building workshop on the process of model lawmaking by the Pan-African Parliament, 7 to 8 September, and in the 6th African Colloquium of Legal Council to Parliaments, 1st to 3rd November. We are also working with the Pan-African Parliament on model law as we speak. FAO and the Pan-African Parliament further co-organized a side event at the 50th session of the Committee on World Food Security under the theme, Strengthening Legal Frameworks for Food Security and Nutrition, the role of parliamentarians and their alliances. This was on 12th of October, 2022. On its part, the Pan-African Parliament participated in preparatory events towards the second Global Parliamentary Summit against hunger and malnutrition. This summit will be held in Madrid in 2023. The Pan-African Parliament, for example, made a presentation on the thematic session, Parliamentary Action to Promote Improved Nutrition and Affordable Healthy Diets for All. More importantly, FAO has been providing technical support to the development of the Pan-African Parliament model law on food and nutrition security in Africa. The collaboration extended from conducting preparatory studies, organizing capacity development workshops, to the actual drafting and consultations on the draft model law. I understand that the draft of the model law is slated for a final technical consultation this weekend before it is finally tabled for adoption by the Pan-African Parliament plenary. We believe that the model law will be a very important normative contribution to member states in their efforts to put in place long-term frameworks to tackle their food security and nutrition challenges that I have just mentioned. Once adopted, FAO stands ready to support the rolling out of the model law through its national level technical assistance and capacity development activities. Excellent Chair, Excellencies, honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, FAO's vision, in short, is to support the transformation to more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems for a better production, for a better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for everybody, leaving no one behind. We therefore welcome fully our engagement and collaboration with parliamentarians and the African Union at large to turn this vision into reality. I thank you so much for your kind attention. I particularly pleased that Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, invited me to say these few words. Thank you.
Thank you. You can take your seat. We can now proceed to contributions from the floor, that means from members of Parliament, after listening to the two presentations. For the benefit of those who are attending this session for the first time, the way we do it is that we have names. You've registered to speak already. Some of you may not have been aware that they have to speak and to register. You can still ask our ushers to bring a form to where you are seated. Just raise your hand and complete that form to express interest to debate. Now, I want to say the issue of time is of the essence. Please don't rise if you have not structured your notes properly so that you don't have to go round and avoid repetition. We encourage you to be pinpointed, just raise points, but then the objective of this debate is to come up with recommendations or resolutions by the end of this session. So when you debate, ask yourself, what value are you adding to the presentations? And what contribution are you making to the recommendations as to how we should move forward? Those recommendations will then be presented to the African Union heads of state in February. So as you debate, try and make a contribution to those recommendations or resolutions that we can then present to the heads of state next year at the summit in February. That is the essence of your contribution, so that you take us to February next year. The list I have, there are only 4 members who had registered initially, and that will start with, just want to call out the names so you know whether you're on my list. Honorable Jeremiah Chihana, Honorable Abdul Boubacar, Honorable, Jeremiah is from Malawi, Abdul Boubacar is from Niger, Honorable Ashini Astik Titoiki from Ethiopia, Honorable Mohamed Mbarak Muntaka from Ghana, Honorable Professor Matole Mosheka, South Africa, Honorable Pemima Jodina, South Africa. So those are the 6 names I have. And if you feel that you have been left out, complete the form and it will be brought forward, and then we debate. So I call upon Honorable Jeremiah Chihana from Malawi to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Listening to the two debates, though without material contribution or shared in the plenary, I rise to share 2 or 3 issues. Much as Africa has the vast potential of both rivers, like the Congo River, Nile, but special purpose investment funds are required to spearhead investment in food security. Why am I saying so? With vast resources, but to access resources for investment in special agriculture development programs are nowhere to be seen on the African continent. The second thing is, much of the farm-related inputs to production are not controlled within the African continent. It would require a serious African with one voice to invest in special, particularly fertilizers and chemicals, which would help and assist farmers to have bumper productions on their farms. The other item which is also very important is the right to food security. Most African governments have not yet put legislations so that food and the right to food is a prerequisite and a right to humankind on the continent. That leaves out the essence of commitment from governments to ensure that food is available to each and every citizen of the continent. Very finally, of latest with the Ukraine and Russian war, prices of farm inputs and the inputs related to production on farms have risen much more, so that with the earnings of most farmers on the continent, people cannot afford to buy those farm inputs. Prices have risen just because of the distribution, transportation, and indeed the holding cost of these inputs. I'm calling on the Pan-African Parliament to rise up with one voice and speak to the world so that the war between Russia and Ukraine should end immediately, because it has caused a lot of disruptions. Mr. President, I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Chana. Honorable Abdul Boubacar of Niger.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I have 3 questions I'd like to raise, but before that, I have a comment I would like to make. Your Excellency, the President, in Africa, food and nutrition security is a variable phenomenon. We are aware that food security, as has been mentioned by the presenters, is determined by numerous factors such as conflict, such as insecurity. So I was saying, Your Excellency the President, that in Africa, food and nutritional security is a variable. It's a phenomena that changes, and we are aware that food insecurity is determined by numerous factors such as conflict, insecurity, climate change, market fluctuations, and household economic security. And all of these can be exacerbated by inappropriate national policies. So the question, therefore, that I would like to pose is, eliminating hunger in Africa, when will this happen to ensure that there's access for all to healthy and nutritional and sufficient food? When will we arrive at this? And my second question, Your Excellency the President, what type of farming should Africa develop? Because most of the specialists in this area are choosing agricultural production instead of food security? So these are my two questions to the presenters. Thank you, President.
Our general rule is that you don't debate for more than 3 minutes. That's our general rule. So try and structure the presentation to fit within that time frame. I now call upon Honorable Ashini Astini Titoiki of Ethiopia.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Fortune Chirombera, for giving me this opportunity to debate on the theme that is very important for this our continent. I want to address the issue of the food security and nutrition in Africa. One of the problems is the lack of infrastructure and the facilities. And that I think this is a very important thing. The lack of the facilities, they cause food shortage and the starvation. So we need to guarantee that inadequate infrastructure and social services development, such as road, transportation, communication, electrification, education, and health services and agricultural services would be major challenge to sustain the growth of agriculture and the food security. So in this regard, the poor structure, including the roads, can make a constraint to production, and there also bring the food insecurity. Depending on aid is one of the problems that we have. So hence, lack of the appropriate infrastructure can harm the production of the food resources. So we need to focus also on the infrastructure so that we will have a food production, we will be able to transport the agricultural products easily, we will be able to store them easily, we will be able to market them easily. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. I now call upon Honorable Mohammed Mubarak Mumtaka of Ghana.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would just want to expand the recommendation one that was talking about African parliamentarians should play a critical role in advocacy. Mr. President, permit me to say that our advocacy will never be effective until we change our taste. It is sad that in the average middle income earner in Africa, when he's well educated like you and I, think and behave like either European or American. We want to eat and put our behavior, dress, and do all that thing like Europeans and Americans. So you go to our homes, we are having taste of food that is outside our own culture. Once we do not change our taste, we will not be able to create the enabling market for people to invest. And I want to say that for us to advocate and advocate very effectively, it must start with ourselves. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I'll just give you, Mr. President, I'll just give you an example. Just look into this chamber. I'm sorry to say it, I've said it again and I'll repeat it. How many of we, the men, are dressed like Africans? It is our sisters who are dressed like Africans. Because once we grow, become politicians, we want to be seen like Europeans. We want to eat in our home like Europeans and Americans. Once you do this, the peasant farmers in our communities will go out of business. They will not be able to produce enough because they'll be producing and it will be glutton and it will be rotting. But the moment we begin to eat what we ourselves grow, when we were poor, when we were uneducated, when we were growing, you create a market that will enable. I mean, all of us are very much aware. the local food that we eat are very nutritious. They are food that are very nutritious. But because of our incessant taste in the things, the way we behave, we are virtually creating market on the other side. But Mr. President, you know that America would not allow food to come into Africa unless it is something that has been in their buffer stock that most of its nutrients is gone. That's the one that they will import here, because that one becomes cheap. The same in Europe, the same in Ukraine. How can one war affecting two countries destabilize the food chain in Africa? We have arable lands that have not touched. 60% of the world's untouchable arable lands are in Africa, and yet we are starving. My suggestions are this. One, we ourselves must go into farming. We, the politicians in Africa, to be able to advocate effectively, must go into farming. And I can tell you, I have a 130-acre farm. It is small, but I hope to expand. Try and go into it. You see the challenges our peasant farmers are going through. So when you sit in parliament and the issues come, you are much aware, because you yourself, you are also tilting the land. Two, we need to irrigate our farms. We cannot continue to rely on rain-fed agriculture. But the only way to do this, it requires huge investment. But the investment can only happen when there's ready market. There's these homegrown school feeding programs. Let's admit, in countries that's happening like in Ghana, we, the very politicians that have introduced this to deal with the nutritional issues at the local level, go to hijack these school feeding programs and then give it to our paratikis who don't do it well, and because they are our own cronies, we are not able to hold them accountable. Let us as politicians stay away from those programs and allow the programs to be locally owned, so that the peasant farmers can produce for their children in the schools, not those of us sitting in the capitals trying to hijack the program in the villages and then try to send the food there. And lastly, Mr. President, we must be able to hold our government accountable. We, the parliamentarians, in your own national parliament, we are supposed to budget, we are supposed to oversight. How much are we doing? Hold them to accountable to the Malabo Declaration 7. If we do that, I'm sure a lot more progress will be made. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. President.
Thank you. I now call upon Professor Matole Mocheka.
Mambo Fortune Charumbira and Deputy Presidents, the African Union theme for 2022 calls on member states to build resilience in nutrition on the African continent and to accelerate human, social, and economic development. This theme has come at a time when Africans have been reawakened to the fact that Africa was not only the cradle of humanity, the arts, sciences, and philosophy, but was also the breadbasket of the world. Africa is a youthful continent. The African youth are now wondering why Africa is underdeveloped and is suffering from extreme poverty, food insecurity, malnutrition, and stunting, which is the greatest impediment to human and social and economic development. Social scientists and economists are blaming climate change, COVID-19, corruption, and war in Ukraine for this African condition. This, with respect, is disingenuous because, for instance, corruption, COVID-19, and climate change and the war in Ukraine are recent occurrences. The roots of the African condition dates back to the violent dispossession of African lands and their natural resources by European imperialist powers from the dawn of the European Renaissance during the 15th and 16th century. In his first speech at the Organization of African Unity Summit, held in Tunis on the 13th June 1994, Ndugu Nelson Mandela lamented the destruction of the African city of Carthage by the Roman imperial power. Professor Bernard Mangubane observed that the destruction of Carthage anticipated the destruction of Africa by the European since their Renaissance. This destruction began with the slave trade. Ndugu Nelson Mandela summed up this destruction in more definite and emphatic terms. I quote, "The children of Africa were carted away as slaves. Our lands became the property of other nations, our resources a source of enrichment of other peoples, and our kings and queens mere servants of foreign powers. In the end, we were held out as the outstanding example of the beneficiaries of charity because we became the permanent."
Sorry, your mic is gone. Again, it's gone. They say just use the same one. It's being switched off because you have exceeded 3 minutes.
Okay. Honorable President, I'm saying that our situation is a creature of European imperialism and colonialism. And they succeeded to achieve this by destroying our self-knowledge, our fundamental human values. As a result, as my colleague from Ghana is saying, we don't respect who we are, we don't value anything that is ours, we rely and want to emulate other people. So my proposal is that we should recover our African humanity, recover our land, natural resources, mineral, water affairs, and begin to do things for ourselves. Lastly, President, we have many African intellectuals and professionals who are contributing to the development of Europe, America, and other continents, because in these continents, intellectuals are not welcome. So I propose that we need to create a Pan-African Institute for Heritage so that we use it to help the youth and children of this continent to regain their identity and self-respect, to know that they will have to work for the development of this continent before they think of other things. And I thank you, Honorable Mambo Fortune Charumbira, and your Deputy President. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now call upon Honorable Pemima Jodina.
Honorable President, thank you very much. Vice President, members of this august House, my honorable MPs. Let me appreciate the two presentations that were made here and give my 100% support to what Honorable Muntaga have said in terms of contribution on how can we make Africa better, how can we provide food security. The provision of food security by each member state to its citizens is one of the important responsibility of each member state to its citizens. Food security is a basic human right. And therefore, any government that fails to cater and provide the basic needs to its citizens is likely to face instability, threats, and challenges of legitimacy, because a hungry stomach cannot listen to anything. So we have a responsibility of ensuring that we stop to be beggars, where we import and export everything as the African continent. We have a responsibility here to feed our own nation. In South Africa, I wish to share that having noted the challenges of food security, each and every school gets 2 meals per day. At times, it is the only meal that the children can get. When they arrive home, there's nothing. How do you expect a child to concentrate in the studies when he or she cannot have food? It is important that we must stop outsourcing our land as Africa. We have outsourced the land to people who are outside the continent, and they produce food, they sell that food to us. Is that what we want to be as Africans? And surely not. I wish to propose the following, President, that we must invest in agriculture, encourage and support our youth to study agriculture and food production studies, to pay competitive salaries, to ensure that we keep our graduates in the African continent to prevent brain drain. We must also trade amongst ourselves and encourage intra-Africa investment in agriculture. We must further look at the progress that has been made on the Malabo Protocol, on Maputo Declaration of 2002, where heads of states and government resolved that the countries are going to invest 10% of their budget in agriculture and rural development. How far are we on this matter? As the Pan-African Parliament, we must ensure that member states support smallholder and subsistence farmers in order to I finish off it, President, please. Therefore, I propose that this committee, which led us on this report, must in the next session invite ministers of this continent to come and account. We are supposed to play an oversight role as this Pan-African Parliament. The basic thing, based on the theme, we must play oversight role on food, nutrition, and food supply. Thank you very much, Honorable President.
Thank you. I now call upon Honorable Swaibo Touré of the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. We are very delighted to receive the information that we have received is so important. At the same time, Mr. President, it is very sad to hear these statistics that 280 million of African people are undernourished. That is a very terrible statistics. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say that one of the key reasons that I noticed is the lack of investment in agriculture. And many countries in Africa has the principle that the state, should not invest in the productive base of their economies, that they should concentrate on servicing. And servicing is important, services are important, but once you neglect your productive base, you have really undermined your economy completely. So I believe that agriculture should be an exception, should be a key sector where the state must invest in that area to ensure that production is gone up. We all know that the people who are producing mainly in Africa in agriculture are peasant farmers, and many of them are poor people. They don't have money to invest to produce much. What they produce mainly is, trying to target their family. Even that is not sufficient. So if we want to leave the production to only peasant farmers, the problem is likely not to be solved. Honorable Speaker, also I noticed that many countries in Africa do not have threshold as to the amount of loan or debt they are supposed to incur. Some are 70-something% of the GDP, others are 90-something% of the GDP, and because of that, conditions come to them to say that they should not do A, B, C, and D. And therefore, that is restricting them from engaging into agriculture and other areas that are very crucial for the development of Africa. So the path should come up with a guideline law that will help African countries to have a threshold on the investment that they should put in agriculture. Once we have put a threshold and say this and also, we also have to have a threshold and as to the amount of debt that Africa should incur. Because if you incur almost 100% of your budget goes to the debt, then eventually you'll not be able to do anything in your country. So on that note, Honorable President, I thank you for the time. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call upon Honorable Felix Okoth of Uganda.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President and honorable members, I think this topic is very important to the people of Africa. As you are aware, the status of nutrition and hunger in Africa is very alarming. Over 280 million Africans are at abject poverty and in hunger. Over 150 million children are stunted. Honorable member, what are the causes of this situation? One, we should note that Africa is not planning for Africa. Our governments, our member states are not planning for our people, are not dedicated to serving the population. There is no goodwill in making our people live in a better state. Mr. President, I want to recommend to this Parliament that a research should be done by African Union on the health value, food values, especially on the indigenous foods that we used to eat. African Union must do research. The second thing is we must stop dumping of food from other continents. A lot of food is being brought to Africa that we should consume, and we leave our own food with good value. You remember during COVID, other continents were dying of COVID, but Africa resisted. And the resilience of Africa was based on the food that we are eating. And therefore, I recommend that the African Union must do research on our food system and recommend indigenous foods with good values that we should do. We should stop dumping. The next thing is that we need to put a lot of investment in agriculture. I agree with the Maputo Protocol, the declaration that 10% or more of our budget must be devoted to agriculture. The fourth thing that we need to note is the genetically modified foods. And it is now in most countries in Africa. We are leaving our foods, but getting genetically modified foods. We need to stop that one. African Union must have a policy on genetic food that are being modified. The second thing we need to note is that there's the causes of malnutrition and hunger. It is because of conflict. As Africans, we need to resist that situation. We know conflict in many countries. Why don't we make a policy on that? Why don't we make a declaration as Pan-African in many countries, and we are not making any statement about it? We have seen conflict among countries, and we are not making statement about it. And I think as Pan-African Parliament, we need to dissuade African member states to avoid conflict, to avoid fighting and bringing insecurity in our continent. We need also to talk about corruption. This is what is actually exacerbating the problem of malnutrition and food insecurity. Corruption. Our countries are not serious. They're eating everything to themselves. They're taking billions of dollars and investing them in other countries, in America, in Sweden, but they're not investing in Africa. Corruption, we need to really condemn it. Countries that are engaging in corruption, leaders that are engaged in corruption, African Union must hold them accountable. Where is accountability? There's a lot of impunity. People are eating our resources, embezzling money, and African Union is silent about it. What about billions of dollars that we have in America, stuck in their banks? It's not in Africa. In Sweden, it's not in Africa. So we need to talk about that. And our member states, our parliament, we need to make serious statement on this. Lastly, Africa is the most diseased continent in the whole world. Diseases are everywhere in Africa. 80% of our population are actually living when they are actually sick. A sick person cannot work. There's no production because most of our people are sick. They're spending all their resources in treating themselves because even African state cannot treat them. So we need also to invest a lot in the health of our people. Mr. Speaker, President, I thank you for this opportunity. I want to appeal to our members that we need to stand firm and make clear statement. I want to, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, that the committee did not do a good service to this report. They should have given us the status of this malnutrition and food shortages in Africa. They should have given us the causes. They should have actually analyzed the policies in most member states. They should have analyzed the program that the African Union has on these matters so that we really know what is happening in the African Union and to our member states. So I recommend that the committee should actually maybe go back and do good justice to this report so that we make good recommendation to the African Union. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We take note of the issues that you suggest need to be included. And between the two, the chair of the committee and Dr. Chimimba may, in their response, indicate how they can repair that part. I now call upon Honorable Tofio Taki of Tanzania.
Asante, Mheshimiwa. Thank you very much. In this debate, we have talked about nutrition and food security in Africa. I also want us to talk about this issue. We are not deficient of food because we don't have food. The problem is that the food that we have is very expensive, and most of the people in the African continent are poor. So we should ask ourselves, why is food expensive in Africa? It's because we are importing all our food from outside. We are not self-sufficient in terms of food. The day Africa will be producing its own food, I don't think there's any African who will sleep hungry or having food that is not nutritious. Yesterday, we heard that in Africa, we have about 1.4 billion people. This population should be self-sufficient. And if we should be self-sufficient, what do we need to do? We should produce food for 1.3 billion people. So we should ask ourselves, who can produce what type of food in different regions? Because not every country can produce all types of food. There are countries which can produce vegetables, others can produce wheat, others can produce rice. So let us ask ourselves, what each country can contribute in terms of farming different crops. The other thing is about policy. yesterday, people were interviewed, and people say that we are here just talking and not coming up with strategic proposals that will enable us to produce enough food for our continent. I have listened, and I'd like to us to come up with a strategy. For example, let me tell you, in Tanzania, we have increased our budget twofold, because when the Ukraine issue came, the price of food went up. But in our country, the food prices did not go up. Today we're talking about the issue of rice. Sorry, the microphone is off. Please, in Tanzania, we have not imported any rice. We have also not imported sugar. We believe that by 2023, we will not be importing any sugar in Tanzania. So if in Tanzania we are self-sufficient in terms of sugar and rice, and now we want to be self-sufficient in terms of oil, but we continue importing wheat and other types of food. But we are making strategies to ensure that we are self-sufficient in other countries. So let's ask ourselves then, what kind of food can we get from Congo, Egypt, and other countries? That is the strategy that we need to come up with. How can we be self-sufficient? The 1.4 billion residents of Africa, instead of importing things from outside. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President.
Sana nashukuru. I now call upon, I should admit the handwriting, I can't read properly, but I think this is Maria Dao from Cote d'Ivoire, if she registered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Monsieur le Président, très honoré.
Mr. President, honorable vice presidents and members of this parliament, I would like to join my voice to those of my fathers to highlight and to draw the attention of this August Parliament to the importance and role of women and youth in agriculture and notably in food security in Africa. Mr. President, in Africa, for example, all the crops, in fact, food crops are where women are the most committed, and these food crops do not receive any kind of subsidy nor investment from our governments. Furthermore, the future of agriculture rests on the commitment of youth. And it is the youth that is the future of our continent. This particular youth no longer wish to work in a sector which is so tiring and, of course, a sector which does not pay well. So, Mr. President, I would like to make the following suggestions. If we wish to improve food security in Africa, then we need to make agriculture attractive and less harsh. And how? First of all, is that we need a very strong commitment on the part of our governments to increase the production, to increase the production of food crops. First of all, what do we do? We need to facilitate investments in this sector, and investments in this sector mean, first of all, that we need better investment, for example, for irrigation, and also a better monitoring of what is happening. I would also like to suggest to my father's here a very strong commitment that we have a look at the different budgets of our states, and that in those different budgets that we need to push and to commit and to also force our governments to bring more resources and more budget and more guidelines to the production of food crops. And I would also like to suggest that the Pan-African Parliament, as the Pan-African Parliament, that it make, in fact, a very, very strong lobbying, because today, for example, the Ukrainian crisis and the pandemic has had to make us rethink agriculture and to further demand a commitment. Thank you very much.
Honorable Alhaj Mbo.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much, the Vice Presidents as well. Honorable President, I want to take this opportunity to thank the presenters, that is the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Economy, as well as Dr. Piri, for giving us an insightful thought, and again, I would say food for thought as far as the continent is concerned. Honorable Speaker, I think these two presentations is an indictment to the entire continent as far as food security is concerned. Honorable Speaker, you are talking about a population of 1.2 billion, and we are also talking about a continent that actually has 60% of the world arable land. But yet still we depend on the outside world for food. I think this is an indictment to the entire continent, and I'm shameful to stand here before anybody to talk about food insecurity in Africa. Honorable Speaker, I think we need to show commitment, especially on budgets in our countries related to agriculture. Here we are not talking about subsistence agriculture, but we are talking about commercial agriculture. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the continent right now, Africa is the market, is the world market for food, because all other continents produce for the African continent. At the same time, Honorable President, Africa is also the world market for pharmaceuticals. They are giving us food, but they are also giving us pharmaceuticals to also use. My honorable member just talked about genetically modified food a few minutes ago, that's GMF. They give you food that is genetically modified. You take that food, obviously you will be genetically modified as well. And that's the reason why we are sick. And that's the reason why we are spending so much in the health industry in Africa. When we eat food that is not fit for human consumption, obviously we will be sick, and that means that our budget for the health sector would also increase. Let's compare the budget of agriculture, let's compare the budget of the health in Africa here. This is the market, and we must turn that. We must change that. And parliaments must take a stand to ensure that we have budget that is sufficient for agriculture. If you want to depend on loans or you want to depend on grants, brothers and sisters, it's not going to work. Why? Because they will not give you money to develop your agriculture and compete with their own farmers in Europe and America. That will never happen in Africa here. We must use what we have to develop our own agriculture. Otherwise, we are in serious trouble. And I will urge all members to take a look at the agricultural budget in our own countries and try to improve that to ensure that we go for commercial instead of subsistence. I thank you very much, Honorable President.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Gayo would like to make a contribution.
Thank you, Mr. President, Honorable Vice Presidents, honorable members. Thank you for giving me floor. And it's also my pleasure to contribute in this very important issue. I know Africa is not self-sufficient, and we have problems. We are not making research, scientific research on agriculture, but Africa is moving. Today, if you come to Ethiopia, you can see by your naked eye how many hectares of wheat farm you have in Ethiopia. It's also even my pleasure to invite all the chairpersons of the committee and the caucus chairs to come to Ethiopia and visit have best practice of Ethiopia. We are ready to cover all that cost and to invite all our chairs, please. I seek for your indulgence to come and visit. No, we are self-sufficient. Our Western partners, they want to tell us, no, your farm is not good. Just keep on seeking on this expired charity which you are giving. Keep on seeking on this expired wheats which are coming from Europe, from America. No. We should be resilient. We should work. We have farm. We will work on it. We will develop our land. We will empower our youth. And you can see how agricultural part in Ethiopia is booming. So currently, today, now. Your Excellency, Mr. President, I seek for your indulgence to assist our chairpersons to come and visit Ethiopia. I thank you.
Thank you. I think the Vice President was the last speaker. And before I call upon the presenters to respond, that invitation from by Ethiopia, I want to go back to the chair of the Agriculture Committee. I think so that we remain focused, we should invite the Committee of Agriculture itself to go as a committee so that their output is focused on agriculture. So Chair of Agriculture, you've been invited to Ethiopia as a committee, and then you work out the modalities as a committee. And if you want to add more, I think committee of other chairpersons of other committees could also be invited if resources permit, so that all the other chairpersons of permanent committees can benefit on this one. It can help. But before I call upon you presenters again, see, the Honorable Mbo said it is an indictment to the continent of Africa that in this day and age we are lamenting the issue of non-production of food on the continent. I think that issue should be taken further, that it is an indictment. What is wrong with Africa? What is wrong with Africa? And we can, on any topic that we can put here, talk of health, again, is an indictment on the continent. Peace and security, an indictment on the continent. Education, everything is an indictment. And I think it's a challenge to this parliament. Let's feel challenged wherever we are sitting, whether you contributed or not, but feel challenged in your mind that this parliament was put in place to go beyond this lamentation on the continent. This is the, maybe we say the think tank of the continent in one way, because we are there to evaluate. We are there to oversee what is happening. Are we overseeing ourselves, or we're actually being overseen by others? So I'm also challenging you that with all these issues, wherever you are seated, there is another opportunity for you to put across your ideas. You may not have spoken today, but think about it today, tonight, until next week. When we do our final recommendations per presentation, so this presentation is coming back next week, but not in its full substance, but recommendations only. So prepare for recommendations. Come and contribute next week on recommendations or resolutions now to the summit. That's where the value of PAP is. That what we come up with next week, then people say, oh, this parliament is thinking. We want to be the thinking parliament and going beyond the usual nice statements. I now call upon the two presenters, first the chair of the committee, to respond. And you can respond from wherever you are seated.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Honourable President, for the floor. We would like to thank the members for their contributions, which prove the interest they have in the subject. We heard 12 statements, and I would say that the observations, for example, by Honorable Mutaka and by Professor Matoli, Marjeline, I think they would say that the Ukrainian war and COVID-19 have in fact become the alarm, because these are situations that have shown that we cannot continue to hope to wait for food imports, because that is what Africa has been waiting for all the time. And these events have actually proven that Africa, in fact, hasn't been able to import, and Africa, in fact, has to create its own resilience in the sector. And as we've said, the resilience in the sector has as a background has already got the Malabo Declaration, and we've also got the Sustainable Development Goals, and we've also got the Agenda 2063. So in the context of these frameworks, it allows me to respond to concerns which have been raised by our colleagues, Abdou and some other colleagues, because the question, when we say, what shall we do, what can we do to strengthen the resilience of the sector, we need to change mentalities. We need to change mentalities because we have up to now, as has been said, we've been believing forever that it is others who need to develop Africa. We need to change our paradigms. We need to see things in another way, because agriculture has not always been considered as something that was meant to bring resources that were meant to be for agriculture. For example, youth wasn't interested in agriculture, and we need to make youth interested in agriculture because it's enormous potential for Africa. And the problems of Africans is that too often, in terms of our governments, we make commitments that we then don't hold. We make promises we don't hold. We can see attitudes like the Declaration of Malabo, for example, with its 7 commitments. If these commitments were in fact respected, those commitments would bring an enormous change to agriculture in Africa. We did commit ourselves to eradicate hunger. Will we, in 2025, be able to eradicate hunger in Africa? We committed ourselves to reduce by half poverty thanks to agriculture up to 2025. Will we be able to do it between now and 2025? We committed ourselves to give at least 10% of our budgets towards agriculture. How many countries do that? How many countries do, in fact, give 10% of their budget to agriculture? Dear colleagues, I think you know that in terms of the African Union, we have put together an evaluation of our performance every 2 years in terms of the Malabo Declaration. So of all African states, and the evaluation shown us that only 7 countries, in fact, are on the path of actually reaching those commitments. In each country, we need to ask ourselves questions. To what measure does or do our respective countries, do our members of parliament, does the budget of our country in where agriculture is concerned, is it 10%? We need to ask those questions. What is the performance of our country in terms of the Malabo commitments? Because these reports exist. All our countries have produced reports in Africa. And it is how we, as members of parliament and as Africans, when we go back to our countries, that is how we'll be able to act at that level. because we cannot continue the way we've done up to now. We cannot continue as we've done. I think, Honorable President, that here are some of my contributions, and I would like to insist on the Declaration of Malabo with its 7 commitments and the Agenda 2063. Those are the frameworks which will allow us and will allow for agriculture to really be the engine of development in Africa. Yes, Honorable Felix would like that we put in these reports all the data on food security. And I think that Dr. Sharif, in his presentation, I think he gave you some data and, in fact, mentioned that there is a report that has been produced by the FAO and the WHO, which has, in fact, all the up-to-date data which might be of interest to us. We think that of what concerns us, that what would be interesting and important, as the Honorable President has said, is that we need to think about the recommendations and we need to ask ourselves questions. In each country, we have a report, we have an evaluation report. Every 2 years, this evaluation is done on the performance of the country. And we, as members of the African parliaments, when we go back to our countries, we should be very interested in what our Department of Agriculture and what our government is doing in terms of all these questions. So, Honorable President, these are some of the observations I would like to make. I would also like to thank very much all the colleagues who made recommendations, which are very good. For example, we should be take an interest in corruption. We should avoid conflicts, of course, because we highlighted that amongst the 4 Cs, we've got conflicts, we've got climate change, COVID. These are all factors which have contributed hugely to the problem which we are living today and the problems to do with food security.
Thank you, Dr. Phiri.
Thank you very much, President. I am greatly encouraged by the discussion on this subject by the honorable members, which shows their commitment to agriculture and food security in Africa. The intensity of the discussion shows that they also know the solutions. And I think that is wonderful to hear. Let me begin from where the agriculture share stopped on the commitments of governments. I think it's extremely important that we do invest in agriculture. This was realized as way back as 2003 in Maputo, before you went to Malabo in 2014 and 2015 in New York for the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The heads of state recognized the importance of this, and as the chair for agriculture mentioned, 7 or 8 countries have consistently had 10% or more. The rest have not reached and are not on the path towards 10%. This is consistent over commitments, not just to do with agriculture, but almost all other commitments. It is easy to sign agreements. It's much more difficult, it seems, to implement those commitments. And worse, the tendency is once the agreements have been signed, these are not domesticated into laws at country level, therefore unenforceable at country level. I believe it is extremely important for the Pan-African Parliament to take this seriously if they really want to make a difference with agriculture or anything, including health, all the other issues you have mentioned, corruption, if we are going to make a difference. Parliaments, as I know them, are supposed to be the ones who decide on the budget allocation. They are also the ones who enforce those spending in government, but they are also hold governments accountable. So I think I am in the right place here with the parliamentarians whose job it is to oversee all this and to make sure that these commitments that government said are domesticated at country level and then move on to actually implement them. I hope that this is possible. I will just touch on the issue that Honorable Okoth mentioned about reports, about information. I would like to suggest that this information is readily available. As the Honorable Chair has also said, there is biennial review reports of the African Union every 2 years, where the countries provide this information. In addition, at global level, I quoted the FAO, IFAD, WFP, and WHO, and UNICEF, the state of food and food security and nutrition in the world, which we do publish every year. But not only that, we have an Africa-level document that I would be very pleased to send a copy to the Honorable Clerk of Parliament for the information of all members if they so wish. We produce African Union, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and FAO also co-publish every year an overview report on food insecurity situation in Africa, which is also has not only thematic discussion on what are the causes and so on, but also provides detailed information for each country and for each sub-region of Africa. So I'll be very happy to send this document to the Honorable Clerk of Parliament in case members might be interested. I took note of what Honorable Dayo of Cote d'Ivoire mentioned of the importance of the role of women and youth, particularly making agriculture attractive. I think this is crucial if we are going to have agriculture as a business and to move African food security improvements ahead. Women and youth are particularly important. This is why the African Union, with the support of FAO, in fact, produced not just investment guidelines for youth and women recently, but also commissioned what they call Sustainable Agricultural Mechanization in Africa strategy. So a strategy exists. The idea is so that women and youth do not continue to use the hand hoe. I think you are probably aware that the African Union made a decision to consign the hand hoe to the museum so that, women and youth have more time on their hands to do more attractive things than using their hand labor to work. So this framework already exists also. Let me mention just one important issue that I think I have observed, and I think FAO has observed over the years. In 2007, 2008, the food price increases were such that all member countries tended to react to say, what do we do now? And the tendency was to look back in to see if they can grow their own food, become more self-sufficient, and so on. Our experience has been that sort of enthusiasm lasted for about 2 years. And then Africa forgot again. Now we have the Ukraine war, and we see politicians at every level also saying we need to emphasize food self-sufficiency. Now, unless we take this seriously, we may, after 2 years, our energies may also dissipate. Another crisis is going to come, and so on and so forth. What I'm trying to appeal to honorable members of parliament is to be consistent in the commitment to really work on agriculture and food security. Do not let it lapse, because now with climate change, there will be more and more issues that are going to come. So I hope that the discussion we have had here will impel you, honorable members, to work better, not only in this parliament, you are the overseer for Africa, but also at national governments, holding them accountable to what they themselves have committed. Nobody forced them to. Thank you, President.
I think it's fair that we give the two presenters now the loudest applause. We want to move from a culture of making presentations and debates, and we forget about that topic, and then we move to other topics. So let's remember that we've started a narrative. We've started a narrative on the issues of food, nutrition, and insecurity in this chamber. And at every opportunity, we should go back and say, what happened to that debate? What happened to that debate? We want to follow through every issue that we debate. So thank you very much. Now, in terms of our order paper, we are supposed to move to the presentation of the performance report. Sorry? Okay. We are supposed to move to the report on performance. But before we move, we need to adopt the report that has been presented by the chairperson of the Agriculture Committee. We need a proposer and a seconder that the report is adopted. Thank you, Professor. Can you stand up and just say, I move?
I move for the adoption of this excellent report and the recommendations therein contained. Thank you.
Thank you, Seconder. Honorable Sampa.
I move that this excellent report is seconded by me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The report on performance again suffers, the report itself is actually here and is ready in English. The Arabic version only is not yet out, and I'm still told that not yet ready. And in terms of policy, of course, it would be unfair to proceed with the report in English, French, Portuguese is also ready. I don't know with Swahili, but I understand it's only the Arabic copy not yet available. We are caught up in a jinx because those that would want to follow on the Arabic side would feel shortchanged that they don't have copies, although the copies are coming. I was told 1 hour, now I'm being told not yet ready. Unless the Arabic team says, don't worry, we'll use the French or just listen. If they say no, until we have our own copies, you have all the powers vested in you to advise us how we can proceed. Those that may be prejudiced if we proceed with this report without a hard copy of the Arabic version translated. So how do we proceed? I just want one or two comments from those that use the Arabic version to give us a verdict, and on that basis, we decide the way forward. Yes, I can see that is Mauritania, is it? It's actually Libya, sorry.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank you, Mr. President. Of course, we do regret, and it is not for the first time that this is taking place. Even some other documents have not been translated into Arabic. But we do not want to hinder the sessions of this Parliament. Yes, we do not have any problem if the translation is available. If translation is available, then the report will be given to us. No, interpreters are in their booths, Mr. Chairman, and okay, it will come through just now. One second, please. 1 second. Please proceed, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it's okay, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Good morning to you all. Mr. President, first of all, this is not the first time that this is happening. We've been here for years, and even during the committee's meetings, there is always a delay in submitting the documents in Arabic. So we would like the reports to be presented, and we will follow that through simultaneous translation, and then we will be given the report in its Arabic version. So you can proceed. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'll come over there, then I'll come here. Also, there's another one on that side. Let me start from there, and then I come here. Yes. That is Sahrawi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I would like to add my voice to my colleague from Libya that the problem of Arabic has been recurrent for years. Not only translation, but also the translation of documents. The very quality of the translation of the Arabic documents, the translation is very poor, and we have to refer to English and French in order for us to understand the Arabic text. So we demand that the translation into Arabic be improved, and particularly Arabic translation. We do not have any problem with simultaneous translation, but we will not, of course, hinder the proceedings of this August Assembly since there is simultaneous interpretation. There is no objection in proceeding with the work of the Parliament. Thank you.
To continue apologizing on behalf of the Secretariat. But I want before I proceed, I want the member of staff who went to check on the progress. I want Ms. Nasil to stand up, speak in Arabic. What is happening in translation now? You went there, what is happening? And you speak in Arabic. Thank you.
أولا أكرر
First of all, I would like to repeat my apologies, Mr. President, for this delay. We talked to the to Arabic translators, and we hope that the report will be ready in half an hour, and it will be distributed to the honorable members from the Arabic-speaking countries. And I would like to repeat my apologies once again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Quality of the translations of late.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will meet the Arabic translators, and I will make an observation on the poor quality of the translation. We will speak with the Department of Documents, and we do promise that translation will be improved in the future. Thank you.
Honorable Chair of the Women's Caucus, you want to take the floor?
شكرا السيد الرئيس.
I thank you, Mr. President. I would like to add my voice to those of the other members of Parliament and would like to agree with the proposal of Mr. President to follow up this issue and of course, we can follow the presentation through simultaneous translation. Thank you.
Honorable.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank you and thank the Secretariat for the apologies. I would like to draw your attention on the fact the Arab member states are a minority in this parliament. So we are here speaking French and English for some of us. But in observance of our culture, we would like the documents to be distributed on time. And I would like to thank you for the apologies, and I hope that this translation be improved in order to represent our peoples in the best manner possible. Thank you.
I want to thank all those that have contributed on this issue of Arabic translation. I want to thank you, as I apologize once more, for being kind to us all. You have been very kind, and then it then becomes our obligation also to reward you for the kindness, to ensure that in future we have all the documents in all languages on time, and also that they are of good quality in terms of translation. I think we owe you, and I promise that the acting clerk is here. I think we'll take this issue very, very, very seriously. We don't want to come back here always, every time apologizing. That then we'll lose taste. On this note, the performance report is presented by the President. I therefore move from this chair and call upon the Second Vice President, Dr. Gayo, to come and take this chair.
Good morning, honorable members. As you know, for the last 2.5 years, this House was not fortunate to have a report from Bureau because of COVID and the suspension of the Parliament. Now, thanks to the leadership of African Union who brought this bureau in place, and also thanks to leadership of His Excellency Honorable Chief Charumbura, the President of Pan-African Parliament. Today we made it possible. After election, His Excellency Chief Charumbura, he left his family behind, his business, his private life, everything behind. He worked 24/7 in this house, in this parliament. You will be surprised when you hear the report during this presentation. A lot has been done. You will be proud of him. What a leader he is. I think he deserved your big hand, Excellencies. Having said this, I would now invite the President of Pan-African Parliament to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to say, whoever sits in that chair, whether they are vice presidents, for that moment that they're in that chair, we address them as president, not as a vice president. Thank you very much. Honorable members and other invited guests, I stand here to present the performance report of Pan-African Parliament. That is how we've been doing since 29 June. And I would want to appeal to you that you pay attention, because this now is about yourselves and about how we can transform the PAP itself to become a relevant institution on this continent. And allow me to preface my remarks with a revealing quotation from Jody Kusek and Ray Siski in their seminal book called 10 Steps to Results-Based Monitoring and Evaluation. And they said, and I quote, "If you do not measure results, you cannot tell success from failure. If you cannot see success, you cannot reward it. If you cannot reward success, you are probably rewarding failure. If you cannot see success, you cannot learn from it. If you cannot recognize failure, you cannot correct it. If you can demonstrate results, you can win public confidence." We as PAP, we are striving to win a public confidence. Honorable members, the above quotation illustrates the deliberate change in trust of your new bureau from merely activity-based reporting to results-based reporting. This explains why we've changed even the title of this report since 2004 from an activity report to a performance review report. In this new dispensation, we are deliberately moving away from counting the number of bees that visit the flowers to focusing on the number of bees that actually produce nectar. We are moving away from the common mistake of conflicting activities with results. Again, I want to emphasize this point, that if you look at all the reports of PAP since 2004, they would say there was something was happening. A lot of workshops, meetings, but still the judgment from the public has been, PAP, we don't know about PAP. PAP is not visible. But in public, at one time we were spending 22 million, it has now gone down to 11. But even when we were 22 million, 19 million pay spending up to 11, people still say, what is PAP? What do they do? What have they ever done? But this money goes sometimes, of course, into workshops, submissions, and all that. But people don't actually see what we are doing. And this is the essence of this presentation, that I think we all have to reorient our thrust, which is to ensure that we have results that are verifiable. And I want to repeat this in order to provoke further thinking. I read this last time, I mentioned this, and I will repeat this one. In an article posted on the africareport.com website on 2nd August 2022, Francois Soudan says, when Africans are asked about the usefulness of the AU, the judgment is still harsh. Many see it as an ineffective organization which has not solved any of the problems of Africa for which it was created for, and whose objective to outlast them. We go back to the issue, and the Pan-African Parliament also, we have our own popular quotation from His Excellency Musa Faki in this room, standing here in June. That's where I'm standing here in June, when he said, and I quote, the Pan-African Parliament is performing below expectation. Below expectation, maybe because we have focused too much on activities and not results. And I want in all our debates to try and move towards results, not just that we went to Tripoli, Libya as a committee and we came back. We need to reorient ourselves and ask our questions which the citizenry of this continent look out, would they ask about Pan-African Parliament. And in this regard, let me re-emphasize the functions of Pan-African Parliament as espoused in Article 3, 11, and 18 of the protocol, the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament. But in brief, because of those functions, in all that we do, we need to ask ourselves, based on these rules and the protocol, the relevant questions are, how have we been facilitating as PAP, as one of our functions to facilitate, have we been facilitating the implementation of policies, objectives, and programs of the African Union? And have we been overseeing, have we done the overseeing of their effective implementation by the various organs of the Union? It's a function that we are responding to. As PAP, can we say we've promoted human rights and people's rights and consolidated or assisted to consolidate democratic institutions and democratic culture? Can PAP stand up and say, yes, we've assisted the continent to promote a democratic culture, good governance, transparency, and rule of law by all organs of the Union, including regional economic communities in our member states? Can we stand up proud and say we've pushed for that? Can we also say we have created a platform for African peoples and ensured and promoted and assisted in the awareness of the people of Africa on the objectives, policies, and programs of the African Union? Can we say we've done that, or we are doing that as PAP? Can we say we've also assisted in the strengthening of continental solidarity, cooperation, and development? Can we say we've assisted in promoting peace, security, stability on the continent? And I'm simply going through what are the functions that are espoused in the protocol establishing Pan-African Parliament? Can we say we have assisted in the pursuit of a common economic recovery, a common economic recovery strategy for Africa? Have we done that? Have we contributed to the harmonization and coordination of legislative texts of member states? Have we done that? I know through model laws we can say that. And also the issue of, again, promoting and coordination of policies, measures, and programs and activities of regional economic communities. Have we been drafting, examining, and adopting our own budget as PAP? And have we been employing our own staff and managing staff in conformity with the protocol? Have we examined and debated the budget of the African Union and made recommendations thereon prior to approval by the Assembly of State? These are the functions that were given in the protocol. And the question is, are we doing that? This performance review report, therefore, is intended to present to this plenary the activities undertaken by the PAP since the elective session in June 2022. And the results are anchored on the 4 thematic objectives of the Pan-African Parliament in the strategic budget plan of the 2019 to 2023. We do have a Pan-African Parliament strategic plan for year 2019 to 2023, which include in our plan, strategic plan of PAP, which, as you know, is not cast in stone. If you want to review it, but we recently reviewed it, and it says, A, strengthening parliamentary functions of the Pan-African Parliament, strengthening partnership, coordination, and outreach, promoting the Pan-African Parliament support for human rights and social inclusion goals of the African Union, and strengthening the learning and sharing, knowledge management and communication and advocacy. We are now a product of an election. As we pursue these objectives and functions, we should go back to say, right, all of us here, whether we are old or new members, we are now a product of the relaunch of our parliament following the elections of 29 June of 2022, and that we then have a bureau, and that bureau, in line with Rule 22.6 of the Rules of Procedure of PAP, met with Regional Caucus Chair leadership and agreed that there shall be a fair distribution of positions across the regional caucuses. That's a major output, it's a major achievement. We now have a balanced representation of all the regions in the committees in terms of chairmanship, in terms of vice chair, and rapporteurs. The sitting of the payment committees of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament were held from the 22nd of August to the 2nd of September 2022 at the seat of the Continental Parliament in Midrand. And at that sitting, the August sitting, we said we remain committed to the theme of the African Union for 2022, which is building resilience in nutrition in the African continent, which is very familiar with you now. The sitting of the first statutory assignment of the 6th Parliament saw the participation of all committees in the workshops were held. The security situation was analyzed, model laws on food security were proposed. We also focused on COVID-19 and see where we are and recovery strategies for Africa in terms of social and economic recovery following COVID-19. We also, in August, was briefed on the status of implementation of the AfCFTA, our flagship for the trade on the continent. The model law on gender parity, and we also followed up on the implementation of the African Union 10-year action plan to eradicate child labor and human trafficking. The sittings reaffirmed the improvement in the relationships between the PAP and the AU organs, given the impressive attendance of AU commissioners and AU representatives who delivered presentations during the meetings. The various workshops also underlined our commitment to capacitating PAP MPs to enable them to effectively play their role on the continent. From the 22nd to 24th of August, the PAP held a strategic reorientation workshop for members of the PAP under the theme Reviving, Renewing, Repositioning, and Reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament. The workshop refocused PAP on its mandate and the expected deliverables that the African citizens will appreciate this institution. The workshop also identified the need to restructure committees to make them more focused and effective as a part of the thrust to be a results-oriented organization. And we identified performance gaps in respect to actual tangible deliverables. In essence, as indicated in my introduction, the strategic reorientation workshop assisted in transitioning the PAP from an activity-based to a results-based institution. Going forward, the Bureau instituted a structured performance-oriented thrust throughout the institution. The administration has already been requested to revise its performance appraisal system and come up with a credible system that realigns performance to PAP's strategic goals. We have even said as a Bureau, because of the new strategic orientation thrust, and I want to emphasize this to members of Parliament, that even in the way we do business as committees and the Bureau and everybody, the issue of workshops, the issue of trips to go anywhere, we are designing a new system, the value for money based approach. That CAPA, I know CAPA will be part of that new enterprise, where we are saying, if you are going on a trip, which is popular, trips are very popular, we have to ask ourselves, before anyone leaves, for what purpose? Could that money be spent better in another way? If you are going, be clear why you are traveling or why you are holding this workshop. Be very, very clear. And then at the end of that workshop, we need a clear report on what was achieved in moving towards the objective or purpose. That is the performance orientation, that we don't do things for their own sake, that we don't measure activities as performance. Because what we need to do is, we need to know what has been done, what has been achieved. So you will find that when you are going on any trips, you will find that the system will be like, yes, let's agree what we are going to achieve. When you come back, you report. When you are going to travel to Ghana to play sports, whatever, so game is football, before you leave, you are very clear that we are going to play to win. The results you want to win. And then when you come back, you report, we won. Not when you come back, we ask, what happened? No, we went to Ghana. Play, no, I'm not very sure. We're not even clear whether we won or not. It has to be clear that we went there to win and we won. We went to Cairo for this workshop to achieve this objective, but that objective is not for PAP, it's for the people of Africa. You want to come as Africa to say to the people of Africa, look, we went to Ethiopia and we came up with this. We are moving Africa forward, and that is very, very important. Now, the issue of visibility, again, comes back on the fact that sometimes we say we do not have teeth yet. We are not yet legislative. Mabunge ya Tanzania, munaongea, what are you ongering? Mabunge ya Tanzania. I'm saying you two MPs from Tanzania, I see you are chatting and you can hear your voices up here. Why are we doing that? Because in your parliament in Dodoma, you can't do that. Why do it in Midrand? The fact that we are not yet a legislative organ should not stop us from taking the initiative to assist the continent in improving legislation. At the time we are delivering this speech, we don't have legislative powers. But where there is a will, there is a way. Where there is a will, there is a way. Even as we wait for the legislative powers, we are there. And they should reward us because we are doing something. We don't want to be crybabies because no legislative power, no legislative power, no. So you gave us that window to operate as PAP. We will show that if you gave us the set of powers, this continent will actually thrive. Yes. So we should continue to contribute to the harmonization and coordination of legislative texts of member states through the model laws, through the model lawmaking. Let's use that effectively, and we can make an impact. They will see that we are very progressive. And we've done that. We've had, now in this small way, we can contribute to harmonization of laws with member states, even though our model laws remain persuasive and not obligatory. I thus applaud our committees who have spearheaded the formulation of the model law on statelessness, model law on cooperatives, model law on factoring, the model law on gender parity, model law on policing, model law on soil management in Africa. We are moving on. We are moving on, and we need to do more. I want to throw this again to members. That are you aware that our famously sought Malabo Protocol, the famously sought Malabo Protocol, which we are trying to have ratified, does not have any other powers other than making model laws? Are we aware of that? That protocol only gives us powers to make model laws just like it is now. Go and read it. It says we'll do model laws only. It is a debate for another day if you like. But I want you to be aware of that the Malabo Protocol does not grant us powers to make laws for Africa. No, it doesn't. It says you make model laws, again, which is what we are doing today. So as well, put more effort in making model laws today. And because the future does not look that bright on this aspect. Now, we, as a strategic objective of strengthening partnership, coordination, outreach, and institutional capacity of the Parliament, we participated, the Bureau, accompanied by our acting clerk and others, we participated in the 41st ordinary session of the Executive Council and the 4th mid-year coordination meeting of the African Union and the regional economic communities in Lusaka, Zambia. From the 8th to the 21st, although we were not there for this long period, I think we were there only for 5 days, but the whole summit was from 8 to the 21st of July. And we did participate. Mauritius, I appeal to you to respect the chamber and the chair. Fortunately, now I know almost 90% of you. So I'll then have to point out which country by name, because I know most of you. This meeting, which took place in Lusaka, was an opener for us, an entry point into the AU. It was the first meeting that we met the foreign ministers, ambassadors, and the heads of state. Of course, not all, because it's a media meeting. And at that meeting, we, as PAP, were given the floor to talk to the foreign ministers. The Bureau was fully introduced. We announced that we are now back on feet as Pan-African Parliament, and we are moving seriously. All we need is the support. Please, we appeal to them that this attitude of PAP is like this, PAP does not, PAP is a bad organ, please give us a chance. And the response was very good, very encouraging. All of them said, right, PAP is back. We want to support PAP. And the foreign ministers even implored upon the finance by teams and the PRC, please support them. So we came out there very happy that I think we are now moving forward. We now talking about whether we have this law or that law. In fact, when we introduced and I gave a speech, and then they were very happy, then came the time when they were now talking of the budget of the AU. And this PAP, you lift my take and say, PAP want to intervene. Someone says, but does PAP do they have the right to speak here? Because this is a meeting for foreign ministers. But we maneuvered it through and they allowed us. And we spoke. So this issue of we are not allowed, we are not this, we are not this, sometimes with initiative, you can end up being on the stage when the stage is not even yours. And we did that. And we told them about our problems. And they said, go. First of all, one good outcome of that is the Executive Council of Foreign Ministers resolved that the pending retreat between Pan-African Parliament and the ambassadors called the PRC should take place. So it's now a resolution of the Executive Council that the retreat with PAP should take place. That retreat is basically the break and the make opportunity for this parliament. Because we then engage these ambassadors who make decisions on our budget, who make decisions on our allowances, on the welfare, on the insurance, medical, everything. We want to engage them. It will constitute a group, a team, probably, I don't know whether 15, 20 of you. Some of our MPs will have to be part of that group. Certainly, regional chair caucuses and others from committees will be part of that team. We need to go and face the ambassadors. They are the ones who make the decisions. There is a committee on budget at PRC currently chaired by Ghana, the ambassador from Ghana. They are the ones who allocate money currently. So we won't leave Ghana MPs to that meeting because they are the ones chairing to assist us to ensure that their ambassador who chairs that committee, at least when she sees their MPs, she can also do something. But we've given this picture of our situation. We have a lot of responsibilities. I read them to you, our functions, facilitating, implementing, so many, the whole continent. But the 2 years that we were not functioning denied us a lot. They then took out from our budget. No money for missions, no money for fact-finding, no money for committees to actually sit, no money for committees to travel to see other places. Like I remember at one time the Earth Committee went to Cote d'Ivoire on issues of child labor, for example. Where Continental Parliament, our committees should also sit and visit places outside the continent. So that money is simply not there. The executive council said will be given the money. But just to, again, this you should sing wherever you are, because we need to talk to our own ambassadors from whether Mauritius, Zimbabwe, Ethiopia, DRC, everywhere. We need to talk to our foreign ministers and our ambassadors in Ethiopia that please, when you make decisions, we at PAP are suffering as follows. You reduced our budget for PAP when we wanted more in the last 5 years from 22 million to 11 million. Half, 50% gone. And then when you look at it, that there's what they call uncontrollable costs, which every year have to come in the same manner. And that is the remuneration or salaries and among other benefits for staff. The budget for staff is 8-point-something million. And then we have moved from 22 to 11. We are going towards 8. When we get to 8, it means we have to fold our hands ourselves and stay in our countries. Because it's all for employees only. We have no money, just pay employees. And the 2-point-something million that remains from the 11 million when we allocate to staff, that for a session like this one, we need 1.3 million for a session like this one, because the interpretation which we are told is again not doing well, and translation consumes 500,000. 500,000 goes to translation in interpretation whenever we meet in session. So we need about 1.3 million for each sitting. And that amount from the, yet we are given 2-point-something, which means once we do one sitting, we don't have enough money for the March committees, for the May, for August. We can only do one session. These things need to be known by yourselves, because you need to talk also to your authorities, your member states, that we need to repair this situation is not good. And this then get me into issues of allowances. I think we should be bold enough. When PAP started 2004, things were very good. If you went on a mission of PAP, you traveled business, and you were given 400 US a day, regardless of where you are going. There was nothing like per diem for this country is like this. You are given your 400 per day. And if you choose a hotel that costs $70 US, it means you remain with 300 something every day. This was taken out. That benefit was taken out 2009-ish, around there. The AU felt that there was abuse of allowances. At that time, they said by the Bureau, and not the Bureau, as I said, by one person in the Bureau. And then they said everything out. We fought back, the allowances came back, but at a lower level. But they were sitting also, I should have mentioned, sitting was 100 per day. And then you had other benefits, or medical aid. In effect, then you had a card, a medical insurance card, that even if you went back to your country, Swatini, you'd still go to a medical doctor in your country using a PAP medical ID. And it was very popular because this is an international, and it paid the doctors in foreign currency. So in your country, the doctors would go for it very much. So those were the benefits. All these things now are taken out. of the members. The allowances came back, and again, 2019, again we are taken out. 2019, and I should say this openly, 2019, the ambassadors decided that they will only give those that are in the bureau and bureaucracies, and only when you meet in session, you then get an allowance. Other members don't get. And that has nothing to do with you or the bureau. This is just them sitting in Addis, not consulting anybody. In fact, it was for all the organs. They said all the organs. But I want to deepen this and say, you can't say all the organs, because all the organs get salaries every month. All the people that are in all the other organs, they are paid monthly, good salaries. Those that are already paid probably are in the range of 6,000 to 7,000 US a month. Otherwise, the big guys there will get almost 15,000 to 16,000 a month US. But we are put into the all, yet we are not paid anything. If I tell you today that the bureau is not paid, you will not believe it. That the bureau, if we go on any mission, what you get is what we get. The only difference currently is that the bureau can travel business class. But in terms of per diem, what you get is what the bureau member gets. We get the same exactly. There's nothing better in terms of even allowance per day. That is, the bureau to get something higher. As things are, they are very bad. But I'm provoking you to say, talk to you, for the person who is in Addis, from your country, talk to your foreign minister. For those that have access to the head of state, number one, talk to your prime minister, your president, and say, how can we operate like this? But there's this retreat. Once the retreat comes, it's a major opportunity also to engage. But even when we go to the retreat, the strategy should be, who are the ambassadors who attend that retreat? Then we call you and say, Togo, your ambassador will be in the retreat. Please, can you talk to him before the meeting starts? That he's not being difficult for us. That's a strategy that can work. You all talk to your ambassadors. That can work. I thought I should deepen on this one so that we understand. After Lusaka, in Lusaka, first, we met the deputy chairperson of the commission, Madam Dr. Manik from Rwanda, the deputy chair to His Excellency Musa Faki. And we put all these issues to her. How can we operate like this? Then she said, you know the problem? The budget for this year closed, but you can ask for some supplementary and some reallocations. That the allocations they gave us about 370 something. We need 5 million to the end of the year. They gave us 300 something, and then they said some money can come from supplementary budget, which was going to be decided upon in September. So we submitted 5 million as a request, and they say, oh, 5 million is too much. The rules say you cannot request for supplementary if more than 15% of the original budget which we allocated you. So if we allocated you 11 million, 15% of that is 1.7 million, not 5 million. So come down to 1.7 million. Okay, we complied and gave them. Then they said, no, we are going to give you 1.4. They said, no, but don't be enough even for our session. Later on, when they decided, they said 1.4 became 600,000. So we need to go and interact a lot with these AU gurus. And we are here, and let's keep thinking of that one. Then in Lusaka, we also met or organized a meeting with the person in charge of reforms. The AU is undergoing reforms or restructuring. Professor Mkogo. We had a very good meeting about they need to restructure PAP also to have, first of all, researchers. That we don't have researchers, we need the researchers. We need to strengthen our accounts. Our audit should be strengthened. All those things were accepted. Even the committees we discussed, that's the engine of the parliament. Our committees, that's where money should go. Because once committees do their job, we become a parliament that is effective. So that was agreed, and they promised to come down to PAP to understand all these issues. And then we met the commissioner, Ambassador Bankole, Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security. Thank you. We met Commissioner Bankole on mainly the issue of election observation. He's in charge of election observation. As you are aware, we have not been a SPAP observing elections. The meeting was fantastic. He was very good to us. He said, look, let's have PAP on our missions. But we are still locked to what we call joint observation mission. PAP used to observe as PAP and gave his own report on elections as PAP. But they don't fund us if we go alone. Because they think, MPs may just say what they want. So they want to control what we say by joining with the AU, who will have a former president and former civil servant and ambassador, so that our reports don't quite come out in the way that an MP would want to put it. But anyway, we say, fine. Can we operate like that? Then they say there's no budget for now, so that you come on board. But to show that we are committed to working, that PAP comes back to election observation, we'll take 5 MPs on any mission, which means 1 per caucus. So because of that meeting in July, we sent 5 members to Kenya for the Kenya elections. We sent 5 for the 60th, the member of staff, the staff member to support. In Angola, we had, again, each region was represented, each of the 5 regions. Again, in Lesotho, and we have Tunisia coming, Tunisia and Equatorial Guinea. They are coming before the end of the year. And we are deploying to those. We are, of course, pursuing the issue that we need to have more numbers. 5 is too low. But we are back into election observation. And we will continue and move even higher. So that is about election observation missions. Then those are the meetings. And after Lusaka, I think we made an impact. We made an impact, and I think we'll continue in that way. In an effort to promote cooperation with the African Union sister organization, the President of the Pan-African Parliament attended a function organized by AUDA NEPAD here in South Africa, in Pretoria. We have to work with the AUDA NEPAD because they are the development wing of the union. So they've also appointed a new CEO there, Dr. Nados Bekele Thomas, and we are working together with the APRM, also is one, and yeah. Then the hosting of the 11th Conference of Speakers in National Parliaments. You are aware that we hosted our speakers from this continent the 1st and 2nd September this year, and that conference, from the comments by the speakers, was a great success, and they look forward to more of such meetings. Then we also hosted the 4th meeting of Secretary Generals of the of Parliaments, and that was a success. Then Morocco, Algeria, and Sahrawi invited PAP to visit. They invited the Bureau to say, we want to congratulate, come here. But our response was that we don't have money. We don't have money for such trips, whereby the Bureau is invited to a country and we don't have money. The budget, our budget does not have such monies to support. Then Algeria, Morocco said, we'll buy the tickets, we'll fund you, and we'll pay for the hotels. So we went to Morocco. We went to Morocco, and the purpose of that, first of all, was to ensure they promised that they want to support Pan-African Parliament. And I think they are serious. 2 days ago, the Speaker of the Parliament of Morocco was in Addis, inquiring how they can support Pan-African Parliament. Because they will only support us through the AU, who give us money. But they seem to be serious. And the visit also enlightened us in the strengths as a country of Morocco, especially their main port, Tanja port, which we visited, is a very modern port. And we understood that the Committee on Trade did visit that port. But unfortunately, the committee then also went silent, mainly because of this election business where the chairperson leaves and another one. We need to pursue that, the achievements of Morocco with regard to that port. The Tanja port is a very good example on the continent. And we will make sure that the Committee on Trade pursues the interest, because some of the highlights about that port, it is a global logistic gateway located at the Strait of Gibraltar. It is connected to more than 180 ports worldwide with a handling capacity of 9 million containers annually and exports of more than 1 million new vehicles. And it's a transit of 7 million passengers and 700,000 trucks on an annual basis. This is worth pursuing. Then the other things I can report about are diplomatic communities, bilateral relations. We have had, I can't even lead the list, a lot of our countries and ambassadors have come to Pan-African Parliament whenever we're around to express confidence and support this parliament. We have received several ambassadors from this continent and outside the continent. And the United Arab Emirates would want to resuscitate their promise to support this parliament. They have since said there is at least $500,000 US to improve the chamber in terms of ICT. And I think that is likely to happen. They are committed to that. We've heard all sorts of friends coming from the East, and I think we may get some benefits out of that. And then our own diplomats in Pretoria, 43, invited the Bureau to Pretoria for a meeting to start collaboration. And a committee has been put in place, chaired by Egypt, of 7 countries, that will work closely with the Bureau. We invited the ambassadors last Thursday here at PAP, where all the ambassadors, of African ambassadors, and had a meeting to update them and also appeal to them to pursue some of these issues with foreign ministers and ambassadors in Addis. And we are doing very well on that one. And we think we achieve some better results. Then the Pan-African Parliament celebrated the African Women's Day on the 31st of July. And our Vice President, Honorable Lucia Passos, represented the Bureau at that function very well. And then the PAP Women's Caucus information in advisory mission. The PAP Women's Caucus traveled to Addis Ababa and engaged with others on 6th of October. And the chair, I believe, when they present their report, they will mention these things. And then the usual challenges of PAP, we need to, one of it, of course, is the attendance, even in the chamber. We are supposed to start at 9. Sometimes we want to come at 9, prompt as a bureau in the chamber. Then we hear there are only 15 MPs, which means there is no quorum. So when you see us coming in at 10 past, quarter past, we usually have someone here who will be telling us that the numbers are now okay, please come. So never think that the bureau is coming late. No, it's you who come late. Can you improve? Can you improve on this arrival by 9, just before 9, so that we start promptly at 9 o'clock? We'll be seated there getting the information about quorum. We want to impress upon you to do that. And then the attendance issue, just want to say, please, when we come here, let's attend. We are happy the numbers are very good today, and yesterday the numbers were very good. Please, can they remain like this forever and ever? Amen. So let's not sit somewhere else. If the debates are boring here, let me put it like that, who can we invite to make them more exciting? Because you are the members. This chamber can only be exciting because of you people. You are the members. You can't invite other people to come and debate on our behalf, or to invite motivational speakers to come and speak so that we remain in the chamber. You have to become your own motivational speakers so that the whole thing becomes very interesting. As you fight the issue of allowances, again, I want to just to equip you. Article 10 of the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament states that the Pan-African parliamentarian shall be paid an allowance to meet expenses in the charge of their duties. It's in the protocol that we should be paid. Not the PAP rules, but the protocol by the union itself. So they can't refuse to give us allowances. We are working very hard on the image, and I think it is improving. We are getting comments like that, the image of this parliament, that it will improve. And we need to work very hard. One of the issues that led us to bad image is the way we fight or show conflict in this chamber. I think we should all resolve that. We should identify characters that just want to cause problems in this chamber, that want to create conflict in the chamber. I think we are our own liberators, as they say. We should liberate ourselves from that bad image. And we should not allow debates that are so acrimonious to the extent that we come out not greeting one another. That we should avoid. We are in the process of approving our rules. Those rules are trying to strengthen also the way we conduct ourselves. And I believe that even with regard to the rules, let's please be very accommodative with one another. Let's not have extreme positions, because such positions take us back to acrimony, and it doesn't help this parliament. It doesn't help the image of this parliament. I've done my part. I think I've delivered enough. Let's see a PAP that is harmonious, that is contributing to this continent. And we want people of this continent to say the PAP is the solution. those MPs, they are the ones who gave us solutions to food security on this continent. Those MPs came up with proposals for trade on this continent. Those MPs came up with solutions to end or to silence the guns forever. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, please. May we give him another round of applause, please? Honorable members, I shall now allow debate on the presentations. And now I have also a list of speakers. The first speaker in my list, Honorable Domai Gatpan Kulang from South Sudan. You have the floor.
I thank you, Acting President, for the chance. Again, I'm Domai Gatpan. I come from South Sudan, the National Assembly of South Sudan. I'm proud to be one of your members. I congratulate my president, my able president, Chief Fashun Sharamvira, for him to conduct this very, very, very historic session for the whole continent. Food security. You just take an example of Uganda, my next door sisterly country that I love. Uganda never went hungry for the last 30 years. Why? Because each and every family in Uganda, they are farming, they cultivate, they produce their own food.
Honorable, we are debating on the presidential report. So, point of order, may you concentrate on the report? I thank you.
So let me stop there.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, next speaker in my list, Honorable Yeremia Chihana of Malawi. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the comprehensive report which has been provided in this August House. Allow me to comment on two major issues. When you met the chairman of the reforms, you have highlighted that there were a number of issues that he raised. That is very, very good. Could I be taken aback that the reforms that they want them to be undertaken are reflecting on the constitutionality of PAP? And if that is on the Constitution, what is the Constitution of PAP that is governing PAP? In that same vein, what is the relationship in terms of the Constitution of PAP with all AU organs? Where does PAP stand in terms of all AU organs, if those reforms are going to take place at all? The second issue I want to raise is, at the very last end of your presentation, you have said debates must be in harmony. And you have made the point that we are now reforming and changing the rules. Changing the rules. Are we changing the rules to reflect on the Constitution? Are we changing the rules to reflect on the debate? Are we changing the rules because the person you made for reforms mandated us to change the rules? In short, what are the sources of those amendments? Why should we change the rules? Why should we come here and change those rules? Who has mandated us? Who have complained that we should change the rules? And in the same vein, you have also raised the issue that PAP is not a legislative organ. If PAP is not a legislative organ, at the formation of PAP, why was this legislative aspect of PAP not inclusive enough so that we should be a legislative organ? And if that is very significant and it was registered in the Malabo Protocol, why is it that you have not taken it on board so that you should discuss with the Council of Ministers so that the legislative aspect should be reflected properly than being taken ad hoc by individuals? Because it must be properly reflected in the whole setup of AU. It must not just be done ad hoc and without proper planning. And you have also quoted a very good quote that we want to be a result-based organization. Yes, very, very fine. You cannot be a result-based organization without proper planning. If you don't plan, you plan to fail. So first, to be a result-based organization, you must be an institution that is determined to plan and focus on planning. And why do I say that? You have alluded to so many factors from inception up to now which have been removed. And the budget has been falling. And you were in the Bureau, you might give us a proper understanding why the budget has been falling, the cuts have been removed, medical insurance has been removed, and the budget is now not meeting the targets of PAP. Why is it? And if that is the case, is it the same with all other organs of PAP where the budgets are also falling? If they are not falling in other organs of PAP, why is it only this institution? My mandate and my inquisitive understanding of this is there has been a lot of theft and fraud at this institution. And if there was a lot of theft and fraud at this institution, money was just going abyss without proper monitoring and management. What are you putting in place and measures to contain that fraud and theft so that money is contained, administrators are not stealing money? And what we are funded is actually mandated to do the actual job. On the last but final on my mandate is, this institution has been having a high turnover of the clerk. Always the clerk of parliament here is always in an acting capacity. There has been always 4 clerks have just been suspended and they go, and just because they have fought with the Bureau. What are you doing so that the strategic plan and the management which is put in the mandate of the clerk is effectively being delivered at PAP? Because if we don't clear the root cause of that shortfall and that falling in the budget, which is partly because programs are not executed because of the absence of the clerk, what measures are you going to do to implement your strategic plan in the absence of a clerk, in the absence of a confirmed clerk, in the absence of a monitoring in the financial department, in the absence of a finance and monitoring administrator? Money will still be lost, and trust, much as the image could improve, the trust in management of the resources will never improve. And very finally, you might have done a strategic plan, but this organization, for years, you have never been submitting the proper audited accounts. And you run the Bureau as if it is a family estate. And if the estate is being run like that, what is the essence of really having a Bureau, an organization of this importance, with no audit, no proper reports, no reconciliation? What kind of a system? Can you put proper systems in place that can provide checks and balances, and the organization can be functioning as an entity? And very finally, I have held your report, but I have not held the report about the EU counterpart funding and JICA, Japanese counterpart funding. Why have you not touched on these other funding proposals who do counterpart funding? Is there a mess? Have the programs not been renewed? These challenges are the ones which are manifesting itself into limited budget for the PAP. I submit, Chair, and I submit the President. Thank you.
You, Honorable. But I was a bit surprised when Your Excellency came to Ethiopia, championed for rotation, for change of rules, and today you are saying why you are going for rules, for change of rules. I was a bit surprised. But regarding audit will come at the end of the year, during December. Unfortunately, this meeting is at the mid of, finally, at 2 months ahead of fiscal year. So it will come, no worries, Your Excellency. Next speaker on my list, Honorable Zingas from Central Africa.
Merci beaucoup.
I thank you, Honorable Presiding Chair. Very Honorable President of PAP, distinguished Vice President, dear colleagues, members of Parliament. I'm very delighted that in line with our rules of procedure, the Bureau, led by the Honorable His Excellency the President of the Pan-African Parliament, presents to us the report, the activity report, which they have preferred to title Performance Report, consideration of the performance report. I read this report, dear colleagues, just like you, but there is also another important activity, and I will start with it, which was not mentioned in the report, which this activity is the workshop which the Bureau organized on the review of the rules of procedure of our institution. There had been a workshop, and when we came for the committee sittings, we had a letter from the Pan-African Parliament requesting our national parliaments to set the return date of some of our parliamentarians who have been selected to participate in this workshop, including myself, from the Central African Republic. Unfortunately, when we arrived here, we were told that there was no financial possibility for this workshop to take place, and we were very surprised. Yes? Can you hear the translation? Our tickets, which were in which language, Mr. Chairman? In which language, Mr. Chairman? English is coming through, yes? Yes. French? Oh, yeah, but no French. No, the speaker is using French. Yes. So it's English, Arabic, Portuguese, Swahili, and Spanish. Can I proceed, Mr. Chairman? Our tickets for being changed, for getting changed, PAP didn't take care of our tickets, and we did by our own. But surprisingly, the workshop took place, and there were only 4 members of the Committee on Rules who participated out of 30 participants, 21. About 20 represented the General Secretariat, while this activity had to do with the review of the rules of procedure of the Parliament, and parliamentarians were due to have the priority in participating, and this was not reflected in the report which was presented to us by the President. Second, Honorable President, you have spoken about the mission which the parliamentarians carry out. After these missions, Mr. Chairman, which report of the missions is done and deposited on the site of parliamentarians in order to allow all the parliamentarians to know what happened. And also, members of the various permanent committees who participate in missions, when at their return, must draft reports and submit it to the Bureau and place it also on the site of the Pan-African Parliament for information. When we read, then we know that these parliamentarians have gone on missions. I do deplore, Mr. President, that the mission, whenever you go on mission, you go together with, you take all the vice presidents, and you have 4 vice presidents. It would be enough to take only 1 vice president or 2 vice presidents. With you, 1 or 2, you would take, and when 4 of your vice presidents accompany you, it's just like becoming something like a team of friends. I take the example of your first mission in Zambia, and I spoke to you on this mission, so please accept that I'm using the word friends, and also to Morocco. And the vice presidents were present. And this is not good. We have come here with the models of our national parliaments. When the Speaker of the National Assembly, he does not take all the vice presidents. So in the future, could we please avoid that? And very honorable
I got fun again from South Sudan. We are colleagues. This parliament is a continental parliament. We are colleagues. This the wording friendly mission must be withdrawn. Otherwise, you cannot proceed.
Honorable Zengazu, will you withdraw? The word friendly is a bit insulting.
Merci.
Thank you. I take good note of the remark made by my colleague from South Sudan. Very honorable President, you have spoken about the retreat which will take place with the PRC. And I would suggest, Mr. President, that apart from our ambassadors who are in Addis Ababa, you could do everything and use your weight in order to add some African ambassadors who are based here in Pretoria, because they know the difficulties that are faced
Continue.
Puisque ces ambassadeurs
Because these ambassadors live here at the seat.
He already withdrawn. Honorable from Sudan, everything is in order. Let's proceed.
Mute his mic.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was saying, Mr. Chairman, as on the retreat, the very honorable president of PAP said that there will be a retreat, a meeting between the Bureau and the PRC. And I would suggest that this meeting does not take place only with our ambassadors who are accredited in Addis Ababa, but that it should be broadened to include some African ambassadors who reside here in South Africa, that is the host country of the seat of the PAP. So these ambassadors are familiar with the difficulties that are faced by the Pan-African Parliament. These ambassadors are familiar with the difficulties faced by their MPs, because these are our ambassadors. We meet them, and they can speak about the reality of the functioning of PAP by supporting you and supporting the Bureau. So this is a proposal also, Mr. Chairman, which I'm making. To end it, Honorable President, a focus must be placed on the ratification of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relative to Pan-African Parliament. It seems, very honorable President, that when you were elected as president, you have appointed the personality to take care of the ratification. If such is the case, I would wish that this should be a priority for the Bureau and for you, just like the review of the rules of procedure, because once the rules of procedure have been reviewed and adopted, it is necessary for these rules of procedure to be in conformity with the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union. These are the concerns which I wanted to share with you and the Bureau and other colleagues through the report which you have just presented. Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker will be Honorable Dr. Matole from South Africa. Professor. Yeah, only 3 minutes you have.
Honorable President, thank you for highlighting the importance of building the capacity of this House. Also, the need to dress this Parliament with legislative powers, and the need to provide the honorable members of this House with the tools of trade. Honorable President, I also think that it is important that you have made great efforts and strides to promote the positive image of this Parliament, to make it a pride of the African people. I think we should applaud you for that. Honorable President, I also think that we should guard against coming across to the people of Africa as people who are seeking to create a better life for themselves here in Midrand at the expense of their best interests. I therefore propose that under your able and capable leadership, this Parliament should prioritize the empowerment of the ordinary people of Africa through their arts, culture, and heritage. Under European colonialism, African people were deprived of their arts, cultures, and heritage languages in order to depersonalize them and make them Europeans in black skins. Social scientists have found that the youth and children develop faster and better through their culture, heritage, and languages. I humbly submit, Honorable President, that the ratification and domestication of the Charter on African Cultural Renaissance is a prerequisite for the acceleration of human capital, social and economic development. As I conclude, Honorable President, allow me to say that African people have lost the land and mineral resources, but the arts and culture and heritage remain the greatest wealth in their hands, which can help us to build the Africa that we desire. To avoid all these conflicts, cohesive and prosperous African nations. I thank you, Honorable President.
Now I have in the list Honorable Tatenda Anastasia Mavetra from Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acting President, for giving me this opportunity to also add my voice. I will try to be very brief. The first issue, thank you very much, Mr. President, Honorable Charumbira, for also bringing about that very, very important conversation here. Let me first start off by giving my submissions toward the issue of the Malawi Protocol. I think this has been an issue which has been quite long overdue, and I think it's quite important for us to be able to find ways within us as PAP for us to be able to conclude on this. But I also think that it's also important that the same way that we have done the rules, that I think I need to applaud this Parliament for seeing it quite worth it that we go on and we discuss and we also contribute towards the rules, is the same way that we also need to also be able to look at issues concerning the Malawi Protocol. It's quite important that we go on the same way and we discuss these issues so that we all better understand what is lacking and also what we think can be done, so that at least it can be an all-inclusive protocol that we can actually be able to also adopt as Pan-African Parliament and also other member states who have not been able to adhere to it. The second issue was on the visit of Morocco. Let me applaud you, Mr. President, for going on to this visit. I think for us as Pan-African Parliament, it's also important for us to also look at cohesion and also find out better ways whereby as Pan-African Parliament, we can then become a friend to all and an enemy to none. This visit was very, very important. I remember when we were in this Parliament, we realized that there was also some commotion within Morocco and other member states, which I cannot be able to mention here, but it happened here in this Parliament. So the moment that we have this visit, what it does is that it brings us closely together. It helps us so that we can become one Africa, one voice, as much as we can preach. For us, looking from a side, it was not a very good picture. We realized that there was actually some challenges that were happening. Maybe to mention, I can say it was between Morocco and Sahrawi. So the moment that you went there, I think it also helped and assisted in making sure that we walk and with one voice, we travel with one voice, and we speak with one voice. The final issue was that I also thought is also important was on the issue of the decorum, and lastly the issue of the allowances. On the decorum of this Parliament, I think where the complacency really got in was that time when there was a gap, when we didn't have the parliament sitting. I think that is when then the members of staff could have then maybe, to some instance, maybe thought that maybe they were indeed controlling every event which was happening. I heard that there's a report in Kappa where in the last dispensation, there was one clerk who then took some money and put it into her account or into his account, and then when this person took this money to his account, they then, it is said it was money for translators, yet it was not. This can only be done because there was that gap. Truly speaking, for us to be a consistent and also a parliament that can actually be of repute, it's quite important for us to then be able to make sure that this is brought to book and things are done quite well, so that at least if ever one is going to be doing anything just fraudulent, we don't take it lightly, but we work with it the right way. And finally, on the allowances, like I've said, I think it's important. We really want to thank you, Your Excellency, that you took it upon yourself, that you make sure that there is equitable distribution. You want to continue moving and making sure that this is quite a transparent way, and everyone has to be involved, and everyone also have to be receiving this. The moment that you continue pushing for this, having more resources coming through, I think this can actually help us. And the question that we have to AU is, when they know that right now we are now sitting, why is it we continuously have resources being reduced? I think in that way, this will actually lessen the powers, and also it will lessen what we can do as a parliament. So there is great need for us to even write to AU and say to them, I think it's quite important that they give us the budget that we used to have as Pan-African Parliament, so that everything that we are supposed to be doing will be done accordingly. Even when it comes to committees sitting, this will be done effectively. I think this is one thing that I think also has to be going forward, so that at least we can actually achieve the intended goal of PAP. But nevertheless, we really want to thank you, Aberu. You're working tirelessly well to make sure that as a parliament we become effective and we are visible on the continental space. I thank you.
Honorable Mohammed Mubarak from Ghana. Sorry, before that, Honorable Ashini from Ethiopia. Sorry.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Vice President. I also thank His Excellency Chief Fortune Sharambura for his wonderful presentation of the performance report. I want to congratulate you for the activities that you have done within this short period of time. It shows that we have a hope that PAP will really continue to achieve the aims, all the goals that it was set for. And I want to encourage you to go further. What you have started is really promising. We have seen that this chamber is turned from being a wrestling ring to a peaceful dialogue place where we can model for Africa the democracy of the future. We need to show for the coming generation that we are building a strong institution that all Africans will begin to learn, begin to take something from it, and that this can begin from building strong cross-generational institution. And one of the things is that the issue that was again mentioned is the constraint of budget. And I think it's one of the main things because it's the backbone for any functional institution. And if we want to make it sustainable, I think we should focus on building a strong institution, building capacity of resource and finance management within the PAP. And second is strengthening transparency on all the resources that we have and also ensuring accountability.
when things are gone wrong, then people must be made accountable. And even the executives, they must learn from the governance, the neat governance that we do here in the PAP. And I think the confidence building that you have started, make it go further to image building of the PAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, Vice President. Let me start by thanking the Bureau for the hard work in this short period. It is our hope that you are going to continue in this direction and even improve upon what you are doing. Let me also plead with Mr. President. When you were talking about the start of the session or the start of the plenary, you were saying that you check and then there were only 15 members. I want to plead with the Bureau. 9 o'clock means 9 o'clock. Even if it is only the 5 of you, it is better you start that way. That is going to push each and every one of us to know that you know wait for us. But if we all get the impression that you wait for us, I can bet you sometime we'll start at 11. So when you start at 9, that will put pressure on all of us to know that it's embarrassing to come when the president is already seated. So please keep to the time, and that will change the attitude here. Let me also say, reading through your report, I noticed that you left a very key important aspect of the reporting, which is reporting on the staffing. I know you started a lot of work in trying to replace the clerk and then complete the vacancies, but it's not in your report. So we'll be happy to know, at least give us some report. I get the privilege of information because I'm a chair of the Monetary and Finance, but I know you've done some work towards that, so it will be good to report to the House. Secondly, Mr. President or Vice President, in the case of the rectification, if we continue doing the same thing again and expect a different result, we will never be able to achieve it. I believe that the time has come for us to review and put peer pressure on ourselves. And one of the easiest ways to do that is to have a roll call. Each time you are going to do this report, let us list countries that have rectified, those that have signed, those who are yet to sign and rectify, so that everybody sees, so that I can be able to ask my neighbor, if he hasn't done it, why is your country not doing it? I'm sure that way, and the embarrassing situation that it comes with the questioning and asking colleagues, why have you not rectified, will help us to maybe achieve a faster result. Let me also say that we need to try and have country situational reports. I know we are too many, maybe about 50 or 54, but if we stagger it and we dedicate a day each plenary session for countries to tell us what is happening in their country, it will help us to better understand what is happening in our countries. Where we ourselves have seen there's some difficulty in some countries, we should have the courage to debate it here. And maybe to make it mild so that there will be no acrimony. If it is Ghana that we think that Ghana is having some challenges that needs to be discussed as Africa, on that day when we are debating it, Ghana delegation will not be allowed to participate so that other members can participate. If I have a point, I pass it on to my neighbor so that he can say it. But we are too quiet and too diplomatic. We are supposed to represent the African people, and our voice in some of the challenges that confront us cannot be missing, and we cannot be too quiet. Mr. Vice President, let me say one of the major things that we need to do with regards to our budget constraint, I have said this here, I still find it very difficult why we want to invite people, supporting staff from other countries to come and do things that we can find people to do in South Africa. I find it very difficult because even the plane ticket alone can pay for 2 or 3 people who will just pick in South Africa here to serve as supporting staff for the whole period. Yet we invite so many people from so many other countries when we can find, especially with all humility, staff supporting in this chamber, supporting in committees. It's not a technical thing that you have to fly someone from a different country to come and do. Let's use the resources that we have here. That will make it cheaper for us to be able to have reduce the burden on our budget. And then, as the chair of the Monetary and Finance Affairs, Mr. Vice President, I noticed that in the budget, there was no allocation for observer mission, as the president himself mentioned. Yet we keep going on mission. I believe that until we are able to resolve this, we should be careful about carrying on mission when there's no budget line for it. Because when you do that and the auditors come, they are not going to easily take an excuse that, oh, we've had, we'll move it from this point to that point. It will be seen as misapplication. And I think that we need to be mindful so that we do not have so much problems with the auditors. Lastly, Mr. President, the model laws, we need to be able to have strategic plan of implementation. Because if it is just for us to just do the model law and assume that the other African countries can pick it, it may be difficult. But if we have a strategic plan of implementation, we could start that if it's a model law on, say, pharmaceuticals, we'll start with countries that do not have the 1, 2 seconds. Those who do not have the law at all, and then those who have, but it's not up to date, then we engage them. I'm sure if we do that, even the model law that will be carried out will be so useful that other countries or the heads of state will see the usefulness of this parliament. With this, I must commend the Bureau. Even though at this short period, you've been able to carry out so many tasks, it is our hope that you continue to give your very best to this continental parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Abdurrahman Salik from Sahrawi.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا السيد الرئيس على إعطاء الكلمة. بدوري أهني.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. We are grateful for the very comprehensive briefing that you have provided to us today. I would like to, in the same vein as previous colleagues who have spoken, say that despite what happened in our session in June 2021 and the negative image of our parliament that was in the press, this was not a positive image of the Pan-African Parliament, and this had a very negative impact on the Pan-African Parliament altogether. Nevertheless, what I would like to say is that we now need to move forward from here and highlight good governance. We need to shed light on transparency so as to clean up our image. We need to ensure that the Pan-African Parliament is indeed the voice of the peoples of Africa. All the peoples of Africa need to feel proud and take ownership of our parliament as they see how representative we are, how we give them a voice, and that is our objective. We can convince our people that they need to support us if we do this, but also convince donors that our Pan-African Parliament is a credible institution. We would like to express here that we are fully available to provide whatever contribution which would be required by you, Mr. President, and your Bureau in your work to clean up the image of our Parliament and ensure that we are taking the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I have around 13 speakers in my list. With your permission, I will reduce to 2 minutes. Is that agreeable? Thank you. So, Honorable Pemi Majuddina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President, the President, and all other Vice Presidents. Let me start by saying I give the full support, unwavering, to the newly elected Bureau of PAP. It is only 4 months that you have been elected, but you have already done so good. I want to accept this report, and we are fully behind you. We must give credit where is due and not criticize unnecessarily. 3 months that you are in office, you made sure that there is a workshop. You made sure that there is a sitting that is taking place. You made it a point that committees are meeting. No one can do this within this short space of time, notwithstanding that there are financial constraints, as you have said. And for that, we really want to applaud the passion, dedication, and commitment that you have. I want to further recommend that as PAP, President, you have done us good in terms of marketing PAP, and therefore it is our responsibility as member countries, as regions, that we must go out and have a month that we declare as a Pan-African Parliament month, where we reach out, we explain who we are, we explain the protocols, we explain the memorandum of understandings, and as well as the treaties that are outstanding to be ratified and signed. So we must also take up a very aggressive programs to go out there. On the issue of allowances, I think we must not die for the sins that were not ours as these MPs. Whoever abused funds, the law must take its course and follow up those funds. These MPs present here, they did not abuse those funds, and those who were found guilty to have done that, they must face the might of the law. The urgent meeting with the PRC must be non-negotiable, and when you go to that meeting, Honorable President and the Bureau, take along your regional chairs and some chairs of committees, because this is not your personal thing. You are representing us as the continent. Change is pain. Change is fundamental, and people must plug into change. The election observer mission, I fully agree that we must. Currently, the 3 observation missions, it was funded by AU, but we must budget for our own, because when we join and plug in AU, we become one of those people that are not even taken care of. I was with the fourth vice president in Kenya. He was not even given a status that is a vice president of PAP. He was just treated like any other member of the civil society, and therefore.
Thank you. Honorable Domai Gatpan Kolang from South Sudan.
I thank you, my acting president. Mine will be in this ratification. Why don't we put a condition, Mr. President, that if they don't ratify, let them not come in Midran. Because they sign, like my president, because the central problem is that is this executive against parliament in all Africa. So let them not come if they don't ratify. I thank you.
Okay. Honorable Gabenu of Benin.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I was absent for a few sessions. Unfortunately, I was recalled by my head of state for some important work, so I apologize for this, and I immediately returned once I was released. So I am now here, and I would like to say, Mr. President, that we fought hard to ensure that Chief would not be the president of PAP in the elections. But now we have seen that in such a short space of time as the new president, what work he has been able to accomplish. So honestly speaking, I have moved over to his side. I support him fully. His physique is imposing. If he comes to you to ask for something, you give him what he wants, just looking at him. So my prayer is that the Almighty gives him good health, gives him intelligence, and gives him wisdom to lead this parliament. I will not be long in my intervention. We have heard that our budget was cut by half. Now, why is this? We need to ask numerous questions to find answers, because it seems that the Pan-African Parliament is seen as an institution that has a huge budget. But it's up to us now to take appropriate resolutions during our working sessions to ensure that our institution is imposing, is regarded as credible. I'm sorry, the speaker's microphone is off. I cannot have been within the 2 minutes already. This makes no sense. I started off by excusing myself, and so, yes. I would say that being on time and being concerned about time is important. If we're going to adjourn the session, then we would have to continue the session later on to take up from where we left off. We as adults need to be prudent and take note of time constraints. That's true. We know that time is money, and so if we take on too many costs, we will not find a way out. So let's be mindful of that as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable Safia from South Sudan. She's not in the chamber? Oh.
I'm here. Yeah. Thank you, Excellency, the President, for giving me this chance. I'm Sophia Pal from South Sudan. I'm going to be very brief. I congratulate and appreciate the report, the review report that has been presented to us by His Excellency, the President of this institution. Indeed, I'll add my voice with the colleagues that have talked, that they have been here in a very short time, and within this short time, they have seen the areas whereby we can strengthen our work as parliamentarians. I congratulate the Bureau, all of them, as they want to make this institution strong, visible, effective, and reaching out to African people. We are behind you. All the members of this institution are standing behind you, expecting the leadership to take the lead, and we will support whatever that will come out from your work. Our biggest challenge has been spelled by my colleagues, and I will still repeat it, is the issue of the Malabo Protocol, because we are a parliament that does not take full legislative work. And we cannot do a lot of work without us also taking our legislative work. For example, the budget, as you have clearly mentioned, that was handled by the ambassadors. If we are to see that we are fully functional, I think the ambassadors are the executive and we are the legislations. So which means our resources should have its own line of channels whereby we can finally, I wanted to say that as much as you try your very best without us ratifying the ratification of the Malabo Protocol, our work will not be very much visible. And just like we have other continental parliaments, like the European Unions, that are working very, very hard to protect the people and the continent of Europe, as well as the resources, this is the same mandate that we want to see, and it is expected from us by our African people. European Union, they have gone to the extent that having a currency that is guarding them in their country. And I think these are aspirations also that's coming out from our people in this continent, because they see this parliament as solutions to many problems that they are facing in their individual countries. So I would say that this parliament has been too much, there has been too much bureaucracy. When are we going actually to interact with our people at the grassroots level? When is that? When are we going to see the issues directly coming from the women, from the youth, from the elders, from the disabled, from the children of Africa? This is one thing that we need to do, because through us working together, through us making this parliament effective, there will be time for us also to hear directly the issues that are coming, not through the bureaucracy that there are, different status of channel of communication. So I would say that we are starting in the right path, and we are here to do whatever that we can do for the sake of the African people. Thank you.
Honorable Roy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm lending my voice today as a young MP from Mauritius. At the very outset, I'd like to congratulate the Right Honorable Chief Fortune Chirumbira for presenting such a bold report, which for me personally, as a young MP, gives me enough of element to go back to my country and see what I'm doing here in Pan-Africa. Mr. the President, we have been talking about accountability, also about good governance. So I think these are the elements that we need in this parliament to redress the image of the Pan-Africa, and this is what will bring the solution for the financing as well. I would like to commend, and I would like to show my support towards the President in presenting such an important report within those very little time you have been here, and I can say it now because when I was in Mauritius, my friends were like, what are you doing there and what are you bringing forward? So I can say now that we are redressing the image, and I'm proud to be part of the Pan-Africa. And as we have all been saying it here, it's one voice, Africa, and I truly believe that we made the right choice, and you are the voice of Africa. Thank you.
Honorable Franco.
Honorable Président du Parlement panafricain.
Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Vice President and Chair of the session, dear colleagues, I shall be brief, given that we've not much time. The point that I'd like to raise here this afternoon is related to the holding and duration of the sessions of the Pan-African Parliament. For me, 3 weeks, if you allow me, Mr. President, to say that it's a very long time, a long duration. In my country, we cannot be covering this cost, the full cost of the parliaments from my country to attend for this length of time. I would suggest that we drastically reduce the number of days of a session, or I think some countries may even be forced to reduce the number of participants they send to these sessions. Many of us are facing financial difficulties in our countries, and therefore I would like to appeal to you, Mr. President, and to the members of the Bureau that in future you review the length of the sessions of the Pan-African Parliament. We're very pleased to be here. We are happy to share our contributions, make our contributions here. However, our national parliaments, our member states, we are all facing difficulties currently, and it is difficult for us to continue to be present here whilst others due to financial constraints, cannot participate. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Honorable Dao from Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, thank you. In June 2021, it was my first time to be here in the chamber, and I did witness this boxing ring mentioned, and I was asking the Almighty, what am I doing here in a wrestling ring? Now, a year later, I can see that we have an institution that is trying to grow stronger, that is attempting to make a greater impact on our societies. And I would like to say that I am proud today to say I'm a member of the Pan-African Parliament. And this is thanks to you, the President, and thanks to you, the members of the Bureau. So let me take this opportunity to congratulate the Bureau and its President for the leadership that has inspired us and has ensured that we will be moving towards impactful results for our societies. I would like to therefore endorse this report. Mr. President, we want to see the Pan-African Parliament being more involved in the changes that you are proposing, and one of these would be to ensure that more of our privileges in the protocol be afforded to PAP and to improve the sense of ownership amongst the members of Parliament. So I have three proposals to make. First of all, I would propose that you accelerate your efforts to ensure that the African Union allocates a greater budget to the Pan-African Parliament. It's very important to carry out high-level lobbying activities to that end. In addition, we should have one chair per caucus to be part of the meeting of the next Assembly of the Heads of State and Government to put pressure on those responsible, that is, the ambassadors, to improve the budget allocation to the Pan-African Parliament. Additionally, we need to seek alternative sources of funding to increase the budget of the Pan-African Parliament. Now we need to consider the African private sector as an option and to consider other countries outside of Europe, consider other countries that could be willing to fund some of our projects. So my third proposal then is to increase the amount of work that the committees are carrying out. Committees need to work harder. We need to have one clerk per committee, and we need to have budgets for the committees too. We have committees like gender, family, and disabled persons, for example. We would like to work in the field, so we need a budget. So let me end, Mr. President, that you encourage solidarity. There needs to be increased harmony amongst the members of Parliament. We speak different languages, we all have different cultures, but we are working for one continent. Therefore, we need to better know one another and better understand each other's cultures so that we can work better together, so that our decisions, the decisions that we make, will be as a result of one Africa, one voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Honorable Suleiman Saho from Gambia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Mr. President, Honorable. So I would like to thank the President and the team for presenting such an informative report with the duration given to them. Mr. President, the reports contain a lot, and we have seen a lot of developments being made by the President and the team. And we want to salute them for the giant effort taken. As a committed Parliament, the statement being read after being elected to office, we have seen to read that they have started manifesting, that they will make sure that there is a team playing, they will make sure that PAP is revived, they will make sure that we collaborate and integrate. Honorable President, I know a lot has been made. As the saying goes, whom much is given, much is expected from. In the report also, we learned that they have gone out to strengthen our relationship with countries. Example was Zambia and Morocco. Mr. President, I believe your trip to Morocco, what I expected to see in the report, to also discuss about the young Africans who were killed in Morocco mercilessly. I expected to be part of the discussion, so that way forward, we will not see our young people or Africans being killed by other Africans. It's not in the spirit of Pan-Africanism. Honorable Speaker, peace is precious. And if you look at our rules, we talk peace in Africa. We cannot talk about peace in Africa when our brothers are killing each other, when our sisters are killing each other. It will not help this Pan-African Parliament. Honorable Speaker, we talk about the Malabo Protocol, and I think the speakers before me, they made sense. Enough is enough. We want to work with time. Let's sit down holistically and look at this Malabo Protocol. What went wrong and what is right in it, we maintain it. What is wrong in it, we take it out and move forward. We cannot be talking about Malabo, 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 Malabo. We need to find solution to it. Time has come for us to find solution to it, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to raise my case, but I want to salute you and your team for the effort done, and the members for the commitment shown. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Mashakada from Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In brief, I want to congratulate the President on his ascendancy to the seat, and also congratulate the Bureau for your election to lead this important and august House. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the President for his report and what he has highlighted, especially the question of the implementation of the rotation principle, which has now been cascaded to committees and all other organs of the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you for implementing the rotation principle. I also note in your report on the visibility of PAP and the negative perception of PAP. Mr. President, I think the only way to cure the visibility of PAP is for you to go out in the African continent. And I support the idea of you traveling with all your vice presidents to make PAP visible. Because PAP is not just the president alone. When you go out, people want to know who is the second vice president, who is the first vice president, who is the third vice president. So moving as a team will enhance the visibility of PAP. Mr. President, I note in your report, I also note in your report, you talk about the insufficiency of the PAP budget. Over the years, the budget has been reduced. But I recommend that when the AU are drafting the budget, it's important that PAP be represented at the AU, because it's not fair for the AU to cut the budget unilaterally. We also need to be there, advocating and justifying our budgetary lines. So I recommend that at the next formulation of the budget, PAP be represented effectively at the AU. Then coming to the Malawi Protocol, it is clear that people have got issues with the Malawi Protocol. Let us hold the bull by the horns and interrogate the Malawi Protocol and see why is it that heads of states cannot ratify this protocol. I'm sure there's something that they are very hesitant for them to ratify. So let's revisit it and scrutinize it so that we have this protocol ratified. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker will be President Miles Ampai, President of Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to salute the President Honorable Chief Charumbira and his Vice President, Professor Mashuda, Dr. Gayo, Vice President Lucia, and Vice President Ango. Allow me to also thank the Bureau and the President for the Lusaka trip. It taught me a lot. The President came with all the Vice Presidents. I think you should continue traveling with them. It's symbolic because when you travel, you are carrying yourself with all the caucuses. It means all the caucus are represented. I was there. The orientation to the Vice President and myself, we had no time the whole day, the whole night inside the AU. I almost got divorced because I'd get home at 3 a.m. because following the President and his vice, they were from one office to another office, one commissioner to another commission, non-stop. It was busy time, but in the process, I got to learn a lot. The third point, Mr. President, I wish to echo your constant explaining of why the budget has been reducing from the AU because of our execution rate at PAP. It's below 50%. We just don't spend the money. The reason in the last 4 years has been obviously COVID-19 and the wrangles with leadership. So we need to spend the money. The more we don't spend it, the more they've been reducing it. What's the point of giving us the money if we are not spending it? Mr. President, I wish to condemn the Golden Rule. The Golden Rule is what the AU has imposed on us, the PAP. We are not allowed to engage third parties to get money. They are discouraging PAP from getting money from the EU, from Russia, from the USA. They want us to concentrate in Africa, but we need money from wherever it can come. We can get it. CAPA, I wish to confirm that in the CAPA report we'll detail all the concerns, staff concern, all the issues of fraud, and indeed the concerns with the canteen will bring in the report, the quality of food there. Lastly, Mr. President, just to wish you strength with your bureau, to wish you strength and wisdom in the next 2 years and next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Abdullah Barkat from Djibouti.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, time has been reduced, so I'm going to try and reduce my comments. We would like to congratulate the Bureau for their leadership. I'm not going to forget the African Union either. So congratulations. This is certainly, we now have rotation that has been desired for so long. So I would like to suggest that good practices at the Pan-African Parliament will respect all the rules of the African Union because we are one of the organs of the African Union. So rotation was part of it. So in the absence of good practices at all levels of the Pan-African Parliament, we should all be respected. And we need to, of course, behave in a laudable way, otherwise we will not be respected. The issue of the very weak participation in the statutory meetings, we need to keep in mind the duration of the sessions and the duration also of the meetings. So I think that, in my opinion, it's always been like that. I think 15 days of session is quite enough in order to avoid a very weak participation in the sessions. Then the amendments of the rules of procedure. The rules of procedure need an amendment, that is for sure, and that is, first of all, the rotation, which is now, of course, being applied, but we need to have it there. And we also need a consensus to validate the amendments of the rules of procedure. Microphone, please. We're not getting the microphone. before COVID, we also need to perhaps improve the situation of the website, and I think the website needs to get updated informations. Recommendations. We received the report of the President and presented by the President today. That is when we came into the Parliament. So I think the rule should be that the report should be distributed the day before. Thank you very much.
Honorable Caroline of Uganda.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Allow me to add my voice to my colleagues, congratulating you for the good report and appreciating our President for the good leadership so far. We are proud of you. It's rare for a president to come with such a detailed report, especially on the issue of accountability. We are proud of you, and we pray to God you keep it up. I just wanted to talk about the issue of ideas, because most of the time, Mr. President, you tell us how our budget is cut and we don't have enough money. But Mr. President, whenever we come here, the issue of ideas, to me, I even have a feeling it's more expensive. Whenever we come, like now, I have an idea that is going to expire on 12th, meaning immediately after 12th, I will not be able to access the chambers. I'm just asking myself if it's possible to get us permanent IDs, and if possible, diplomatic IDs, for us to be able, at least if you're outside of the chambers, you can be able to explain yourself. Thank you so much. And I have a feeling this will also help us to cut the costs of getting IDs all the time we come here. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Before I go to my president, I will ask the Bureau members to take 2-3 minutes. Honorable Lucia, you have the floor. Honorable Lucia.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Presidente. Cumprimento os colegas e todos os deputados aqui presentes na sala e também o staff e os tradutores.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, and thank you to all the members here. Yes, you can continue. Honorable. As I was saying, I would like to congratulate the President and all the colleagues of the Bureau and all the colleagues here present and the staff and also our interpreters and all the organs of social communication. We do register with much delight with all the efforts that have been made so far. We certainly feel greatly responsible for the work that we have to do at the Bureau because we knew we had to work to improve the performance of the Pan-African Parliament and also its image. But also we needed to take the Parliament closer to our populations. And we also needed to have a much closer relationship with the African Union and with our ambassadors, whether it be here in South Africa or outside. We are doing this. It is very hard work. We have a great leader. Our Zambian colleague said that you actually got home at 3 in the morning. It wasn't 3 in the morning. It was 4 in the morning. In fact, we don't have a timetable. We're doing it as volunteers. We are not paid for it, and we will continue to do so, even if we do not have a subsidy. We will continue to work so that the African population and the Cape Verdean population expects our commitment, our total commitment. That is what they expect of us, and we are here for that. To reply to the questions which were asked here and which were presented, the question, for example, of the budget, unfortunately, we have already started, in fact, our work at the end of July, and the budget had already been approved. And as you know, the Parliament, of course, for 2 years, there was no leadership and there was no Bureau because we had COVID. And we also had the situation of 2021, which was our responsibility as members of parliament. We stopped, in fact, the functioning of the parliament with what we decided. That was during the elections of 2021. Right now, we have presented the budget. The PRC was very hesitant and decided, without listening to the parliament, to reduce our budget again. So we are now very committed here and would like to congratulate the leadership of the president in the creation of the working group with the ambassadors who are here in South Africa. We have 45 embassies that have their headquarters here, and right now we have a group which is coordinated by Egypt, and we have 6 countries which have taken part in this coordination to support the parliament. And those members of parliament are available to help us. They're helping us to do advocacy for the ratification of the Protocol of Malabo, and also to work with the ambassadors at the level of the PRC to increase our budget and to have a subsidy for all the members of parliament. We will do our maximum to achieve this. In terms of punctuality, I think it's an effort we all have to make. We need to do this. We need to do this to be able to fulfill our agenda. And we have noted that we know what the duration of the sessions is. We know that many countries have a difficulty, and the Bureau will try to help with the situation so as to have a greater commitment from all the members of parliament and to make to turn the parliament into a much more recognized institution. We are a team. We work as a team, and we will do this because we want the parliament to be known. The president and its vice presidents need to be known, and we accept also all the criticisms so that we can improve. Thank you.
I will ask the Honorable Ango, you have 2-3 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chair, as well. Thank you very much and Mr. Vice President, for giving me the floor. I think that at this stage of the debate, I don't think I will have much more to contribute. A report has been presented. It is my weakness to think that this is the report by the Pan-African Parliament and presented by the Bureau. Why? Because it is the Bureau. It is the Bureau that leads, that guides all the activities of the Pan-African Parliament. Once having said this, we cannot ignore that all the organs contribute to the good functioning of our institution. A report has been presented. All the honorable members of parliament that you are, each has been able to give his or her opinion. We will not forget that, yes, we might forget because forgetting is human, and that is what you have amendment. But the majority of all the contributions have recognized the work that has been done, in the background, all the work that has been done towards the activities which have been undertaken by the Parliament. Commitment is constant. We would like our Parliament to be visible and it be audible. All the organs, of course, are complementary, but we cannot forget the hierarchical fact of our Parliament. It is true. Now, the question that we might ask ourselves concerning, in fact, all the work that the Bureau does and the trips of the Bureau, can the Bureau, in fact, move? Can it actually travel with the entirety of all its members? The answer is yes and no. The Bureau might go in all its entirety as a result of the objective, of course, of the trip. And then you will see very well that the Bureau will not be able, of course, to travel together. They won't be able to all be together. There are missions which will demand it and will need it. But if need is there for much more visibility and for much more solidarity, then the Bureau will in fact travel all together. My very dearest colleagues, thank you very much for all the opinions that you've given us. And it is a report that in fact it commits our institution, and I think that together we will ask, of course, for your patience as well, because a report is dynamic, a report is human work, and there might have been certain things that have been forgotten, there might be mistakes, and please let's keep in mind that we need to build our house. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Honorable members, I want to trigger only one issue regarding this mission to Morocco. Morocco.
Thank you. شكرا سيد رئيس.
Sorry.
سيد رئيس. سيد رئيس.
What's that?
Intervention.
The debate is already included.
Mr. Chair, I would like to speak, please. I would just like to say a few words, if you allow me, Mr. President.
شكرا.
Thank you very much. Just 1 minute, please. I would just like to say something, just for 1 minute, Mr. President.
Honorable member is a newcomer to PAP, and also it was appropriate to contribute, but unfortunately the debate is already over. That's why my apologies. Excellencies, Morocco mission, we maximized the inclusion. Almost all regions are included. Many committees are included. Honorable Zingas, your committee, 2 of you out of 3 traveled to Morocco. 2, 1 chairperson, as a gender parity also 1 lady, 1 female, we included. We were so inclusive. I expected you will say thank you to Bureau. And also Bureau has right to represent this house. Committee chairperson cannot represent this house. Or caucus chair cannot represent this house. Can represent 1 region or 1 committee. But Bureau, when there is financial constraints, Bureau should represent the Pan-African Parliament. There is no other way. Sometimes, many of us are not interested to travel, to be frank with you. But President and Bureau, when we sit together, we discuss what to do, and also we know what challenges we are facing. We went to Morocco for some special good reason. Morocco is ready to support Pan-African Parliament. And we should really work with them. Algeria is ready to support. So what's the problem with that? And also, honorable members, to be inclusive is good, but to avoid Bureau is not good. No, Bureau is representing the whole House, 250 and 70, I think, members of Pan-African Parliament, cannot be replaced by individuals. So that should be, clear for everybody. Your Excellency, Mr. President, I will allow you to respond, maybe while we are sitting.
I would say, Mr. President, thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the contributions. I know time is gone, but you also deserve quality responses. So I'm caught in between time and quality response. Let me start with an issue which I should say was omitted in the report, although I gave instruction that it should be there, which is the recruitment issue. And it's very important. I'll start with that one. The recruitment issue is that currently we have about 22 vacant positions. And the consequence of that is that people in these positions, if they were in their position, they would get paid every month. Not only salary, there are a lot of other benefits. What is the effect on our budget has been that these monies have not been claimed because the positions are vacant. It means on our budget, there is some money from January to December which is not used because we have not recruited. Honorable Samba, I know he will talk more about it when they present the report, but there's one issue which is very urgent, which is that because of the 22 positions, that money which is not used, it is causing the AU to reduce our allocation in the budget. Because they argue that your execution rate is low. It's low because monies for those 20 positions is not being used. So at the end of the year, when they do the next budget, they will say your execution rate was only, let's say, 68%. So why? Oh, you don't apply this 3-minute rule, please, when I'm presenting, eh? Whoever controls this cannot switch me off, please. Whoever is controlling the 3 minutes, please open it. Anyway, I want you to understand these dynamics in PAP. That currently our budget is progressively going down. Because one of the reasons is we are not good at spending the money. So they argue that if you can't spend, we give you 15 million, but you usually spend 13 million. So why increase from 15 to 18 when out of 15 you spend 13 million? So there are certain budget lines that don't move where we don't spend money. And we've analyzed that much of it is vacant positions. As a result, the need to recruit is very, very urgent. We need to fill up all those positions urgently. Otherwise, we'll be caught in this problem. We've announced that the clerk, deputy clerk, but again, we are caught another problem. We wanted since August, AU, the rules say they are the ones who advertise. And we told them to advertise. Since August, they only advertised, and we closed last month, we closed on Monday last week, the 24th. Now it is time to shortlist. And we were thinking that before you leave, the shortlist will be done, interviews done, so that the clerk, the recommendations for clerk and deputy clerk are brought to this chamber. In terms of the rules, plenary needs to endorse the recommendation. But the way things have gone since Monday, and Monday we say, can we download quick? So many excuses. Up to now, they have not downloaded the applications. Maybe by the weekend, we don't know. So it means by the time we download to invite interviews, time is already out. And it means we have no clerk, we have no deputy clerk, finance admin again until wherever we meet. But the AU said, ask for condonation from the plenary, that they allow the Bureau, maybe we can invite regional caucuses, and I'll explain that, so that we don't need to wait for another plenary for our clerk and a deputy clerk. You're going to sleep over this issue or bring it back to say, I think it may be in the interest of our own budget in the future, that we just simply entrust the Bureau and your chairperson caucuses, that they simply proceed and we come and present it, but we need to give contracts to these people. So that's one way we may have to proceed. And we want to be as transparent as possible. When we interview, we want the regional chairpersons to also to be part of the process. As a result, we took them through training last week. They are now trained according to AU, CBI, they call it, competence-based interview, so that they can also interview. We are simply saying, let the caucuses be more involved so that there's not much gossip about how jobs are allocated. And we stick to the principal quota system of the AU, that we believe you have encouraged people from your countries and they have applied. Because we are going, in terms of the rules, those countries that are not represented in this parliament in staff will be given first priority. Those that have 3, 4, 5 already, even if your candidate comes best, they may be packed in preference for a person who comes from a country that has no staff at PAP. And that's why we also want to involve chairpersons of caucuses, because we have to do it together with the Bureau and agree that we are being fair. Going to questions, Honorable Chihana asked the reforms, reforms in meeting in Lusaka, what is the constitution of PAP, where is PAP in terms of reforms, changing the rules. Okay, I think we have what we call the Constitutive Act. That act in it of the protocols establishing the Pan-African Parliament, and that that protocol also permits PAP to also have its internal rules. Simple. We have no, the EU does not have a constitution which you call like the Malawian constitution or something. No, we don't have that language. They use Constitutive Act, the protocols, that's the language. There's nothing like a constitution for the AU. Those are the laws enabling everything. And why change the rules? Why change the rules? I think everyone here can answer that question. But the point is, in 2017 in this chamber, we did resolve to change rules, and there is that resolution to change rules. In 2018, in May, we resolved again in this chamber to amend rules. Last year, in April, those who are here in this chamber, the Rules Committee last year in 2021, May, the Rules Committee presented what the document called gaps in Babla in the rules. So the road to amending rules did not start this month. The road they started even 4 years ago. And last year we attempted, and the Rules Committee presented. And you remember the course of the acrimony over elections. You remember how the chair then of rules did not want to present that document, and someone else presented. So there's nothing new about why we are changing rules at the Pan-African Parliament. It is a process that's right. Is PAP not a legislative organ? PAP not a legislative organ? It is not. PAP is not a legislative organ. That's why we are pursuing the Malabo Protocol to try and have legislative powers. But currently they are not even there. Results-based organizations need for plans. Yes, I did read, they said the speech, there is a strategic plan which I said is there for Pan-African Parliament. So we do have a plan. Well, why budget is declining, I have mentioned, part of it is usage on the staff side, part of it the Union says austerity measures, and now they even talk of COVID-19. High turnover, investment of money by PAP. You didn't use this word. you said maybe there's theft or something. Embezzlement of money. I think those who know the history of this parliament, yes. If you look at the audit reports for PAP, they have always been very bad. The reports are very bad. But it is more to do with the staff, not even the Bureau. Because the Bureau does not sign for any money at PAP. We don't, I have nowhere where I put my signature to withdraw money of Pan-African Parliament. The whole Bureau does not do that. It is basically from the clerk downwards. They're the ones who don't even know the bank accounts. We've been asking them, we need to know what is in our bank, where you guys are not giving us. So if money is embezzled, really it's not about the president, because I don't have anything to do with withdrawing or spending money and nothing like that. So I just want to say, although we have a lot of issues even among staff, I know they have no time. Only last week we are told of an account at Netbank that has not been active since 2015. And the 3 signatories of that PAP account have left PAP. And the bank said, bring them first, so that you can access them, that account. But there are so many stories about money, how it's spent. There is a report coming from audit. We saw the report, the draft report. The report is not good for PAP, but it talks about what happened before even we came in, but it's not a good report about how things are handled here. High turnover of clerks, it's true. It's true. PAP clerks don't last. Much of the time with PAP is acting clerk. I don't think there's any substantive clerk who has survived more than 3 years at PAP. And what measures? I think first of all is let's simply employ a competent clerk. This is an opportunity. Someone really who understands the job. And the other thing was, in the past, yes, true, conflict between the Bureau and the clerk. The rules. Sometimes the clerk wants to say, no, I do things alone. And then the Bureau or the President said, no, you are overstepping. So friction within the rules. I think when we do the rules, let's make sure that the boundaries are clear, who has the powers. Workshop on rules procedure, Honorable Zingas, not in the report. I think that is true, although I don't know why they left out that. Mission reports, we agreed. We need mission reports when people go when they travel. The Lusaka trip and the whole Bureau, I think this has been misunderstood. Whenever there is a summit of the AU, all organs leadership, so let's talk about PAP, all the organs from the Assembly, all the presidents, from Executive Council, the next number, all the foreign ministers, to the Parliament, PAP, it's a bureau, not all MPs. You got the AUC, everybody. It's our annual conference to review the work of the AU. And the bureaus are invited. The BN Bureau is invited. And the other bureaus, even of the court, will be there. The Bureau of this will be there. So, AUC is even more. So I'm just saying, don't be jealous about the Bureau going to the AU. I think no. I think they should be even happy that the Bureau went. And it's a matter of rule that whenever the AU is meeting, when there's a summit, the whole Bureau attends. Because first of all, we start with what we call the PRC meetings. We attend the PRC meetings, leading to the Executive Council of Foreign Ministers. We are in those meetings until the heads of state come. So I think for this one, please spare us. And then the issue of Morocco, of course, then it came out. I think we should have listened. That first of all, it's Morocco who said we are paying all the costs for the Bureau. So no PAP PAP money was spent on the Morocco trip. Morocco paid for the airfares and for the hotels themselves. And as we said, they are keen to support PAP. But as it has been said by Honorable Sampa, even if we find someone to help PAP today with the 10 billion, the AU rules say they have to go through Addis. That money has to go through Addis, not directly to PAP. But I'm happy that the Morocco only yesterday was in Addis saying, look, we want to give PAP some money to assistance. So tell us how we go about it. And they called us yesterday, saying that they're explaining to Morocco, this is how you do it. So I believe that is good for PAP if they won't give us anything. And there was a communique. I don't want to mention this. The issue of Sahrawi came up in the discussions. And I believe it went very well. We also maintained the position as PAP that, look, you are both members of the AU. Let's respect, we respect you, we respect Sahrawi. Simple. We are not here to divide and cause conflict between countries. We like them all, and we did it like that. And we are very happy that we played that role. Algeria also wants us to go there. Algeria, then the Sahrawi. But Algeria, because of the Arab Summit, Arab League Summit, which is taking place now, they said after the summit, we'll find some suitable dates. So if they pay for the whole bureau, we'll go, which is good and better. Aid ambassadors to the retreat, ambassadors in Pretoria. Yes, we are going to aid the COGA chairpersons, and some of you will have to attend. Some of you will have to attend, because like Senegal, Madame Mariam Dao, you are the ones chairing the PRC at the moment. Ghana chairs the committee on budget, but the whole PRC is chaired by Cote d'Ivoire. So Cote d'Ivoire will say, look, come along and talk to your ambassador so that they don't punish us unnecessarily. Malabo ratification is an interesting one. It needs another day. Because from even the way you're arguing here, you find that you are not supporting Malabo, some of you. Because when you say, I know Maurice said it in another one, please, if we stay for more than 2 weeks, that is too much. Our countries cannot afford that. Once you argue like that, you've destroyed Malabo. Because Malabo says you are not spending enough time here in Midrand. That's what Malabo says. You need to get out of your business in your parliament and come spend, when you come here, possibly you are more semi full-time here. That's the model. Or if you come and spend 4, 5, 6, 2 months here, so that you can transact a lot of business. So one weakness which led to Malabo is that we are not committing enough time to the cause of Africa. We need to spend more time in it. That's Malabo. That's what it says. So now, when we say we are not able to spend more than 2 weeks, it means the Malabo model is being rejected. Because with the Malabo, it's going to be very expensive. You spend double the time. That's what it says. And I want to say about Malabo, some of you don't want to say it here. Your own countries. And I want to say Egypt is here. Your ambassador last week, when we met ambassadors and we spoke about Malabo, he said, Egypt will not sign if you say my country, with I don't know how many millions, with 100 million population, sends 5 MPs, and a country which has 1 million sends 5 MPs, we will never sign. That's what Egypt was saying last week. And the other countries, I want to talk about what they say. There are certain strong positions among where you come from. And one day you will tell us what your country is, why are they not signing? So Malabo, you may need to again engage countries and say, all right, let me move to Professor Matole Motseka, empowerment of Africa. We cannot even debate that one, excellent. And then audit, I'm just going fast, country situation report. Yes, country situation report, I think we need to adopt it. It's a good way. Then staff coming from South Africa, support staff not to fly. Definitely, the staff that are flown from other countries are highly technical people, like those who come to support committee clerks. Some are lawyers, some are researchers. Those who become ushers, they cannot be flown. No one is flown to come here and prepare tea and usher people. No. That's all under what we call local. But what happens also is, you may see that this person comes from Cameroon, this person comes from Sierra Leone when they are here and they are local. It's because some of these people are actually based here. They are local to the extent that they live in South Africa. And the PAP does not have to pay any tickets for them. They are local to that extent. So, right, no budget on election observation mission. I think this one, we keep pushing that we get money. And of course, if we get outsiders, auditors will question AU funded. No, the auditors don't question our money spent on electoral observation missions, because that money is coming from it's the AU that is funding. The AU pays your ticket, the AU gives you a per diem and everything. PAP doesn't give you a cent to observe elections. So no auditor can raise it with PAP. If they will raise with the AU, not ourselves. A strategic plan on Modelo, I agree that we need a strategic plan for Modelo. Transparency, Sahrawi, we need that. Some people thanked us and we are very happy for at least, if you want to motivate somebody, don't just stand up to criticize everything. You also acknowledge the good things. If you start in 5 points criticizing always, then sometimes we think, no. There are other reasons why you are behaving like that. And sometimes we think the wrong things, maybe we are right. And then people should not be punished for other people. Invite caucus chairs, that's okay. And according to Honorable Domai, one of our star contributors this morning and afternoon, those who not ratify should not come. Right, thank you very much, Benin. Benin, very much. Sophia, the EU mandate needed, yes, we agree, Sophia, that we should move in that direction. Mauritius, thank you for the compliments, accountability image, and that to our young MPs, we promote young MPs. Franco, Honorable Franco is the one who says 3 weeks is too much. 3 weeks is too much. I don't know what we should do. Ideally, for us to transact good business, our committee week should be 2 weeks for committees when they prepare for session, like in March. The main session should be 3 weeks. But in the rules, it says 1 month. If you read the rules say the session shall last at least 1 month. But because of cost, we don't do 4 weeks. We do only, I think in our mind, let's have 3 weeks accepted. At least it makes sense to transact really serious business. Otherwise, PAP would not be right. And thank you, Madam Mariam Dawa, again from Cote d'Ivoire, that we are moving away from June 2021 to a better PAP. You need to repeat that several times, because that's what we need to do. That in some English, we say, and I don't know whether the interpreters will put it correctly in French and Arabic, and we want to remember, when you fight, some sediments remain in your heart sometimes. So you carry sediments from previous conflict. And we notice it when someone speaks and says, no, these are sediments of June last year. These are sediments of 29 June. So please, can we offload those sediments of anger of the past? Anger of the past. Anger of the past. Let's forget about those. Otherwise, we are doing a disservice to PAP. And so we need harmony. Sorry, I think we missed this in our team. That in Morocco, we should have, by Honorable Suleiman of the Gambia, the youth of Africa, the youth who were killed in Morocco. I should confess, this matter never came up, but I think we'll bring it up sometime. Then there's this rule by Honorable Sampa that no organ can get money outside the AU itself. All money should go through the AU. I think distribution of the report, we agree. Right, identity cards and diplomatic cards. It's a proposal, it's administrative. I think the administration that it's too expensive to print cards every session. I know it's a security issue. So I don't know whether the security people will say, no, that's okay, but they may need to improve it. This unnecessary cost. And then the diplomatic cards. Diplomatic cards, yesterday, we engaged the DECO. DECO is that the Foreign Affairs Department about the cards. And we impressed upon them that these ones need to be given to our MPs. And then, look, I think, Mr. President, let me end here. I've tried my best.
May I ask you to give him another round of applause, please? Honorable members, I think we are exhausted with the debates. Now, with your permission, I put this performance review report for adoption. Maybe if one member can move.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Joseph Osei MP from
Honorable
Ghana.
Alipui from Togo. Honorable Alipui du Togo.
Honorable Alipui from Togo. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable, go ahead.
Very well. I, Joseph Osei from Ghana, do move that the report be adopted by the House. I so move.
Thank you. Who second? Who can
Second,
Here,
the
he's
proposal.
here. The secondman is here.
Honorable Alipui from Togo.
Thank you.
The secondman is here.
Yeah, we go by acclamation. Is that okay? Congratulations, Mr. President. Congratulations, honorable members. If we have some housekeeping announcement, may I ask the Secretariat? President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have only one announce that Committee on Rules, Privileges, and Discipline will be meeting at 3 o'clock. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Which room? Which room? Which room?
Okay, this house is adjourned up to 3 o'clock. We will resume at 3. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you for teamwork. Thank you for the teamwork. Oh, my boss. Yes. Thank you. You know all that. We did it very well. Close it very quickly. No, we cannot.
Hello, this is Shikongo. Hello, Shikongo.
Hi, Helen. Can you please confirm that you can hear us? And can you see us okay?
Yes, I can see you, but you just need. Is that the seat that Her Excellency will be sitting in?
Yes, this is the seat the ambassador will be sitting in.
You need to sit up. Just sit upright, and like this. You're not centered on the seat. Fine.
Okay, but you can hear us okay, right?
I can hear you okay. I need you to probably your screen. You're too low. Probably your screen so that I can see you better. Fill up the screen more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and so we'll start in about 5 minutes.
Yes. They've said they're coming back at 3. So let's not make it exactly 5 minutes.
Okay.
But let's just keep following.
Okay, we'll be moving. Please do let us know.
And they're not so she has been sitting here for almost 2 hours now. I know. Okay, whoever is speaking, they keep breaking it, so they'll probably need to switch. Even now? No, when you're closer, it's fine. Okay, so it's when you're. So I'll just I'll keep monitoring with the plenary team. I'll let you know. Come now. Okay, we can say 10. Okay. Who's talking on this? I can hear somebody talking. I think from your side also, I heard someone who's talking. But from here, you can hear us. I just asked, maybe you can say. You keep disappearing. You talk and then you disappear. Oh, Helen, is Nema here? Hi, Nema, we've not met. We've only spoken. Yeah. Yeah, we just keep talking with you. I don't know. One day we'll meet. How are you? Fine, thank you. How are you? I'm fine. No, I was just asking. Can we say 10 minutes from now? Because it's free. So. Yes. Let me just follow up with the plenary team so that they can then hurry up with probably going back to the chamber. I'll mute myself. I'll be back. All right. Hello. Okay, so, hello. He's heading to the chamber now, eh? So shortly. Okay. Okay. You have your YouTube screen on, eh? Okay, let us see. You have the YouTube screen on. YouTube screen? I sent you a link, a live link for the session. Oh, maybe there's somebody else. I sent you a link for the live transmission. Do you have that? The live transmission. But it would I sent you on WhatsApp. What's your excellency? Follow with you. Hello, Your Excellency.
Hi, Helen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Okay. They're heading to the chamber shortly, so let's be on standby. I'll get back to you.
Okay, can you hear me clearly?
Very well.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sorry.
I'm protesting. Not even the bell has. Not even the bell. According to Honorable Muntaka, when it is time, we don't wait for anybody, we start. And we are implementing that right away. So the chair of committee interpretation, are you there? Yeah, we'll start in this empty thing. Honorable Kasingo, I miss you, I'll look for you.
Yes, we are here, Chair.
What is the Honorable Dr. or the Sheriff to present the report? And we also have this AU people.
Temos os representantes da União Africana que têm de vir para a frente da sala. E
Dakar. Yes. Good afternoon. Yes. I think we agreed that when it is time we start. Whether there is the bureau only, we start. So, Chair, in terms of the order paper now, yeah, we are resuming. No. All right. In terms of the Rule 38.1 of the Rules of Procedure, it is with great pleasure that I welcome online. I welcome online attendance of Her Excellency Ambassador Emilia Dinelao Mukusa, Chairperson of the Peace and Security Council at the AU. Can she come in the chamber? But that is online, of course. So she's now allowed to connect. Wawa, assist connection. Yes. Can she connect now? And thereafter, I invite the clerk to read the third order of the day. Mr. Clerk.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, presentation and debate on the report on the status of peace and security in Africa. Thank you.
So, I now invite Honorable Dr. Engineer Sheriff El Gabay, Chairperson of the Payment Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution, to make his presentation. But my dear, the bell did not ring. Okay.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Vice Presidents, and all honorable members in your various capacities. I am Sharif El-Gabali, member of the Egyptian Parliament and Chairman of the Africa Affairs Committee in the Egyptian Parliament, the Chairperson of the PAP Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution. This being my maiden speech in this August House, as Chairperson of the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Bureau for steering this Parliament in a progressive direction and reinitiating engagements with African Union and its other organs. As member of the Parliament, we are re-energized and ready to play our part to achieve this Parliament mandate. I can also take this opportunity to thank members of the Committee on the Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution and our committee clerk for the trust bestowed upon me and the other committee leaders to offer leadership and guidance, this being my first term in the Pan-African Parliament. The spirit of commitment, cooperation, and the desire to achieve exhibited by the committee members is also clear indication that the committee will achieve as much. I also thank the Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Zingas, and Honorable Lomi Kumbi, Rapporteur of the committee, who have readily and efficiently offered support and guidance whenever called upon. They have also upheld the principles of respect and peace while conducting committee business, which have endured a harmonious and peaceful working environment. As is guided by Rule 26(4)(d) of the Rules of Procedure of the Pan-African Parliament, the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolutions is charged with the role of assisting the Parliament in its efforts of conflict prevention and resolution. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, I have been informed that the committee has engaged in several peace and resolution efforts, and which have played a significant role in the peace enjoyed in some of our member states to date. It is the intention of the committee to continue with this work in earnest. Specifically, the oversight and legislative role of the Parliament on matters of peace, security, and conflict resolution places it in a vital position, with responsibilities to ensure that the continent enjoys the basic human right of peace. It should also be stated that the absence of the peace within states of the African continent will greatly derail the growth and development agenda envisioned in Agenda 2063. It is therefore upon us as a Parliament to put our best foot forward to ensure that the desire for peace and security across the continent is transformed into a reality, and that no country on the continent is denied of this basic right. As a response, therefore, to the ongoing conflicts across the continent, the Pan-African Parliament, and particularly the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution, should be regarded as an essential ally in the efforts to combat political and civil strife and ensure the promotion of peaceful coexistence across the continent. It is therefore the Committee's prayer that when our work plan and budget regarding matters of peace is presented to the Bureau for approval and funding, there will be overwhelming support from the Bureau, but from you, not only from the Bureau, but from you, honorable colleagues of the Parliament. As a development and growth, we all desire for Africa to tide to first and foremost peaceful and secure continent. The committee therefore counts on your support in its efforts to ensuring peaceful, conflict-free Africa. As a committee, we are also open to guidance from all of us on how best we can ensure peaceful Africa. Mr. President, Article 18 of the African Union Peace and Security Council, AUPSC, protocol clearly provides for closer collaboration between the Council and the Pan-African Parliament. As you are aware, our two organs have the particularly challenging task that their respective mandates are of a continental scope. This is a shared characteristic, especially that the AU, through institutional reform process, is now focusing more on activities with a continental range in the terms of impact thought for the African citizens. It's not to be labeled that the point to say that the AUPSC and the Pan-African Parliament should have one of the most strategic partnerships in the AU system. The PSC is mandated by all AU member states to promote peace, security, and stability in Africa on their behalf. This is a special task for the PSC. The Pan-African Parliament, on the other hand, springs up from the popular mandates given on national parliaments through national elections. Thus, PAP, an embodiment of the African citizenry, our foundations and objectives as AU policy organs are interlinked in letter and spirit. While there is so much in common between our two organs, we have not in the past taken the required steps to build up and promote a strategic partnership that would enable us to pool together our respective comparative advantages and in effect deliver together the peace the African citizenry yearns. Mr. President, I have been reliably informed that the PSC and PAP laid together the foundation stones for the partnership as far back as 2007. That year saw the inaugural meeting between the two organs, with their delegation led by the Council's chairperson and PAP's president. The agreement at the inaugural meeting was that the two were to continue holding annual consultative meetings, alternatively in Addis Ababa and Midrand. However, while this predictable arrangement was agreed, there was little concrete follow-up to ensure the partnership grows as foreseen in Article 18 of the PSC protocol. As a result, to date, the PSC-PAP partnership has not really developed as it should have been in line with Article 18. It is in my humble desire that through today's interaction with Her Excellency Ambassador Emilia Kusa, Chairperson of Peace and Security Council, AU, will rekindle the relationship and work towards actualizing our next joint engagement. I conclude by calling on all of us to work together to ensure that the African continent covers our strides in ensuring that conflicts become a thing of the past. Thank you. One Africa, one voice.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Inshallah, you can take your seat, then we listen to the next presenter.
Okay.
She's online. I shall now invite Her Excellency Ambassador Emilia Ndimelao Mukusa to make her presentation online. Thanks.
Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chief Fortune Charangira, Honorable Dr. Engineer El Sharif.
Apologies, the interpreters cannot hear the speaker.
Okay, let me move a little bit closer. Can you hear me now?
Very distantly, Madam Speaker.
Just give me a few minutes so that I can move the computer.
We are waiting for the connection.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Full screen.
Am I audible?
Unfortunately not, Madam Ambassador. We cannot hear you.
Hello. You have full screen now?
What about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you are not as loud as it should be.
Oh.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. We can hear you.
Okay.
Good. Proceed.
Okay, I just try to reposition myself. Thank you, Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament, Chief Fortune Charumbira, Honorable Dr. Sharif El Kabali, Chairperson of the Permanent Committee on Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolution, Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings to you all. On behalf of the Peace and Security Council of the African Union, and on my personal capacity as the chairperson of the Peace and Security Council for November 2022, I would like to first thank all of you and express sincere gratitude to the Pan-African Parliament for inviting me to address this session of the Pan-African Parliament. I apologize for not being able to be attending the session physically due to earlier equally important commitments. The Peace and Security attaches a lot of importance to regular interactions with this important organ of the AU, in line with the provisions of Article 18 of the Peace and Security Protocol, which requires our two organs to maintain close working relations in promoting peace, security, stability, and prosperity in Africa, as well as the general well-being of all African people towards building the Africa we want. Indeed, the Peace and Security Council protocol also requires the Peace and Security Council to have close working relations with all the other AU's sister organs in our common efforts towards achieving a prosperous, peaceful, and united Africa. Through this collaboration, our two AU organs will be more effective in discharging their respective mandates within the framework of the African Peace and Security Architecture, the African Governance Architecture, and the AU Master Roadmap of practical steps for silencing the guns in Africa by 2030. Indeed, only through such collaboration will we be able to realize the aspirations enshrined in the AU Agenda 2063 and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, also known as Agenda 2030. Mr. President, honorable members of Parliament, I ask your indulgence, Mr. President and members of this August House, if I take more of your time, as my presentation will give you a thorough overview of the state of peace and security in Africa, from conflict situations, countries in transition, as well as thematic issues which have a link with peace and security. The peace and security landscape on the continent remain growingly characterized by traditional resurgent and unprecedented threats to peace and security, such as terrorism and violent extremism, which have spread throughout the continent, thus sparing no region, as well as the deeply worrying wave of unconstitutional change of government. Currently, Burkina Faso, Guinea, Mali, in Sudan are suspended by our council due to unconstitutional change of government. The continent is also experiencing prolonged transitions and protracted conflicts. We are also in a period where climate change related phenomena and public health emergencies of international concern, such as Ebola and COVID-19, are affecting our continent. The Peace and Security Council has continued to deploy necessary efforts in these challenges and in promoting peace, security, and stability of the continent. While some progress has been made in resolving some of the conflicts and crisis situations, with the support of the Commission and regional economic communities and regional mechanisms for conflict prevention, management and resolution and partners, in other situations, there are still challenges that remain to be addressed. Mr. President, honorable members, I will begin with what we have witnessed the most recently. As I have mentioned before, for the past 2 years, the continent has witnessed the resurgence of unconstitutional changes of government. For the first time in the history of the African Union, 4 member states, namely Burkina Faso, Guinea, Mali, and Sudan, are suspended from the activities of the Union at the same time. This has never happened before. The AU instruments, such as the AU Constitutive Act, the Peace and Security Council Protocol, the Lome Declaration, and Africa Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, provided for zero tolerance of unconstitutional changes of government. Our council has been very instrumental on this matter through strong condemnation and suspension of all governments which came into power through coup d'etats, taking into consideration the need to support these countries to speedily return to a constitutional order. The Peace and Security Council has been requesting the AU Commission to provide technical and the necessary support to the countries concerned. Our council has also been accompanying these countries, including undertaking field missions to engage the concerned stakeholders on the ground. While we are condemning these coups, it is important for our organs to urge all member states to adhere to their respective constitutions and AU instruments, particularly on issues relating to governance and elections. This will contribute towards preventing coups. In some situations, we have witnessed a coup on top of a coup in a period of less than 1 year, such as Burkina Faso. This is a worrying situation. We have also seen civilians jubilating with coup makers. This is a signal that member states, as member states, we need to do more to address the concerns of our citizens. All these coups happened in the last 2 years, and the main reason raised by coup makers is insecurity. The Peace and Security Council, with the facilitation of the AU Commission, has taken a number of steps to address the challenges of the unconstitutional changes of government. In March this year, the Commission organized a forum in Accra, which brought together all stakeholders, from government officials to civil society organizations, to brainstorm on how best Africa can address the resurgence of coups. This forum adopted the Accra Declaration, which fed into the 16th Extraordinary Summit, which took place in May 2022 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea. A number of practical decisions were made and are being implemented, including the reactivation of the Peace and Security Council Subcommittee on Sanctions to monitor the implementation of sanctions imposed by the PAC due to unconstitutional changes of government. The Council is closely following the political security and humanitarian situation in all other concerned countries, such as the Central African Republic, Chad, Democratic Republic of Congo, Libya, Somalia, and South Sudan. Some of these countries have been in transition period for a long time or missed the end of the transition periods, which is of concern. There is a need to ensure that transition periods are not prolonged, and it is important to support the countries concerned to successfully mark the end transition period within the agreed time frame, as well as to create conditions for the organization of free, fair, and credible elections in order to usher in democracy and good governance. In some countries, our Council has requested the AU Commission to provide technical support to undertake security sector reforms in disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration programs to strengthen government institutions and prevent the resurgent activities of the armed groups. Mr. President, honorable members, allow me to mention that all these efforts to support countries in transition, conflicts or post-conflict requires financial commitment. Our continent is facing major financial challenges due to some factors, including the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. Though progress has been made on the member states' contribution to our peace fund, we are still not able to access or utilize the peace fund due to some technical challenges. The AU Commission is finalizing the establishment of the Peace Fund Secretariat, which will facilitate to resolve these technical challenges. Let me mention that most of the peace activities in our continent are largely partner funded, and we have started to witness partner fatigue on African issues following the conflict in Ukraine. This has affected and will continue to affect a number of peace activities in Africa. As we are speaking, the Peace and Security Council has requested the AU Commission to draw the AU Human Rights Observer Mission in Central African Republic, not because the situation has improved, but because the European Union is no longer going to financially support the mission. The same situation in Somalia. ATMIS is gradually winding down due to lack of funding, though Somalia still needs support, particularly for the security and humanitarian situation. Hence, the funding issues to peace support operations need to be addressed urgently. Our Council has been advocating for the AU peace support operations to be financed through UN-assessed contributions, but we have been facing a lot of challenges and blockages from the UN Security Council side. The UN continues to insist on responding to the funding request on a case-by-case basis, a formula that the Peace and Security Council is not happy with, because by deploying all peace support operations in the continent, often in challenging circumstances, the Peace and Security Council is actually doing the work that is primarily supposed to be done by the UN Security Council. However, the AU Commission is preparing a common African position on peace support operation financing, which will guide our member states to speak with one voice and mobilize support from the members of the UN Security Council. Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, besides the country-specific conflict and crisis situation that I have highlighted, the Peace and Security Council also focused its attention on a number of other important thematic areas. Among these thematic areas include the fight against terrorism, radicalization, and violent extremism, hate crimes, and the ideology of genocide in Africa, living together in peace, plight of children in armed conflict, women, peace and security, youth, peace and security, nexus between climate change and peace and security, post-conflict reconstruction and development, public health emergencies and of international concern, as well as the plight of refugees and internally displaced persons. The threat of terrorism, violent extremism, and radicalization continues to grow in virtually all regions of our continent. The latest region is indeed Southern Africa, in Cabo Delgado in northern Mozambique. Terrorist attacks continue to take place in countries of the Lake Chad Basin area, in Somalia, in Mali, and in Burkina Faso, and the entire Sahel region too. Terrorist groups continue to expand their heinous activities in our continent, capitalizing on the existence of ungoverned spaces and governance deficits and state failures in some member states. Libya is a classic example of what happens in situations of state failure or collapse. As such, the situation on the ground requires us to redouble our efforts and persevere. The PAC underscores the need for a comprehensive approach in fighting terrorism, radicalization, and violent extremism. This entails approaches that directly address the underlying root causes, including the legitimate demands and aspirations of the people, and where necessary, supplementing military actions with socio-economic development projects in communities liberated from terrorist groups. Doing so will significantly deprive the terrorists and armed groups of support and recruitment grounds. Climate change continues to wreak havoc in our continent as many countries grapple with unprecedented droughts, floods, and famine, cyclones, and desertification, leading to food insecurity. We need to encourage our member states to redouble investment in climate-smart technologies, including climate-smart agriculture. It is the hope of the Peace and Security Council that the upcoming COP27 to be hosted by the Arab Republic of Egypt this month, all AU member states will seize the opportunity for Africa to advance and present the key messages on the common African position on the climate change, peace, and security nexus, which will guide Africa to speak with one voice. Mr. President, honorable members, notwithstanding the achievements being registered in discharging its mandate, the Peace Security Council continues to face a number of challenges which continue to undermine its efforts to effectively promote peace, security, and stability in Africa. These challenges include denials of credible early warning information on looming crises, relapses in some countries emerging from violent conflict situations, continued reliance on external sources of funding of our peace efforts, which clearly contradicts and defeats the mantra and principle of African solutions to African problems. So, as we continue to work hard towards creating conditions conducive for durable peace, security, stability, and prosperity on our continent, we also have a fundamental obligation to respond more positively, where possible, to the constant and legitimate demands of our people, including the respect and promotion of human rights, democracy, and fundamental freedoms. The Peace Security Council would appreciate it if this Parliament could encourage member states to sign, ratify, and domesticate, as well as implement all existing AU normative instruments. This is probably one of the best approaches of effectively preventing violent conflicts and promote peace on our continent. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, as I conclude, I would like to stress that in order to achieve our goal of silencing the guns in Africa by the year 2030, it is critical that we further enhance our conflict prevention, management, and transformation capacities. It is in this regard that I would like to encourage all AU sister organs, particularly this very Pan-African Parliament, to take full advantage of all available possible tools for structural conflict prevention, among others, by ensuring enhanced responsiveness, accountability, and transparency of the governments of our member states. All African people are yearning for peace, security, and stability, as well as prosperity. These are achievable goals. We must all work together to ensure their realization. Last but not least, and on behalf of the Peace and Security Council, I wish to utmost sincerely commend the Pan-African Parliament for its engagement and encourage our continued cooperation towards promoting peace, security, stability, democracy, and prosperity on our continent. I wish this session fruitful deliberations, and I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Ambassador Emilia. I know in Addis, usually they just call you Ambassador Emilia. So I'll call you Ambassador Emilia this afternoon. You have been a very effective ambassador in our meetings, especially of PAP. You've been very helpful. Thank you very much for that presentation, and we give you another louder applause. Right, in terms of procedure, we now move to debate. So, Ambassador, you take note, Chair of the committee, you take note of the contributions by members. At the end of the debate, the chairperson of the committee will come back to respond, and Ambassador, you also be asked to respond to issues raised by honorable members of parliament. The first on the list is Honorable Jeremiah Chana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Issues that have been raised with regard to peace and security are very, very serious indeed. Africa needs peace. Mr. President, all that has been said, it starts with us at Pan-African Parliament and constitutional changes. It was good that the Pan-African Parliament moved in a proper transitional way despite challenges which came in the past. But do we recognize and are we aware of the AU protocols that the ambassador has just highlighted? Maybe most members are not aware. Maybe those protocols on peace and security are not, we are not aware. And vis-a-vis, do they come to recognize the youth who are now being tortured because our governments are committing to serious issues of employment and we don't deliver employment? The scarce resources that our government have is not being invested adequately in the educational sector so that the youth can recognize in the creation of their own jobs. Furthermore, Your Excellency, there is an issue of unconstitutional changes of government. I wish maybe to address, if at all we could also address what is the role of foreign countries, especially those who colonized our countries, in these changes of, in these unconstitutional changes. Somewhere you find that multinationals and other sources of our finances have come into the country because they have a preferred leadership in that country, and that's why they've come with preferences and indirectly financing these insurgencies. Unless we come and address the movement of the international money, international resources, and vis-a-vis our international resources, our African resources, which people are still competing for with this neo-colonialism. Because to me, I'm seeing a new model of colonialism, which is coming into Africa with a new wave of disturbing peace in Africa. Mr. President, I would be failing if I don't address the issue of Mozambique. It has come now in the region, and how it has been addressed and how foreigners are competing for resources in Mozambique. It is something which I think we need to look at it seriously and address it properly. There is also an insurgency in DRC Congo, between Congo and Rwanda. Of course, it is just coming out, but it has not been addressed by the ambassador. But I feel we need to look at it and recognize it, that it is coming forthwith. I have also understood the root causes of this instability. But the major movement of resources that are coming to finance these insurgencies are really coming with multinationals and with the new wave of colonization. I would wish, Mr. President, to form a formidable research team to evaluate and find out, to have a proper fact-finding mission which can address this house, so that we could have a proper foundation on how these issues could be addressed. And very finally, I think countries are now grappling with funding and resource unavailability. Most governments are now getting towards the bankruptcy. There will be a new wave of criticism and demonstrations which are threatening to the whole envelope of peace. Of late, I think there are some efforts which are being made on tolerance and tolerance. You cannot tolerate, even if you want to have a tolerance behavior, you cannot tolerate when a bread which is being given is being taken away. Indeed, this is happening not because we are not ready to govern, but this is happening because most of the governments are having structural changes, structural challenges, and structures which are inefficient. How to address that? We need to find a common understanding how our governments can start functioning with proper constitutional, with proper constitutionalism and proper laws that can govern. We should not be changing the constitutions just to reflect on the few, or we should not just be doing things just because we want to reflect on the need and the demands of the few individuals in a country. We need to move with a collective responsibility. Mr. President, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call upon Honorable Kong Bellet Zingers, Orien Simplice.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Right Honourable President of the Pan-African Parliament. Honourable members, dear colleagues, I followed with particular attention the presentation made by Her Excellency the Ambassador Emilia. As far as I'm concerned, I thought that given the current situation prevailing in the DRC, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, she would have referred to it, but she voluntarily omitted to refer to this very alarming situation for us. Honourable members, very dear colleagues, you may recall the famous sentence used by Mr. Frank Fagnon, who said that Africa has the shape of a gun, of a pistol. Mr. President, you can look behind you the map of Africa, and I can imagine that Her Excellency the Ambassador has also the map of Africa in her office as well. Africa as well has a shape of a pistol. And then the DRC is there in the middle, as it was said by Frank Fanio. The DRC is actually the trigger of this pistol. And if the DRC wages war, this will have an immediate impact on its neighbors and on Africa in general. This is why the Right Honorable President, dear colleagues, dear members, I retained actually a number of concepts that have been used by Her Excellency the Ambassador. Conflict prevention, inter alia. She urged the Pan-African Parliament to scale up efforts in conflict prevention. So the question is, what has the African Union Commission, and especially the Peace and Security Council, is doing exactly? What are they doing to make sure that no conflict is born between the DRC and Rwanda? Can Her Excellency the Ambassador tell us about this? And I would suggest, Mr. President, and I would draw the attention of our Parliament, that the parliamentarian mission be sent to these two countries. This mission, Mr. President, should be composed of yourself, the President, the members of the Bureau, as well as some honorable members from regional caucuses. This mission should go to both countries because the populations there, people there are being killed, assassinated, be it in the DRC and in Rwanda. Those are our people, and we need to really take this situation very seriously and make sure that peace is restored in this part of the country. And second, and to conclude, Mr. President, the situation that is a source of concern also for us as MPs is the one relating to the 46 soldiers in who are blocked in Mali. This is also a source of conflict, of challenge. We would have wished also that the ambassador tell us something about it. What are the measures that are being taken currently for the release of these military and for them to go back home? Honorable President, dear members, I would suggest as well as that a mission be sent there to negotiate. Thank you very much.
Proposals are being noted by our Secretariat. Just to remind members that now we have a longer list. The list is quite long. And let's observe strictly the 3-minute rule. Get your points properly structured. I call upon Honorable Ashini Astin Toiki of Ethiopia.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable President. Concerning the presentation that was made by Ambassador Ellen, I am really interested in peace in Africa and the theme that was proposed by the African Union, silencing guns in 2030. And I want to ask about the challenge that I see, that we Africans, we have the problem of collaboration in working together for the peace and security of Africa. as history tells us that during the Cold War era, the division that was articulated by the West and the East also was over-split to Africa, and we continue to divide ourselves in that line. And I think in this era also, when we see that there are treaties of the unconstitutional changes of governments, and I see that the problem that is running behind the groups that are articulating, aspiring the change, the unconstitutional government change in Africa is also rising up. And I don't know how we Africans are ready to work together, to collaborate, and make sure that Africans enjoy peace and security. And instead of supporting insurgencies and the rising, especially the non-state armed groups, which pose threat to the democratically elected governments. If we can see also in our experience from Ethiopia, our people saved the country supported by God. Had it not done in that way, Ethiopia would have also been listed in the 4 countries which were designated as countries which experience the unconstitutional change of governments. So the Ethiopia is trying a lot to solve its own problem by its own people, securing its own people. And I think from all of us as brothers, when our brothers are fallen under a crisis of security and problem, we need to stand and support the democratically elected governments to make sure that we solve the problem of our people than supporting in a way that other powers, especially the external powers, are posing a mass threat. So we need to stand together and work for the peace of Africa for our people. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We are still having a problem of time. We are exceeding 3 minutes by far. We may have to enforce the rule that once the mic goes off, you have to sit down, otherwise we deny people other opportunity. Once the mic is off, you cannot switch it on again. Organize your point. 3 minutes is quite a lot of time. Thank you. I now call upon Honorable Mana Bohobey, Mrs. of Mauritania. She may not be in the chamber. I now call upon Honorable Chan. I think the name has been repeated, so we move on to Sahrawi, which is Honorable Salek Musa. Can I make a comment, Sahrawi? Take your seat first. Take your seat. Take your seat. Sahrawi, take your seat. I've made an observation here which should help us. I see that I see some new additions of names. When I look at them, there's a lot of Morocco and Sahrawi. And I see almost everybody from Sahrawi, everybody from Morocco wants to speak. It is your democratic right. But I just want also that let us tone down on attacks between the two, Morocco and Sahrawi. Let's debate peace and security on the continent. I know once one country attacks the other will attack, the other will attack, and we will lose focus. So if an MP from Sahrawi attacks or Morocco attacks the other, we'll switch off the mic and say we have gone in the wrong direction. But debate is your democratic right. So Honorable Salek Musa, take the floor.
شكرا السيد الرئيس لإعطائك.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. Mr. President, I'd like to begin by thanking for the explanation given about the situation in Africa. I have highlighted some aspects of the peace and security report, but no paragraph in it speaks about the conflict of Western Sahara that exists between two member countries, and it is the oldest conflict. It is more than 40 years old. However, it is not thinkable that the conflict between Morocco and Western Sahara is discussed in all sorts of regions in the world, Latin America, Europe, etc., etc. And I really would like to have seen at least one sentence in the report about this conflict. Morocco has violated the ceasefire since 1991, and Morocco has declared war and has occupied many territories in Western Sahara. My question is the ambassador from the Peace and Security Council. What are the efforts that have been deployed by the African Union to resolve this conflict? And we would like to know what the latest developments are in this conflict situation. Thank you.
Thank you. This name, difficult. Benkihe Hanawe or Hanao from Morocco.
شكرا سيد الرئيس سادة أعضاء المكتب سادة الحضور أول
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, members of the Bureau. I thank the President of the Pan-African Parliament and the members of the Bureau for the dynamic attitude that prevails here concerning economic and social situations in Africa and to defend peace and security for all in Africa. I would like to thank Madam Ambassador Emilia Mkusa for the very important presentation. Procedure, Mr. President.
I'm Domai Gatfan. I come from South Sudan.
Sorry, let him tell us about procedure.
The normal procedure that we expect. The member must be standing up.
Honorable Domai. Anyway, we should thank Honorable Domai. Honorable Domai is simply trying to apply the rules strictly. Unfortunately, she thought she's sitting down. So she was simply right. So she can continue. Or translation, eh? Arabic translation, interpretation actually. Arabic. Arabic is now okay? Arabic is okay, you can continue, so continue.
شكرا سيد الرئيس وأشكر السيدة السفيرة.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the Ambassador Mkuza for the very important presentation that she made. Morocco, as you know, is an example to follow in terms of adhering to a good neighborhood for the creation of a space of peace and security. Therefore, we must work hand in hand and call upon all African countries to adhere to these principles, because it is a very important factor to live all together in Africa. Mr. President, we also think that the important role that the youth and women play in peace building is very important. We have to have good democracy and governance and a state that guarantees fundamental freedoms and peaceful coexistence. This is why your 3 minutes are done. I have to underline the role of Morocco, highlight the role of Morocco. 1 minute, please. By welcoming refugees and integrating them in the local population. And that has allowed refugees to have residence permits and to live in peace in their second country. As far as an innovative approach for peace and security, we have to find a new strategy in order to resolve obstacles to peace and security regionally and internationally.
Now, how do we control these things? Yeah, I'm not in control.
Just press this.
Oh, if I do that, okay. Thank you. Next presenter is Honorable Pemi Castellina Pamela Majodina from South Africa.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On the 16th of April 1998, His Excellency, the late Secretary General of UN stated, I quote, "Conflicts in Africa, like everywhere in the world, is caused by human action and can be ended by human action. For the United Nations, there is no higher goal, no deeper commitment, and no greater ambition than preventing armed conflict so that people everywhere can enjoy peace and prosperity. In Africa, like elsewhere, the United Nations is increasingly being required to respond to intra-state instability and conflicts. But in those conflicts, the main aim to an alarming degree is a destruction, not of armies, but of civilians and the entire ethnic group. Preventing such was no longer a question of defending states or protecting allies. It's a question of defending humanity itself. I want to welcome the presentations. And Honorable President, one of the priority areas in the AU's Agenda 2063 is to fulfill integration of African continent, in which it enables free movement of people and goods. But if there is no peace in the continent, there will be no free movement. But the people who get affected severely and adversely by the conflicts, by wars, is women, children, elderly, and persons with disabilities. And I want to call upon this Pan-African Parliament. We must not be selective when we talk peace. When we talk peace, we must talk peace irrespective who is attacking others in this continent. We must not be seen favoring certain countries in this continent. Let's condemn all the countries that don't have peace in our continent. Honorable President, we cannot see economic growth where there is no peace. And therefore, that leads to poverty, that leads to hunger, that leads to diseases, that leads to people going up and down of this continent. I end by saying, Chair, I'm sorry, Honorable President, we're very much worried about what is happening in Ethiopia and Tigray. We are deeply worried about the ongoing war and escalation of conflict in Democratic Republic of Congo as well as Rwanda, not sparing what is happening in Cabo Delgado in Mozambique, because that when there is no peace there, it affects all neighboring countries. These countries, in order to protect our sovereignty, but also to protect the citizens of those countries. And therefore, this part must speak in one voice to condemn all forms of war as well.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Eva Majodina. Thank you, well said.
That's unfair.
I call upon Dr. Muhammad Anadif Yusuf of Chad.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. أنا أيضا أشكرك.
Thank you, Mr. President. I should like to thank you, and I thank the chairperson of the committee and Her Excellency the Ambassador Mkuza. I have an easy and difficult question at the same time. How can we, as African parliamentarians, participate in peace and security? Secondly, what is the best way to reach coexistence and peace nationally, regionally, and internationally? We think that states sometimes conduct attacks on people. In Central Africa during the transition period, approximately 1,500 of our people, 225 authorized parties agreed after a dialogue that led to recommendations to end the transition period. 2 or 3 parties only did not participate. And that is terrorism. How can someone say to the youth, go and kill 20 or 30 people, and then people will say that it is the state who is responsible? This is why the situation began to change in Central Africa, and notably in Chad. We are at the moment in a transition period which is satisfactory for most, but some people want chaos for the country. So how does the Peace and Security Council is going to help when there are some people who want to destabilize the country and create wars? These people need to be sanctioned. And there are people who think that power should not go through the ballots, but through assassinations and crime. How can the Pan-African Parliament contribute to make our people aware and negate all those horrible thoughts in our country, in our countries? The transition periods in our countries operate without any problem at all.
Sawaibu Touray of the Gambia.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable President. I thank the presenter Ambassador Emilia for an informative information that she has provided to us. Honorable Speaker, my major concern is the root causes of conflict in most African countries. I believe that there are root causes why people take arms and want to overthrow constitutionally established countries, governments. There are root causes for even the terrorist acts. So the AU, in addition to all the other stakeholders, must take concerted effort to ensure that these conflicts are discussed, because there are many potential conflicts as well. So once those conflicts surface, or before they even surface, I believe that action should be taken to address them. Honorable Speaker, or Honorable President, my question is, there are many allegations that are being made or rationalizations given by coup makers, especially in Burkina Faso and Mali, regarding the involvement of France, for example, relating to siding with terrorists and siphoning minerals from Africa. These are all, causes of conflict in Africa, because if you involve in taking, for example, minerals from Africa, enriching yourself, you can easily pay people to put armies together, to be able to come back and try to overthrow civilian governments. So my question is, Honorable President, is what efforts are the AU and other stakeholders doing to ensure that actually Africa registers a seat in the Security Council? A big continent like Africa should have a say as to whether external security should come to Africa to do anything here. I think it is important that we address that as a continent. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon Honorable Mohamed Mubarak Muntaka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me just continue from where colleagues have said as much as possible, not trying to repeat any. To just say that the African countries are dealing with the security situation in Africa as individual countries. And so long as our countries continue to deal with it as individual countries' problem, we will never be able to overcome it, because the challenge is beyond just one country. We are behaving as if we are just an island, but we are not. I always liken it to a house where you all come together and I say that we don't need to put security at the main gate. We don't need to open the main entrance to the house. Everybody should just lock his room, and that's security. That's what we are doing. Every one of us knows that once someone is within your compound, once someone is inside the house, those of you in the individual rooms are not safe. But we continue to behave as such. And I don't see how we'll be able to deal with this. I keep asking myself some of the root causes. All of us here know, but sometimes because it plays in our favor, we tend to keep quiet about it. We are too tribalistic. Let's be frank. We'll come to our individual countries. You have a government form to fill, and it is asking you, which tribe are you? To do what with it? What do you want the person's tribe to do? You are asking the person's religion. What do you want the religion to do? You are gathering data that people with terrible mind use to destabilize us. You go to Europe and America, nobody asks you about your tribe. Chief is here. I don't need to know his tribe. I see my brother African. That's what matters. But in our individual countries, we are too tribalistic. We form parties based on tribe, based on religion. And it is part of the problem that we are having. We need to be able to discard this. If silencing the gun by 2030 will be reality, 8 years from now, and I think that as African countries, we need to start advocacy. We, starting with ourselves in our own national parliament, that we must stop this. Now, democracy without diversity is not democracy. And that's what we are practicing in many of our countries. And we expect to have stability and have peace. Where are the guns coming from? Let's ask ourselves, where are the guns coming from? Mr. President, let me say, the wiser we become as governments of Africa, the more problems we are going to have. Because all of us are aware that these foreign partners do not want to see us together, and they are supplying the arms. If Mali and Burkina Faso are saying the thing they are saying, I'm tempted to believe it. Why am I saying that? If you look at NATO, NATO was started by just 3 countries: the United States of America across the Atlantic, France, and Britain. Today, how many countries are part of NATO? After the Second World War, they decided to come together to form a formidable force. If today, South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt, 3 countries in Africa alone, decided that they were going to come together, put their might together, all of us will be secured, because they will have the population, they have the army, they have the resources to start, where Ghana will come and be begging to join. Let the Security Council in Africa begin to think that way. If you want all the 54 countries to agree before you go, you will never get anywhere. Let's identify those who are strong, who believe in the African security to start. And believe me, we will be able to get our security tightened very soon. But the way it is, believe me, talking about donor fatigue, how can someone be protecting your house when he's interested in stealing what is in your house? How can that person be interested in protecting your house? Mr. President, lastly, to say, if all of us in our various national parliament can agree to dedicate 0.1% of the domestic tax we collect just to the African Union, Africa will be more skilled, because it is costing you probably more than 10% of your taxes to protect your country. But with just 0.1, all of us putting it together,
thank you.
We'll all be safer than we are. Thank you very much.
I call upon Honorable Jamel Benda Katari of Sahrawi Republic.
شكرا سيد الرئيس وأشكر.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank Her Excellency Ambassador Mkuza for her presentation, but I should like to inform the members of Parliament that the African Union has said that the last colony of Africa is Western Sahrawi, and it is an official position of the African Union. Secondly, Morocco, talking about peace, security, and continues to occupy a member country of the African Union and ignores the founding principles of the African Union. Point of order, Honorable.
Thank you for the chance. My able president put it clearly that this conflict of wording between Sahrawi and Morocco must be ceased. And you should not allow the one who is holding the floor to continue this way. Thank you.
The message is clear, Honorable Katari, so continue.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians, the Kingdom of Morocco joined the African Union and signed the Constitutive Act of the African Union, where Articles 3 and 4 say that member states of African Union have to respect borders inherited by colonization. It is not the case in Morocco, because Morocco occupies a part of the Arab Sahrawi Republic. Mr. President, we know that you have information to share with members, but this information can help them to better understand the situation.
Problems. Arabic. Are you okay, Arabic? Why is it that since morning it is only Arabic which is always offline? What is wrong with the Arabic booth? It's okay. I think Arabic interpreter, you leave your booth sometime, and then you just code from somewhere. Unlike English and French, can Arabic booth improve in their performance? Honorable Katari was saying if the whole speech is Morocco, 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 it will incite some other dynamics. But give us facts. Thank you.
سيد الرئيس.
Honorable Kasingo, wait. Honorable Kasingo, you have the floor.
I'm a neutral person.
سيد الرئيس أنا لم أكمل.
Wait.
Mr. President, I have not finished.
Point of order. I have someone on the floor.
Can you
سيد الرئيس سيد الرئيس
Can you sit down?
Mr. President,
Don't allow you to take the floor again. If you just don't respect the chair, then you sit down forever. You won't stand up again. You have to respect the chair all the times. Please, can you sit down? Can you take your seat, please? Can you take your seat? Take your seat. Take your seat. Can you take your seat? Can you take your seat? Take your seat. Can you take your seat? There's a point of order. Can you take your seat? No, we can't let him talk. Otherwise, we again go back to March 22, May 2021, where members just speak as they like. There's no order in the chamber. If we say point of order, you sit down. Right. Go ahead, Honorable Kasingo.
I'm trying to be neutral. I'm from Namibia.
Yes.
I'm not from Morocco or
Sahrawi
Republic. I'm trying to put myself in the feet of this MP from these two countries. I should think.
What is your point of order? You know, you are a Speaker of Parliament. You know what it means. You know a point of order, Madam. You can't debate. You are debating.
I'm saying my point of order is that I should think the members from these two countries should be allowed to talk as long as they are not going to personally attack one another, because I cannot see in which way they can talk their problem without really coming to the root of the cause of their problem. As long as it's not becoming a personal.
No, don't even clap. Don't worry, don't even clap. The chair is still in control. I know this, I know this debate. If we don't control it, it will degenerate into something. Honorable Katari, continue.
thank you, Mr. President. I do not wish to attack anyone because it is not in our nature. We are within our rights, and we do not attack anyone. We do not attack any country. In fact, the African Union should have taken part in the mission of the UN to Morocco, but Morocco would not accept the African Union in the occupied territories.
Honorable Katari, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was saying that Morocco another
not used to sending out people from this house, but it will start soon. We will start sending out of people, members out of this chamber, because that's what you do in your own parliaments. And I do send out in my country. If we continue like this, we are going to ask our members to just walk out and come back tomorrow, because they are being disruptive. Continue, Honorable Katari.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I shall. We will not go over 3 minutes. I was saying that Morocco is a member of the African Union and signed the Constitutive Act of the African Union, but has not respected it because Articles 3 and 4 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union state that the member states of the African Union must respect the borders inherited from colonization. And Morocco has not accepted this and has not accepted the decision of the African Union that they send a mission to the Sahrawi Republic with the United Nations. And that is why Madam Ambassador should have spoken about this violation by Morocco. We cannot talk about peace and security when Morocco continues to imprison and torture people, and there are bodies that are buried en masse.
عن المسجد المغرب ليس له رئيس، ليس له الحق يخرج عن المغرب والسيد رئيس غلطات. تسيرون هذه الجلسة وليس له الحق أن يتكلم بهذا الشكل عن المغرب. اليوم ليس الموضوع المملكة المغربية.
المملكة المغربية نطلب من السيد الرئيس أن يسحب السيد نائب
Point of order, Honorable.
As a strategy that I'm...
Point of order, Honorable Katali, you are finished. Anyway, can we have order in the chamber, please? Order in the chamber, please.
Time.
Order. I now call upon Honorable Ayos Bonifacio Baptista Ali of Mozambique.
Muito obrigado. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll try to make good use of the 3 minutes. I would like to greet you, Honorable Chair, for organizing this session and for having incorporated in the agenda this important item, peace, security, and stability. Without these, we cannot fight malnutrition, we cannot develop human capital, we cannot develop socially. Hence, I would like to congratulate you for having inserted this item, and I'd also like to congratulate the two interventions by the speakers. As it was indicated, our Southern African region is afflicted by terrorism, and unfortunately, Mozambique had that fate in Cabo Delgado province. But what I'd like to highlight here, and which could be of usefulness to other regions, is that SADC has regarded this attack to Cabo Delgado as a SADC to the region, and the heads of states have been together politically and militarily to fight this scourge. But we lack resources. We need all sorts of support Some people say they cannot give lethal support, but we need lethal weapons. We need weapons, I mean, and we need resources to educate our children. So what I'd like to say is that we could come up with a very strong resolution in which we strongly condemn terrorism in all regions of Africa, particularly in our region, and appeal for support, first amongst ourselves, as a distinguished MP had said. So we first launch an appeal within the continent, and then we can go outside. So I would like to say that at these sessions, we don't just give lip service, we also do undertake action and to fight the terrorism, because without doing that, we're not going to make headway on the continent. We have our predecessors, Nkrumah Nyerere, Michel, and others, who, when addressed the problem, they joined hands together in order to get rid of whatever problem they had. I think we're able to do that. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Excellent, because even the mic did not go off. Yeah, he finished before the 3 minutes, which is very good. Can we also follow suit? Honorable Sinia Ahmed Na, Mrs. of the Sahrawi.
شكرا للأخ الرئيس.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before I begin, I would like to be sure, Mr. President, that I have understood that the subject is, well, and indeed, peace and security in Africa. Is that the subject that we are discussing today? Because is this a war room that we are talking in, or a boxing ring? I would appreciate if our honourable members would give me the 3 minutes that is given to me to be able to say what I need to say. We are fully in agreement with the ambitions of the African Union with regards to peace, security, agriculture, education, etc. And we all know that peace and security are at the heart and the basis of all of the things that we want to achieve in Africa. And we need to ensure peace and security, especially for those who have had their rights taken away. And we cannot have peace if we cannot get out of the vicious circle that we find ourselves in, and political hypocrisy that still remains amongst us. We are not fighting with Morocco or Moroccans, Mr. President. We are a country that has been occupied. It is a country that has been divided by weapons. And we are separated, our population is separated by a wall, and where there are anti-personal mines preventing us from circulating freely. And we have difficulty having journalists or MPs or anybody who wants to see what the real situation is in Sahrawi Republic. We have difficulty in receiving them. They cannot come in. They cannot visit the camps that exist. Unfortunately, Morocco is a colonizing state, and they are colonizing the Sahrawi Republic. And we sit here today whilst they still occupy our country. And they are accepted in this august house like a country that is accepting the constitutive and respecting the Constitutive Act. And please, Mr. President, we ask you to act as mediator And please, may I just have a few more seconds? We need to be frank with Morocco. We should actually ask them to leave our country and ask them to listen to us and to respect what the African Union has decided. And I blame Madam Ambassador for not having mentioned the situation in the Sahrawi Republic, because it is a peace and security issue. It is an issue of an occupied territory in Africa, and the African Union must make every effort to ensure that peace and security reigns in this region. We cannot hide behind walls and secrecy. We have been asked to be silent for the last 47 years. Good day, dear MPs, and good day, Mr. President. With the greatest respect, we are in this parliamentary chamber, and our role here is to improve the situation in Africa on an economic, political, and social level. And I would like to salute and congratulate the people of Algeria who are celebrating today the beginning of a revolution during which they had many losses and many casualties. And so I would like to salute the Algerian people. Mr. President, if we are going to be talking about peace and security in Africa, we have to be clear about a certain number of issues. There are certain groups of people who continue to be the most affected by wars and conflicts, and sometimes conflicts brought about by external parties and external powers. External parties who profit from conflict to steal from the African people. And we need to put an end to all of these conflicts across the continent, and for the continent to finally know peace. This is what our founding fathers wished for, and we must fight for peace and security, but we must also respect the sovereignty of nation states. We must also work to roll back what was done by the colonizers of this continent, because that can be a threat to peace and security. In Libya, in the Sahel area, we are also faced with terrorism, and we must ask ourselves the question as MPs, what is the role that we can play to put an end to all of these conflicts? And what can we do to give the African people the opportunity to live in peace, security, and stability?
Shukran. Shukran. Shukran.
يجب أن نحقق الأمن عبر
Thank you, Mr. President. We need to achieve the goals of peace and security through exchanges, through partnerships amongst ourselves and with other parties. We need to also break down the barriers that exist between our people. We need to share experiences, especially those that work. We know that we have the skills and the mechanisms to be able to achieve this. We need to follow the model of what has been achieved in Algeria. Thank you.
Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a minute in advance. Mr. President, just want to contribute a bit because I've seen how wars and conflicts contributes to the low development of a country. My country has been one of the countries in Africa has been affected by our neighbors. We have hosted at least a good number of refugees in this continent, and I'm speaking from experience. And Mr. President, the solution to the conflicts we have in Africa starts with us here. It's us who should come up with a solution. The biggest problem we have as Africans is that we like pretending, and we know where these conflicts are coming from. Are you telling me those rebels in Mozambique, can they defend the forces which are there from SADC if they had no external force supporting them? We know that there are external people supporting them. The wars we have in Congo, we want to pretend that we don't know where the wars are coming from. We know where there is no way a country can be sponsoring. We have state-sponsored terrorists which we've accepted and we think it's normal. And because we are so coward, we are coward as Africans, we fail to speak out. There is no way these things are happening in this continent and we just keep quiet. It's normal because they won't give us a head. This continent is so rich that we can produce whatever we want to produce. This continent is so rich that we can grow food we want to. Now, because in our heads we've been told you're Africans, there's nothing you can do. Your duty is to fight, and we've accepted it that we need to fight. Honorable President, we are here. People are fighting from country to country. What is the use of that? Because somebody from another continent has told us we don't deserve peace, and we've accepted it that this is normal. Can we start thinking, can we start building new? My proposal, in fact, President, before the time ends, we need to start, we need to tell AU to introduce a curriculum in our schools to start teaching peace and how conflict affect us as a continent from grade 1. This should be enshrined in our curriculums in our schools so that our kids can start understanding the betterment of having peace in a continent. Madam, Mr. Speaker, the war in Ukraine, Mr. President, the war in Ukraine has attracted billions and billions of money. Because some people are fighting a proxy war, which we all know. And there are people in this continent, Africa, who are fighting the proxy war. And this thing of just let it be, because we can't talk about it, we don't have money. We Africans, we need to expect. Mr. Speaker,
thank you.
You have cut me so early. Thank you.
Thank you. That's 3 minutes. If you want 1 minute and to summarize, I can allow you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for a minute. Mr. President, it's my prayer that the happenings in West Africa, the happenings in East Africa, in Ethiopia, Somalia, this should come to an end. We have the solution, and the solution is us. All those who are next to the powers that being, please, a gun will never sort out a problem. It's only by sitting down that we shall find peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Next week, we'll make recommendations, resolution to our heads of state, and we are going to present them. So come up with these pinpointed resolutions that will have an impact next week. Keep thinking about your debate and sharpening a statement that you want to put as a recommendation on peace and security next week. I call upon Honorable Suleiman, the Gambia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Peace is a rare commodity, and we all want peace. But what are the factors that are threat to world peace, or African peace rather? Honorable Speaker, coup in a coup will never be stopped until and unless we fight against injustice, until and unless we fight against bad governance, until and unless we fight against corruption, until and unless nations stop attacking each other. We don't expect colonialism to come back again. How can African countries that call themselves as members of AU, they are attacking each other, killing each other? Is this the Africa that we are yearning for? No, Mr. President. Mr. President, silencing gun must go with smart programs and smart plans. We cannot have people abusing each other. They want we have to silence gun. If you abuse me, you abuse my parents, my family, my ethnicity, you say that's peace? It's a threat to peace. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, a member made mention of ethnicity. People see themselves big, and they try to suppress the weak. We all knew what we went through as a continent. We fought from cradle up to now. We took a long journey. So we don't expect white people to abuse us. We don't expect foreigners or outsiders to abuse us. Now we abuse ourselves as a continent. This is what is happening in Africa. Honorable Speaker, looking at the term limit, African leaders are so greedy that they want to stick in power. We can't avoid war. We can't have peace when you want to stay forever. So this is a problem. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, talking about abuse of office. Once they are appointed to a higher office in Africa, they start to abuse their genius. We can't have peace. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, talking about food insecurity. President, food insecurity is another threat to world peace and African peace. Honorable Speaker, our land is so fertile, Mr. President. Our land is so fertile to produce enough for Africa. What is happening to Africans now? With all our BAs, our MAs, our PhDs, still we depend on foreign donors. Honorable Speaker, coming to funding, it's sad to learn that we depend on EU and UN for our fundings. As a continent, we must be economically liberated. If we are not economically liberated, we will still be in the hands of people who will dominate us, and we will be in the hands of people who will make us to fight each other.
One minute, yes, 1 minute.
Time has come for us to put our differences aside and see ourselves as one people who are ready to move this continent. We must accept ourselves as human beings first, because what is happening in this world is uncalled for. We must stop attacking each other, and we must respect each other, and we must recognize each other as sovereign beings. Thank you.
I now call upon Honorable Kouadio Bettini of Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Honorable President, I thank the entire Bureau. I'd like to react to this theme, but I'd like to confess as well that I'm quite disappointed about what's happening, not the quality of the debate actually, but just wanted to say that we need to make sure that for next sessions, the theme on peace and security be better categorized, because we do have various types of conflicts on our continent, and what is happening in the north is totally different from what's happening in Western Africa, and then different from what's happening in Congo, and today in Mozambique as well. So at the end of this debate, I'm not really convinced that we will be keeping things and or retaining things that will make the debate move forward. Let me thank Her Excellency, the Ambassador, for her presentation, crystal clear one. And I would like to invite the President, through his new leadership, invite him to help us put in place a parliamentarian team who would work on these conflict zones and then submit a report to the Peace and Security Council of the African Union Commission. This is the work that we are going to carry out, I think, and this is what you should do, actually. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. I now call upon Honorable Amina Tijani Yaya, Chad.
شكرا السيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Let me first thank Her Excellency, the Ambassador, the Chairperson of the Peace and Security Council of the African Union Commission. Mr. President, I would like to react to the issue or the problem of Chad. Chad is experiencing a transition period. The National Army is now presiding over the destiny of the country in order to restore stability and peace. And this transition period, there is a very important point, that is the opening of a comprehensive national dialogue in which all the vibrant forces of the country will take part. And this dialogue has started among the children of Chad, and we came up with recommendations and very important decisions in order to restore the stability and the security of Chad. And some politicians, 2 or 3 politicians and political parties did not partake of this dialogue, and they are trying to destabilize Chad and threaten the security of Chad with the help of some Western countries and with the help of foreign intervention. And from this House, I would like to invite the African Union Peace and Security Council. I'd like to say this is an entity that is there to settle and resolve conflicts among African countries, but to link conflict to a specific country and to name and shame a country, this is not a solution. The Peace and Security Council should say that there are people from foreign countries that are there in our countries to destabilize our states and our nations. Suspending Chad from the African Union Commission will not resolve the problems of the African Union, and the suspension of any African country from the AUC, from the African Union, is not a solution. We need more new strategies that will help resolve the African problems and challenges. And sometimes you also notice that in some countries there is foreign intervention. The foreign intervention is the main reason for the destabilization of our African countries. This is why we do reject any form of foreign intervention in our countries. There are foreign parties from the West.
They have no choice.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And being a chair of the Women's Caucus.
Thank you.
So there are people who do not even know where our country is located, but they want to intervene and to come into our countries and destabilize it. Therefore, we formally and totally reject any form of intervention or interference in our internal affairs. Thank you.
Thank you. It was really 1 minute. Thank you. Honorable Mario Teixeira, Cape Verde. Cape Verde.
Honorable Mr. President, thank you very much. To greet all present and all the team that is in these August houses, support staff. Honorable President, the peace and security issue topic is a very expensive topic to the African citizens, and it's coming a good time in our first session of these legislations. Mr. Speaker, and we congratulate and we welcome you, supporting you that please keep on this leadership and with this brilliant team that has proven a good work that has been carried out in this short period. Mr. President, our war and the African wars must be to find solutions to change the existing contradiction between. So when we speak about the social and economic and social indicators and mechanisms, Africa is at the bottom. So, but when we speak about the potential of Africa, Africa is on the top. So there is here contradictions, and our war must be to find to put an end to this contradiction. So there is a contribution that has been exported in Africa, not by Africa, but so I will launch an appeal. Do you believe that there is an international system set up to make Africa non-government inviable? So there we join our voices and the voice of his and join also the Mozambican colleague in a strong decision of this parliament to adopt a strong resolutions to condemn what is happening in Cabo Delgado, in Mozambique area, in order to bring peace to our brother, to that part of the African continent. I thank you very much.
Do resolutions, but I like what you've said. It will help in our recommendations to have specific cases and say, on this one, rather than make it generalized, we need to resolve the conflicts. No, let's talk of specific cases. Yes, that will help us more. I now call upon Honorable Aroval Khadija of Morocco.
Thank you, Honorable President. Greetings to you, Mr. President, and to the members of the Bureau, as well as the MPs. Let me thank Her Excellency, the Ambassador, and I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for adopting this neutral position as usual. I would like to say that Morocco is extending its arms and hands to all of us and to all of you. And we do not need to have sterile dialogues and debates. And in Nouakchott, the African Union said that this problem or this question was to be discussed in the United Nations and not here. And now regarding peace and security issues and its nexus with migration, as we said yesterday and this morning, therefore, I would like to say that the protection of all migrants as well as their families is one of the basic elements of the policy of the Moroccan Kingdom. Morocco has adopted a strategy, a migration and refugees strategy since 2016, and we have received more than 15,000 migrants, and we have settled all the situation. And these people are all now protected by the Moroccan law, and they all have houses, and they are granted education, etc. the conducive environment also is created to all these migrants who have come to our country, and they are now living in our countries and even getting married with with Moroccans. This is to tell you how comfortable they feel and how happy they are to be in our kingdom. Morocco cannot be humiliated within the African continent and even outside the African continent because we are, as Moroccans, we are proud of our African nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You should be a peacemaker. Coming from Morocco, the way you talk, you should be a peacemaker. Yeah, you spoke well. Next is Honorable Maimouna Sise of the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think I will start it with our members, the honorable members in this assembly right now. First of all, I think we all have to learn how to show decorum in the chambers. We need to respect the protocols. We are here to strengthen the laws and the rights of the African people. But it has to start with us. We, the members, let's allow to live side by side. Peace is priceless. The way we see this assembly today is not very encouraging. Mr. President, I think you definitely need to take your stand. The members need to know that there is a decorum in these chambers and it has to be considered as a law. By doing so, I would like to thank Madam Ambassador Emilia for that wonderful presentation regards to peace and security of the continent. Mr. President, I think it's a very, very concern to the African continent to see the conflict surrounding our people, the unconstitutional change of governments, the terrorism within the continent. I think still now the AU needs something to be done about it. The Malabo Protocol needs to be ratified, and they have to make sure that, especially the PAP, need to make sure that that protocols be ratified by all 53 states, so that any unconstitutional takeover can be easily remedied by the intervention of the AU. We cannot allow the sub-region be hijacked by armed bandits. Every now and then there cannot be peace, and the most suffering people of that uncertainty is the women and the children. I think it's a responsibility of each and every one of us here. Let's go back to our country. Let's go make sure that we make sure that our country governments are governed, and they are governed by the security. Some of these conflicts, I think is one can admit it, that it's the economic marginalization of the communities. When people are fed up, they will act, unnecessarily act, and the military interventions are not something we want to welcome in Africa now. We need to do away from that. But that will start with what? Our own governments. Let the governments strengthen the securities of the countries and security the territories of in the sub-region or the continent. I think, Mr. Chairman, these are the submissions I have for you. Thank you.
We'll soon come to the end. I think I have 3 more speakers. 3. Then Honorable Mariam Mohamedou Mohamed, South Sahrawi Republic. She's not in the chamber. Honorable Domai Kulang, Honorable Domai.
I thank you, Mr. President, for the chance. I was afraid because you were sending me out of the chamber. Otherwise, the word is spoken in Arabic, النفاق السياسي. I want to be translated. النفاق السياسي
Political hypocrisy.
هنا. This one was said by my colleague from Sahrawi. Which right that she can insult the whole house that we are telling lies, we are talking lies. Which right is that? I'm optimistic because we remain with only like 4 of them or 5 overstaying. Museveni of Uganda, Isaias Afwerki of Eritrea, Equatorial Guinea, Burkina Faso, Mali. Yes, out of 55. So we are safe. There's no problem. Your Emilia ambassador. I have a good news for you from South Sudan. The gun is silent in South Sudan. We have silenced the gun, and we are moving towards those of DR Congo, those of our neighbors from those of Zingas. We are trying also to help in bringing peace. I thank you.
Thank you. The last one is Honorable Said Ibrahim Said, Sahrawi Republic.
Thank you very much indeed, Honorable President. I'd like also to thank the chairperson of the Committee on Cooperation, Mr. Sharif, for his presentation, and would like as well to thank Her Excellency the Ambassador from Addis Ababa for presenting the peace and security situation in Africa. Mr. President, I would like here to extend my apologies if some of the honorable members are ashamed of what is happening in Western Sahara. If, honorable members, you were to go back home to your families, your children, I will go back from here to the refugee camps in which I've been living for 45 years. I have uncles and aunts and brothers and sisters I don't even know, and I only know them through WhatsApp pictures and photos. Therefore, please, can you just feel for me and for the Sahrawi members? They are deprived from going back home. I cannot go back home. This is a reality. So apologies if you find us sometimes saying words that are not acceptable, because we are the ones suffering. You, thank God, your countries have been liberated, are independent, which is not our case. So sorry once again. Apologies. Now, regarding peace and security, I would like to address Addis Ababa and tell the African Union Commission that we need African solutions to African problems. We need an African solution. We want Africa to be there in any form of solutions. We need Africa to speak up and to settle these conflicts. We are not attacking anyone. We do respect everyone. We do respect the Kingdom of Morocco and its sovereignty, but it is within the borders that are recognized internationally. if some of you go to Morocco and they are welcome in their hotels, etc., they should not. They should bear in mind and should not turn a blind eye to what is happening in the other region, just next door. Thank you.
Yesterday, I was reading a report from the African Union Peace and Security Council that there were demonstrations in Sudan. And that the demonstrations where people are saying, we don't want this person sent by the United Nations as a special envoy. We want our own people from Africa. We don't want this external. I just want him to say, reinforcing what he has said. And the PAP should be part of those solution building mechanisms. We should rise to that level. We've come to the end of the debate. And it's time to call upon the presenters to respond. Oh, sorry. Honorable Dr. Gayo, Vice President, I had not realized you wanted to speak. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. And
sorry, it seems to be persistent order. Maybe it will be of value to listen to her.
Say the rise. Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the opportunity. The order matter I wanted to raise here, I think when we are here as members of parliament, we have to respect each other, first of all, beginning with our countries. I don't think the honorable member is really in order to come here and start giving Uganda as an example of our president staying in power. For us, we are comfortable with it. Let us really sometimes know where to our limits. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Well said, well said. Honorable Dr. Gayo.
Honorable President, I fully concur with Honorable
Say the rise.
Caroline.
Say the rise.
Your Excellency, we should not point to somebody. When we point one finger to others, we should not forget also that we are pointing three fingers towards to ourselves. There is no single country in Africa which is living without conflict. The degree of conflict can be varied.
Zambia.
Only degree of conflict can be varied. Some countries are suffering with some conflict problems. And also, as an African Parliament, we need to find some holistic approach for this. We need to empower our Committee on Conflict to work on it. Let them come with concrete idea and findings. And then we can, that time we can point fingers to that countries. Otherwise, we'll be very subjective. And we can discourage countries who are making great deals to solve problems. Let's study the case by case. Let's be realistic. We are parliamentarians. We cannot keep on gossip. We cannot keep on some sayings. We have plenty of members. We can send fact-finding missions. Let them do jobs, and then come back, and let's debate on it. And then we can advise countries. We can invite them. We can be part of solutions. Your Excellency, when I know, as I said, almost all countries have problems in Africa. So we should not point fingers on individual respective countries. I thank you, Mr. Excellency.
Point of clarification. Point of clarification.
I now call upon Dr. Sharif to respond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'll try to summarize some of the main points that were mentioned by the honorable members and by Her Excellency Ambassador Emilia. it is very sad, in my opinion, that Africa has the highest number of conflicts in the world. If you look today, 5, 6, 7, 8 conflicts going on around at the same time. I mean, and so this is a very sad story. You don't find this in other parts of the world. So there should be much more work done on this side. But we said to cooperate with the Peace and Security Council of the African Union and to cooperate with our committee. But I understand from, maybe I understood wrongly, but from Ambassador Emilia that there is not enough funds for that. I mean, if you want to be active and moving and try to play an active role, not just a theoretical role, coming here to discuss and say the points, but never go to the conflict areas and never have, a delegation from both the PSC and from the PAP going to discuss and to try to reach some solution and get the facts on the ground. Without having funds, there is no use of talking all this talk. So I think there's a big problem in the funds, and it seems not only here, but maybe in the African Union. So we need to sort out this issue because we need to reactivate the cooperation between both entities. So that's an important point. The Ambassador Emilia mentioned that they want to reactivate the subcommittee on sanctions. This is very important. To have a subcommittee on sanctions is a very important tool to try to limit the conflicts in Africa. Today, there have been mentioned many ideas. For example, the role of foreign countries in the conflicts in Africa. How can we define that? How can we prove that? It's very important to know this because apparently there's a lot of role being played by these countries. It is very strange that after Africa took its independence that now they're fighting each other. That is the strange part of the story. Everybody fought for independence and took their independence, and instead of growing and developing, they fight inside the country or outside the country. So that's another problem. Honorable Zingas mentioned about the problem in DRC and Rwanda, and that there's not enough effort being put in this. Of course, we can put that, and we can work on that. But again, I said we need resources. We need resources. We are very much ready in our committee. We have many members who are ready to go and to work on these conflicts, and together with the PSC. But we need again the facility to do that. He gave the example of the Africa being like a gun and the trigger is in DRC and so on. Okay, that's we can only know these things when we go there, on the ground. When you go on the ground, then many facts are revealed. But so long as you're sitting here and getting reports from here and there, the real facts are not really shown to the member of parliament or the African Union. There's been some, of course, one of the main problems in Africa, of course, of these conflicts is corruption, lack of education, lack of health. All these create conflicts inside the country and so on. So we don't put a lot of efforts on this side. If we don't eradicate corruption, if we don't improve our education, if we don't improve our health, look what happened in COVID, during COVID. We are always left behind, even on climate change today. We have this conference in Egypt of COP27 this month, and Africa has the lowest emission standard, only 3% of the emissions in the world. Yet Africa has no funds to help them deal with the climate change that's arriving due to the West and due to what is going on in the Western countries. we have drought, we have this, we have that. I mean, that's because we don't get enough funds. Africa is always left behind. I remember the last meeting we had here, we discussed the Russian-Ukraine war and so on and so on. And many members of the parliament said, we don't care. We want to see first our problems. Do they care when we have a problem in Africa? Do the whole world go and give billions and billions of dollars to help Africa overcome its conflicts or whatever? Of course not. So we need to work ourselves more serious than that. I'm trying to get some as much. Okay, the conflict between Sahara and Maghreb, of course, is something we need. There has to be find a solution one day for this, whether within the United Nations or African Union, but at the end there must be some solution. There's been also some mentioning of put a kind of parliamentarian team, okay, to follow on these conflicts and so on. But again, this is related to funding again. Also from Cape Verde has been mentioned that we need to work on specific cases. Okay, let's put it in the recommendation. We work on specific cases. I think, in my opinion, these are the main points that I have managed to take during the discussions. And Ambassador Emilia, if she has any comments on that, she's most welcome. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chair of the Committee on Cooperation. Ambassador Emilia, are you with us?
Yes, Mr. President, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Ambassador Emilia.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Can you find out what's happening? She's here. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament.
No, we can't hear you. Yeah, tell her we can't hear.
Thank you, Honorable President. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we are here, but it's very low, very faint.
The volume is at its maximum.
It's okay. We're okay now.
Is it okay now?
Yes, yes, it is okay now. It's okay.
Okay, Mr. President, I'll be taking the questions together and I will respond to those that are within my purview to respond. The issue of involvement of youth and the possibly in the peacemaking process. It's known fact that the chairperson of the African Union Commission have appointed an AU envoy, youth envoy, and in addition to the appointment of the envoy, the Peace and Security Council have appointed 5 youth ambassadors for peace and security for each continent, one for each continent. And these youth ambassadors are to engage the various youth in their various regions on the continent on the issue of peace and security. So the Peace and Security Council is involving the youth in this matter, and definitely on the 3rd of November, we are having a youth session on the peace and security to get input from the youth and possibly see how they can also influence their peers in their various regions. The chairperson of the committee, of the parliamentary committee, already responded on the issue of funding. Yes, the issue of the availability of funding is a very serious predicament for the Peace and Security Council as the AU Commission itself to carry out peace support operations on the continent. And it is only with funding from our own member states that we can actually detach ourselves from the reliance that we currently have on partners. On the issue of DRC being omitted, it's not that it was omitted per se, but we may recall that in May 2022, when the extraordinary summit on unconstitutional change of governments took place in Malabo, the issue between the DRC as well as Rwanda was referred to the chairperson of the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, President Lorenzo of Angola, to deal with it. And it was also followed by the East African Initiative. And as a result, this issue between Rwanda and DRC is currently being dealt with based on through the Luanda and Nairobi processes. And the peace and security is allowed for the heads of states to currently deal with that matter. On the issue of Ethiopia, also, although the council had a session on Ethiopia sometime in October this year, we all are aware of the current talks that are happening that are taking place in South Africa under the leadership of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who is the High Representative of the Chairperson of the African Union, and currently assisted by the former President of Kenya, Excellency Kenyatta, as well as the former Deputy President of South Africa, Excellency Madame Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka. So it's not that we did not want to report on that, but we are awaiting all those efforts to be able to comment on it as a Peace and Security Council. The issue of Western Sahara, we are also, probably some members are new in the House, but the situation between Western Sahara and Morocco has been elevated to the level of heads of states through a decision of the Assembly of Heads of States, and it is being dealt with at that level. As ambassadors, we are currently not dealing with the issue of Western Sahara, but we took note of the concerns that have been raised. Chairperson, President, I think the others were merely comments. We took notes of the comments that have been raised. I will surely report back to the bigger membership of the Peace and Security Council and inform them of the comments by the members of Parliament. This is not the last engagement that we are going to have. Mr. President, as you are aware, there is also many other issues that are outstanding. Yes, they are outstanding, and the Peace and Security Council is committed to deal with these issues, and also to continuously have an engagement with the Pan-African Parliament. For now, that's where I end. I thank you, Chairperson, Mr. President, and I thank all the members for really giving us their views on the issues. And I'm sure at the next presentation, we will make sure that some of these issues that were left out are included. Thank you very much for the opportunity to engage you all.
Thank you, Ambassador Emilia. I hope you are hearing the loud applause. Can you have a bit louder one? Yeah, I also want to thank you for your patience, because it was the whole afternoon the whole afternoon you were with us. And thank you very much. Greetings to all the other PRC members, and tell them that we are doing well here in Midrand, and we are waiting for our retreat. You remember the retreat? Ambassador Miriam, please, the retreat, please, 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 please. We need that retreat. Talk to the chair of the PRC and the Bureau that you engaged with us on peace and security, but one issue of peace, one issue of insecurity is the issue of the retreat. Let it take place and we'll have peace and security on the continent. Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you very much. We meet at another opportunity and engagement. Honorable members, procedure is, sorry, we haven't adopted the report, I know.
Mr. President, while debating the matter of security in Africa, a member made an expression that Africa will be free in future because we are remaining with only 4, and with those 4, once they are gone, it means peace will be in Africa. And in mentioning them, he referred to our president, the president of Uganda, President Yoweri Museveni, and other members. I want to inform this House that President Yoweri Museveni has been very critical and crucial in bringing peace in South Sudan. He has always been the president, the chairperson of the peace negotiation in South Sudan. Our president has always, we have sent troops to Somalia to bring peace in Somalia. We have actually sent our troops, our forces in Africa, most parts of to bring peace in those regions. Our president has been very active in the African Union to ensure that Africa is peaceful. And Mr. President, I want to inform the member that he has always been democratically elected through universal elections. And therefore, to refer to our president that there will only be peace when he's not there, I think that contravenes our rules of procedure. Mr. President, Rule 44(2), a member shall not use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, unbecoming words, or impute improper motives, or make personal illusions on any other persons. And for a member to make personal illusions in the name of our president, I think this contravenes the rules of procedure. And Rule 4 demands if a member cannot elucidate, substantiate, a member will be requested to withdraw that statement. And I want to appeal to you, if it pleases you or members of this August House, that this reference should be expunged from the records of Parliament so that the proper record is actually remains in the records of this Pan-African Parliament.
Withdrawn.
To move. So I beg the member to...
Withdrawn.
Yeah.
Honorable Domaya, I can hear you, but stand up and make your withdrawal.
I'm always Domai Gatfan from South Sudan. It is withdrawn. I apologize to my next door colleagues from Uganda.
Thank you, thank you. I think it's done. Thank you, Honorable Domai. Honorable members, we had live debates. Live debates, intelligent debates, much longer than expected. Most of you spoke double the allocated time. We have an item that is still outstanding for today. Even if we try to move it around, tomorrow is not possible. We cannot bring it back, and the chair of that committee likely to leave for another PAP assignment outside South Africa. So with your indulgence, I asked him to present, and I'll ask the clerk to proceed and give us the fourth order.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La présentation.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next presentation is on model law on statelessness, followed by a presentation and debate on the report of the Roundtable on the promotion of democratic governance through the implementation of the Charter of the African Union on democracy, governance, and the strengthening of citizenry participation.
The engineer Sheriff El Gabrey, chairperson of the Permanent Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution, to make his representation. And just combine the two, model law and the charter. Yeah, he did once. It's faster.
Thank you, Mr. President.
If you can summarize.
Well, I don't know, because it's not that easy to summarize, but I'll give the head points. And I think you have the report in front of you, so maybe, and at the end I can say the recommendations, okay?
Yes, thank you for that.
I'll try to do it this way so that we don't take a lot of time.
Thank you.
Well, the first one is the report of the meeting of the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution on a proposed model law on nationality and statelessness, Midrand, South Africa, November 22. Well, honorable members, I present you the report of our committee on its request to this House to develop a model law on nationality. I'm sure that many of you, just like I was when you research into this subject, will be surprised when you read the statistics on the number of people, not just in Africa, but across the world, who remain without nationality and are stateless. Allow me just to share some context. Statelessness is defined as the condition of an individual who is not considered as a national by any state under the operation of its law. It has a grave impact on the lives of individuals and on the harmony of communities. Statelessness stems from issues related to nationality. Its main causes are gaps in nationality laws. This is the most important part, that each country has its own laws regarding this issue of statelessness. So that makes it very difficult to reach a consensus. That's why we're proposing to work on this law if we get the approval of your honorables. In practice, a large number of fundamental human rights are denied to stateless people. They are often unable to obtain identity documents. They may be detained for reasons linked to their statelessness, and oftentimes they are denied access to education, health services, and or blocked from obtaining employment. Statelessness is a widespread phenomenon in African continent. Most African states do not provide statistics. Therefore, the scale of the problem is not defined yet in Southern Africa. Nonetheless, according to the World Bank data, hundreds of millions of people in the region lack identity and nationality document, a telling indicator of the prevalence of statelessness. It's within this context that UNHCR and the Pan-African Parliament have a long-standing collaboration in the field of statelessness. UNHCR has delivered several presentations at the Pan-African Parliament on this issue, at the Committee of Justice, Human Rights 2018, at the Committee of Cooperation, International Relations in 2019, and during the Regional Parliamentary Conference organized by the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the Pan-African Parliament, November 2019, acknowledging that the statelessness is a serious human rights problem affecting the life of many Africans. The Pan-African Parliament adopted on 17 May 2019 a resolution on the eradication of statelessness in Africa, which inter alia calls for member states to reform their nationality legislations so as to prevent the occurrence of statelessness. arising from the 2019 parliamentary engagement and the consequent signing of a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, with UNHCR in 2019, UNHCR and PAP agreed to collaborate on resolving existing major situations of statelessness, preventing new cases of statelessness from emerging, and protecting stateless populations or those at risk thereof. Then you have the statelessness challenges in Africa. If you look at them, there are several of them. So the main problems we have, I will put just the headlines so that you know which are the ones that we have problems with. One is acquisition of nationality by children born on the state territory. This is one of the main issues also. Some children born on some territory of another country and do not get any identity. They remain like that with any identity. So that's one of the major issues. It's more given in details. Acquisition of nationality for children born abroad. So if some parents leave one country and go to another country, have children there, some countries do not allow them to get their nationality because they were born abroad. Details also given. Acquisition of nationality by foundlings. This is by children found abandoned in territory as considered nationals. Many nationality laws do not grant nationality to foundlings or limited to only to newborn children. The absence of safeguards of foundlings is an important source of statelessness in Africa. That's one of the important sources, yes. Its incidence must be analyzed in light of the recent conflicts in the region. So that's the other point. Equal treatment between men and women regarding transmission and acquisition of nationality. They're different from country to country. Some countries do not give women the right for the children to have their nationality. That's one of the other issues we have. It's also being explained here. So I'm trying to be short so that we can finish. Safeguards against loss of nationality. There must be also some good reason for some countries take the nationality from one of its people. That's another problem. Some countries do take it, they withdraw the nationality without giving any good reason on that. And then the other person remains stateless after that. Safeguard against deprivation of nationality, that's related to the one I just previously mentioned. Proof of the elements entitling a person to nationality. Now, how to prove if I'm entitled to nationality or not? Some countries take by birth certificate, some countries do not take by birth certificate. We must put at the end some criteria for those people. How can we, the proof of the nationality? So we must find a way and mechanism to improve what's going on today in Africa. Determination of statelessness and protection of stateless person. Well, although statelessness is a widespread phenomenon in the continent, states have not established mechanisms to identify and protect stateless persons. The only exception in Africa is Cote d'Ivoire. That's the only country. As a result, stateless person remains invisible, unprotected, vulnerable to a wide range of abuse, and unable to process their fundamental rights. That's a very important issue. Honorable members, there are various benefits in developing a model law to African states. The assessment carried out by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, ACHPR report on the right to nationality, demonstrate that although African states are parties to conventions that spell out safeguards against statelessness, their legislations do not include those safeguards. In addition, the lack of harmonization of nationality laws in the continent results in conflict of laws that directly generate statelessness. Typically, a person ends up statelessness despite having relevant links with two countries because they apply different eligibility criteria that the said person does not meet. So that's why we need to work on the model law. The model law solves the key sources of statelessness above described. In other words, contravention with international regional standards and conflict of laws by harmonizing approaches to the right of nationality and by ensuring that those approaches are based on regional and international law. Furthermore, the model law provides guidance and procedure for child protection, resolution of cases of undetermined nationality, proof of nationality, and protection of stateless person. In doing so, the model law directly contributes to the eradication of statelessness on the African continent, thus securing and enabling environment for human rights and contributing to development of peace and security. The rationale for a model law. Statelessness is a grave human rights violation, in addition causing great suffering to affected individuals due to particular to marginalization and poverty. Statelessness also contributes to hampering development, deterioration of human rights, environments, generating humanitarian needs, and fueling insecurity and instability, notably through illegal immigration and forced displacement. Okay, I'll go to the end of the recommendations so that you can follow with me. Based on the above, the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution is recommending to this August House to resolve as follows. Number one, intensify parliamentary advocacy on and engagement for the domestication of legislations that spell out safeguards against statelessness, and for the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the UN Convention relating to the status of stateless persons 1954 and the UN Convention on the Reduction of Statelessness 1961. Number two, strengthen the collaboration and exchanges among regional and national parliamentary bodies with a view to enhancing the capacity of parliamentarians to harmonize and conflicting laws at the national level. Number three, formulate a model law on statelessness through the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution as a means to promote legislative frameworks on the prevention and the eradication of statelessness in Africa. Number four, mandate the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution to work with all technical partners and all relevant institutional stakeholders, including civil society organizations, in the formulation of the proposed model law. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You have the second part to it, or is that all?
Huh?
Is that all?
That's all for this one, for that one.
And then we debate and we come back to another one.
I can go to the other one and let's.
I think do the other one, just debate once.
Let's debate once, okay. Well, let me say this. This is the model law. This one is the roundtable on implementation of AU shared values with the focus on the African Charter on democracy, elections, and governance, ASDEC, and enhanced citizen engagement. 29 August 2022, outcome document, which was issued. I think all of you have the document translated in all languages.
I think read the recommendations only.
Huh?
You read the recommendations.
I read the recommendations? Yes. Okay. You make it easier for me then. Number one, that the Pan-African Parliament intensifies its engagement with member states to ensure ratification and domestication of the African Charter on democracy, elections, and governance. Number two, that the Pan-African Parliament intensifies awareness raising and sensitization of state and non-state actors on AU shared values instruments. Number 3, that the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution engage with relevant stakeholders to accelerate the use and deployment of civic technology in advancing democratic governance principles and engaging citizens. Number 4, mandate the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution to engage with the technical arm of the African Governance Architecture, AGA, to ensure implementation of the AGA platform programs. Thank you.
It's done. There they have the report. Those are the recommendations. Can you clap for him? Take your seat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Take your seat. I have 6 who have registered to debate. Number 1, Honorable Jeremiah Chihana.
I'm not available.
Okay, thank you. We can pass. Number 2, Honorable Beja Lamari, Mrs. from Algeria.
سيدي رئيس البرلمان يجب أن نحقق.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We need to guarantee peace through partnerships, in commerce, in trade, and we need to bring the African people together. As I said previously, we need to share good practices and experiences, and we need to find peace through development and solidarity, because we are here to improve the performance of the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you.
Well, I thank you anyway. You didn't waste much time anyway. Honorable Mana Bauherbeni, Mrs. Mauritania. Mauritania, Honorable Mana. Next, Honorable Pemi Castellina Pamela Majodina, South Africa.
Honorable Masondo will take the slot.
Sorry?
Honorable Masondo will take the slot. Thank you very much, Honorable President.
Honorable Masondo, thank you. Proceed.
No, thank you very much, President. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, fellow compatriots. We are committed to peace. We know that peace is a precondition for social and economic development. We fully support the initiative to develop model relevant laws as suggested. Andre Bedela, in his book, Democracy and Its Institutions, argues for formal legal and political institutions. He argues and emphasizes on the importance of rule of law and constitutional morality. He argues for the existence of parliament, judiciary, and the legislature. And he emphasizes that the existence of these institutions should not only be in place, but should be strong and fully functional. The legislature should be seized with lawmaking and passing of laws, should ensure accountability, that elected representatives should ensure that the executive should account on its programs and budgets, and ensure that these institutions remain effective and efficient in carrying out their work. Public representatives have a responsibility to ensure that people's aspirations are properly articulated. We have been inspired by many and lofty and many great ideas of liberty, equality, and fraternity. We have remained fired by our great African forebears, Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, Julius Nyerere, Samora Machel, Nelson Mandela, Oliver Tambo, Bram Fisher, Helen Josephs, and many others. Apartheid, colonial, and imperial rule has kindled our aspirations to be free. We continue to set for ourselves greater goals as we march into the future, and we continue to grapple with maladies that beset our institutions. We continue to face the challenges of the moment, whether these be in relation to economies that are not growing as expected, hunger and deprivation, inequality, unemployment, COVID-19 pandemic as we have experienced, and as well as issues related to corruption. But we refuse, President, to give up. We refuse to be cowed down. We continue to fight on, as the poet says, like a sinking star beyond the utmost bounds of the earth. We keep on keeping on. We do so because we remain committed to Agenda 2063, an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens. We see the African Union as a development of great magnitude. We see the AU as enabling member states to adopt coordinated positions on matters of common concern, whether at continental or at international fora. We in South Africa in particular remain eternally grateful to the OAU Coordinating Committee for the liberation of Africa, for speaking with one voice and undivided determination in forging an international consensus in support of the liberation struggle and the fight against apartheid. We think institutions are very important. We think that we must continue to generate new ideas to respond to an ever-changing situation. So we therefore embrace this idea of relevant model law and adaptation of such laws to our various African country, individual specific determination and condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next presenter, Kestie Gile, Botswana, from Botswana. Botswana from Botswana.
Thank you, President. My name is Kisiterile Robotswana from Botswana. I wish to focus my intervention on the second presentation and say that I wish the report had attached a list showing countries that have ratified the Charter on elections and those who have not. Because a lot of us may not be aware of the status of our countries in respect of ratification of these charters. Secondly, Mr. President, I wish to say that the issue we are discussing on elections is very much related to the issue of peace and security. Because when elections are not properly conducted, they can be a source of conflict. Yeah. Because we know that there are countries where elections are rigged. We have situations where the fairness of the elections and whether the elections are free and credible are questionable. And if we don't address these issues, we may end up landing into situations of conflict. So elections must be properly managed, because there can be a source of conflict. Some of us, we may not admit it, but we come from countries where some of the key players have perfected the art of rigging, and we may not admit this, and it is happening from some of our countries. Now, the other thing is with respect to signing charters. Charters are signed and treaties are signed. Signing treaties and charters is necessary but not a sufficient requirement to succeed. What is important is a commitment to implement the charters. Ratification and implementation is very critical. What is even more important is the monitoring of the implementation of some of those provisions. Do we have the capacity to monitor the implementation of these charters? Because if we don't have instruments to monitor, then we may sign, ratify charters, and put them to gather dust. And so my plea is for us to understand that we need to commit ourselves to these charters, but not only commit to them, we need to ratify, we need to implement, and we need to monitor. I thank you, Chair.
The last submission is from Honorable Gagnon Kojo of Togo. He's not in the chamber.
Oui. Merci.
Yes, I am, Mr. President. I am. I was just surprised to hear my name. I'm very sorry, Mr. President. So my question was on Libya, and everyone knows who the initiators are. But when Libya was destroyed, the African Union did nothing more, and we became orphans, and all the African countries are sitting around whilst other foreign countries, Europeans, can come in and kill one of our presidents without any of us saying a word. And it is not too late, as the saying goes, to do good and to do the right thing. And we therefore need to either ask for damages and compensation or apologies, because when a country is destroyed, it will not be destroyed by another African country. And my question goes to the floor and to our ambassador.
Thank you for keeping time. I call upon the chair to respond from his chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I mean, all the comments were okay, fine, but there was nothing called about the statelessness, whether we adopt and continue working on the law or not. I did not hear any. Just we talk vaguely about adoption of laws. Which law? We're talking here about statelessness, right? So I don't know, is it a consensus amongst us or is what? Because most of the comments were really not related to the law in itself?
I think it's a sign of confidence in what you presented.
Well,
it's a sign of confidence in what you presented. There is no dispute about having a model law on statelessness.
Thank you.
Everybody's happy about it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, so we can even move for adoption.
Yeah, okay, can we move for adoption?
Any proposal to adopt the proposed model law? Thank you,
Yes, yeah.
Abazadin.
Yeah.
And then supported by the vice chair.
The vice chair, of course, yeah.
Yes. So the law, the model law is adopted, and we can show by acclamation. By acclamation.
Thank you.
And as a result, we are finished.
Yes.
We are done, Honorable.
The other, yeah. Okay, so the other one was on democracy and so on.
Sorry? Thank you for the adoption. We just want clarity on what has been done. The chamber has adopted the principle that the committee can now proceed to draft the model law. Permission granted to the committee to draft the model law.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, honorables. Thank you, honorables. Thank you. Thank all of you.
Thank you for the support.
Thank you.
Tomorrow is a very critical day.
Why?
In terms of attendance, we want 100% attendance tomorrow. There are some announcements. You make, I also make mine, but start you. Do yours, then I make announcements.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. The announcement that I wanted to make is on the meeting of the Gender Committee, the Committee for Gender, Youth, and People with Disabilities. They will be meeting from 8:30 to 9:30 in Committee Room 2. And we would also like to appeal to the MPs to be here tomorrow morning for the high-level parliamentary dialogue on democracy, human rights, and governance in Africa on time before 9 a.m.
The caucus chairpersons, I know we are late, or we are meeting the bureau now. As we get out, we go to the bureau, the boardroom of the bureau, right away for some 15 minutes, caucus chairpersons. And then I want to announce that tomorrow morning, as we have the dialogue, at 2 o'clock, we need all MPs in the chamber tomorrow. All MPs in the chamber tomorrow by their name and number in the country. Otherwise, good night.
Mr. President.
We meet tomorrow.
Honorable President.
Yes.
Yes, I just need some clarification for tomorrow that you are asking that we need to have everybody in the house. Because tomorrow what we have really is not about the rules of procedure. I'm not too sure if you are wanting us to discuss that, but we need to have these documents. You know, throughout the week we are struggling with in getting documents translated into French, Arabic, and Portuguese. So if we're going to have to do a presentation on the rules, what we have agreed, I think it's important that we get every document prepared before we start to debate on them, because this is a very crucial stage of our rules of procedure.
Just said, what I know is the rules of procedure draft has been translated into all languages, that I know. And they have shown me that has been done. The rule of procedure has been translated, and even copies are there. Maybe tonight, I don't know whether they'll give you tomorrow morning, I don't know the timing of distribution. Then you are a chair of a caucus, so we are going to meet right away for 10 minutes or so. And then at 2 o'clock, everybody should be here, whether they are traveling tomorrow night, but they will come at 2. In the morning, we have this interesting dialogue on constitutionalism, coups, and the rest. And there will be a few people from outside that will join us to debate this, discuss this very important issue. So tomorrow the session starts at 9, although the Women's Caucus will end maybe, I think they'll do us good. They will meet for 30 minutes so that by 9 they join us. So we meet at 9 prompt tomorrow morning, and we've been advised that if at 9 there are no MPs, the Bureau will sit here and start debating in an empty forum. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Honorable President.
Sorry?
We forgot to take adoption of the second document also.
Or the second document, who proposes? Yeah, Honorable Majorina proposes. Second,
Yes, I propose.
Second, I see so many, I may have difficulty with the names. Ethiopia here. Lami. Is it Lumi Lami? Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I move to second proposal.
And then give them your name.
My name is Lomi Kumbi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So tomorrow 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorables. Thank you.